Hello. What's up, JB? Oh, 39. How's it going? Oh, thanks, Roz. How's it going, Roz? Yeah, I felt like after I got that episode out of the way, it's it sets me up good for like I don't know. The next episode will be interesting. Thanks, Edgar. How's it going? Yo, Joshua, Moti 604. How's it going? Are you in the area? I think I asked this last time. And thank you, Edgar, again for saying that. I appreciate you. I want a way of doing like trip reports that isn't like just a trip report. I want to make it funner for me. Pot error. How's it going? Oh, nice. That's right. That's right. Kits. I remember you saying that last time. I'm just gonna roll this joint. I brought my own weed this time. I got my own papers, so total burnout. Yeah, in a way. I would, I would, I would smoke it with you. I would love to smoke it. I'm gonna smoke. I can smoke that much though. I don't smoke that much at a time. A quarter at a time. Actually, last night I got ridiculously stoned. I was like kind of hungover and like I ran out of beer and sometimes I just try to smoke as much weed as possible. I don't know why I do that sometimes, but every once in a while you just gotta go for it. Tyrone, how's it going? Obi-Wan Greenlee, what's up? That's the point. Yeesh. Just says above sets. You in on up 5 forward. I gotta like really focus to like decipher some of the shit you say, Roz. I love it though. That's the point. Is just say is above sets. You in on up 5 forward. Big up, big up. Oh, you're in Washington. I'm in White Rock actually, so I'm like right at the border. I'm close to 16th Avenue pretty much, so I'm like right near Blaine pretty much. Is it the good shit? This is pretty good. I haven't had it before, but usually I just ask for the strongest, freshest indica. And they usually give me something good, but I never had this. This is, I don't know. I'm just going to autofocus. My phone camera's not that great. It's all right. It's all right. It's Candy Cane Kush. Oh, I don't know why I'm, yeah. It doesn't smell anything like candy canes though. Got a hold of some penis MD. Nice, nice. Yeah, those are definitely stronger than other strains for sure. I only tried them for the first time on that one stream I did about a month ago, 2 months ago. 6 p.m. This one's so far away. Yeah, I mean, I want to meet up with some viewers too. I can't go down to the States. I'm not allowed down there, but I should start like announcing my streams like a week in advance, or I don't know. I'm bad at like planning. That's the thing I gotta like work on is planning and organizing and shit. And then like Vancouver's a pretty small city, so like yeah, that'd be dope. I'd be down. Good weed is rare, is it? Yeah, one of my best friends is from Yorkshire, and Yeah, I mean, UK needs to get with it. The pot laws, or I don't know. How do the laws work in the UK? Is it like the same laws for every like country, or is it like different in England and London or Ireland and what else is in the UK? Scotland, Wales, I think. I'm not even sure. Because in Canada, it's like very federally regulated everything, as opposed to the States where like every state is like a different country almost as far as laws go. Yeah, I'm not allowed in the States. I drove across the border once, or I was taking a Greyhound across the border, and they questioned me for some stupid reason. It's a long story, but basically they searched my phone and I had a picture of weed on it. So I'm banned from the States. They banned me. I'm barred technically. I can go through an appeal process, a lengthy, expensive appeal process that might not even work out in the end. I did a video about that, if you want to know more about it. I've told that story a lot, I feel like. It's crazy though. Word of advice, anyone crossing the border, always have a return ticket unless you have a legit reason not to have one, and then clear everything off of your phone, because they can go through your phone. I didn't know that. Hey Moon, how's it going? What's up? Hey Shannon. Shannon's here. It's not a stream until Shannon arrives. John Jones, crazy to me that weed isn't accepted everywhere like alcohol. Yeah, I know. And alcohol is like way worse than, not even weed, just like most drugs. In Manchester, and the hash is great from Turkey, but weed sucks. Yeah, that's what my friend was saying from Yorkshire. She's saying she has like a friend who grows some, and it's like all right, but like it's yeah, it's hard to come by good weed. Kind of sucks. Yeah, I had to unlock it for them, and I'm thinking like I had to answer quickly because I don't want to seem suspicious. So I'm thinking, shit, what's on my phone? What's on my phone? Obviously, there's some fucked up shit on my phone, like, so I'm just a weird person. So like, I'm thinking, well, if I say no, then they'll just be like, okay, you can just turn around and go home then. So I'm like, all right, I might as well let them look through it. Otherwise, I'm not getting through. So it's my only shot, really. And then it sort of backfired. You know what I should have done? I should have told them, okay, look through the phone, and then lied after when they interrogated me. I figured I shouldn't lie when they interrogated me, because if they figure out I'm lying, they could ban me. So I tried the honesty route. At the time, weed was legal in Washington and almost legal federally in Canada, essentially legal in Vancouver. So I'm like, I didn't think admitting to smoking weed, they'd fucking bar me. But that was naive, I guess. Not even, like, not a lot of people know that. A picture of weed, yeah, they went through my phone and found a couple grams of weed that I sent to my brother. And that prompted them to question me further. And then they uncovered, like, my drug history and everything, which isn't good. Forgive me, oh, that sound cryptic. No, I like it. Roz, no apologies. Reality Revolution is 2 p.m. and oh, that's your stream? I would love to check that out. It is, at the time it wasn't though, Edgar. It was legal in Washington at the time. Oops. With the light out his lip flinches. Yeah, I know. It's pretty crazy. But, oh, sorry everyone. Gotta put this down. But federally, the law goes by like federal rules, or the border. Which is crazy. Anyway, smoke DMT, that's right. Yeah, I mean, when that happened, I was dating someone in the States, so it really sucked. It ruined our relationship. In hindsight, that's fine. I'm kind of glad that worked out that way. But and up until now, I've always been like, well, whatever. I don't really need the States anyways. Whatever, no big deal. But now that like I'm making YouTube content, like I would love to go to the States for just to like travel and make content. Like I can drive across Canada, I guess, but it's just not. There's not as many interesting places within a close proximity. Like to get somewhere else interesting outside of Vancouver, I gotta drive like 2 days. Is it safe to order DMT online like streams in Canada? I really want to try it. There's a lot of scams, it seems like, right now, because it's very unregulated in Canada. But cartridges, you can get the good cartridges now online in Canada. Yeah, I did get an asshole. It sounded like the guy was trying to meet a quota or some shit. I remember the guy looked like Damon John. He looked like the FUBU guy from Shark Tank. He was like short, black, and bald. And in my mind, he looked just like Damon John. And it's like, people, like, that pissed me off because, like, people don't realize the weight their actions carry. Like, that altered, like, the course of my life, you know? And it's just some guy, like, making some, like, decision off the fly. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, a lot of shit alters the course of your life, I guess. DMT is, yeah, actually, that's right. I always put off making DMT because I'm always like, I'll just order it off the dark web because it's easier and I'm lazy. But figuring out the dark web and encrypting all your shit and finding the right markets and like learning all that, just the whole process of figuring out that is probably more intensive than making it, honestly. It's easier, I find. Not only cheaper, but easier. And then also, it's less risky, I guess, because you're ordering like all legal things like mimosa, your solvent and your lye and whatever you need for your tech. But Kelly, I'm doing good. I'm doing great, actually. Well, right now I'm doing great. Actually, I was just talking about, remember I was talking about my friend from Yorkshire? This is my friend from Yorkshire. We were just talking, Kelly, about the weed quality in England. I miss you. You started crop of salvia. That's interesting. I'm from Mexico. Don't go to Mexico. No one knows how to make that shit. It's so easy to make though, but you need a clean solvent and you need a pure lye. Depending where you're from, clean solvent's hard to get, like naphtha. I know one source of it in Canada right now. Oh, it's good there. See, Kelly's got good weed then. Yeah, I've been so like antisocial lately. I don't know what it is, but like I just haven't been talking to anyone. It's weird. Probably cheaper here. Well, maybe not probably. Probably about the same though. Spider Mom does whatever a Spider-Man mom can. Spins a web anytime. Yeah, same here. About 100, or not most. I'd say about half dispensaries will usually have $100 ounce. Some of them will have it like on sale, but the place I go to, just a few blocks up, I come all the way from White Rock to Vancouver just to get the weed here, because you get like a selection of like any strain. And there's like, they usually have like 50 and then $100 an ounce. But I always just get whatever the strongest indica is. And then sometimes you'll find like old weed on sale. Like I bought this ounce of chemo for $50 Canadian, but it was kind of shit. It was kind of shit, to be honest. Oh, you get Cali weed, that's why it's good. I like buying weed in America. You never know what you're gonna get. Oh, life is like buying weed. True. That's why I love weed, because of that. Like, that's why I like weed over shatter. Shatter, it all tastes the same. It's just the same smoke. Like, good shatter versus bad shatter, it's like a little bit different, but like every weed is so different. And so like I've been smoking for like more than half my life, and I still get excited over like new weeds. $50 though, yeah, that's why I bought it. But like, honestly, it's like not smokable, Edgar. It's like, it's smokable. Okay, 10 years ago I would have smoked it. Like in high school, I would have been like, this is awesome. I'm spoiled now for weed. It's been like a golden age of weed here lately. Legalization has been totally a good thing in every way. Like, innovation has come to the industry. Oh yeah, I've had the live resin a couple times. I really like that. I want to get some more of that. The first time I tried that, I had no idea like how potent it was, or how like hard the smoke would hit me. So I took like the same amount as a dab, like volume wise, and I'm like, yeah, I guess I'll just start there. And it was the most painful hit of anything I've ever taken in my life. It was brutal. It hurt so much. It was so much. I took way too much. It was awful. Raw garden carts. Hey, Crystal. I always find that like companies like that, they never seem to like last. Every time I go, they're different. Oh, that's another. Edgar vouches for the raw garden. I'll look into it. I'll see if they have them here. Yeah, I didn't call you Connor. I don't know why I did that. Those 2 times. Crystal, you're definitely Crystal. Def Raw Garden? Oh, that's 3. 3 of yous. Alright. Must be something to it. Like the cartridges, like the distillate cartridges. I like those when I'm like at school or work and stuff, because it's like doesn't get me as high, even though it's like pure THC. It's like very clean. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of the distillate cartridges. Yeah, I don't get it. It's just it's a type of extract, Kelly, and it's sort of like, yeah, I don't know. Honestly, there's not much difference between like diamonds, live resin, and like wax and shatter to justify the price difference in my mind. Live resin maybe, but diamonds, they charge like so much for that shit, and it's like, it's not that much better. Oh, for real? I'll check them out. We might have them here, but if not, then I'll take you up on that. I should get a PO box, but like some people have been asking me to get a PO box, but they're so expensive. They're so expensive and they're so small. It's like, what the hell? I'd rather just give people my address. I don't even care. How do I feel about dry herb vapes? I haven't used much of those in my day. Like, I've used a volcano. They just don't get me as high. It's sort of the same thing as distillate. It's very clean-headed high. But I don't know. Of everything I've tried, distillates, dried herb vapes, cartridges, you know, of everything. I just, at the end of the day, I like just a long hit of weed, green. That's not safe. Yeah, but like what? What's someone gonna send me anthrax or maybe, actually? Oh no, then they'll know where I live. Right. And then get swatted, I guess. But I always thought if my channel's big enough to get swatted, that would be like a good problem to have, you know? And they'll probably make for, if I was during a live stream, you know, it'd probably make for some good content. No, I'm just kidding. That would suck. But also, my room is like, I could see the front door from like my room. So like, I could just open the window and be like, yo, you're probably here for me. I didn't do whatever they... Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. If my channel's big enough to get swatted, then I'll probably be moved out by then. I'm living in Vancouver. Except that one guy died that one time. But I couldn't see that happening in Canada. Well, that's not true. Our cops shoot people too. Sometimes. For no reason. What's that lady? Taser, taser, taser! Then she shot the guy. And then she's like, I just shot that guy. I just saw that video like recently. Like, I just tuned out from like news so much. What do you guys think about that? I feel like she legitimately made a mistake. I think it was very, very dumb. But it didn't seem intentional. Yeah, I saw watching the news too. This lady basically shot this guy who was trying to flee a traffic ticket or something, or a warrant. Our cops have guns. Yeah, we have guns. Our cops do. What are they gonna do? Bob them to death? Donk, donk. How do you not know? Yeah, I know. It is, but like, I think it's such a really, really dumb mistake. But also, like, do you think she purposely did that and pretended she thought it was her taser just so she could shoot that guy? That seems very unlikely to me. I think it was just a very, very dumb mistake, and she wasn't undertrained, unprepared. Shouldn't have been working that job. Hey, Dick Chisco. I remember you. Yeah. We're gonna, speaking of the streets, I'm gonna get walking in a minute. BC police just use stern wording. True, there's been several times where, like, I've had cops, like, find, like, shit on me, like, acid, even, and, like, throw it in the garbage and be like, go home. The cops are pretty... I mean, obviously you get the dick every once in a while, but, like, cops have been pretty good to me here. Like, I just find, like, in any situation, just gotta tell the people what they want to hear. Are you seriously a block away? If you are, that would be awesome, Jody. Fuck off. Like, there's crime in Canada, you know, we need guns. The cops need guns. We're not, like, that well behaved. your police don't have guns, actually? Oh, that's crazy. I guess, like, I don't know. It obviously works out, like, right? I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Does how's, like, UK London crime? English crime? I think it's probably about comparable to Canada. Like, not that out of control, but there's some, like, sketchy areas, I guess. I don't know. Oh, they have a baton. Right. We call them nightsticks. It's a way cooler word. I have friends robbed by the police in Mexico. I have friends robbed in Mexico. Don't go down quiet alleys. In any city, you can, like, dangerous areas, if it's busy, you're fine. It's when you go to, like, down, like, take a wrong turn down a quiet alley, that's where you get fucked. I do like Tool. I feel like I should be more into them, considering they're, like, the DMT band. I really like a handful of songs. I'm not super huge into them. I really respect their instrumentation, though. Their instruments are, like, super on point. They're just very technically sound band. And I really like Tool. And I wish I was more into them. I will be eventually. I got a big list of shit I want to get into, though. It's on the list. Sirens suck. Sure. That goes for all big cities. True. LSD band? I don't know, maybe they're that too, but yeah, there's some, aren't some of their songs, like, blatantly about DMT? Or I'm not sure. Sober is so good. What, is that a song or just sobriety? Either way, yeah, sure, I agree. Sobriety is good when it's good. See ya, Crystal. Connor. Almost called you Connor again. Bye, Crystal. I will be safe out here. Thank you. You too. Have a nice night. Oh. Maybe that's the song I like. I forget the song I really like. It's one of those bands that I throw on and I don't know what songs are playing. I just usually throw on an album. I can do that. Oh, Rosetta Stone is sweet. I like that. Yeah, I like that song. That'd be funny. How would they know I'm streaming? Sometimes you get clever like signs, and one time I saw one. It said, "Smile if you jerk off," or "Smile if you masturbate," or something like that. And then he gets you to smile or laugh, and then it's like, then there's like a connection there. So then you feel obligated to give them something, more obligated, I guess. Would you describe the first time you were going for a breakthrough? I think I pretty much went through a breakthrough the first time. I think I've always went through the breakthrough right from the beginning, but like I just didn't achieve it for 5 or 6 times. Do not read this. Too bad. Did you ramp up? Yeah, I just went straight for the breakthrough, I think, but I failed like a number of times. How did I overcome the fear? There was fear, and I don't know if I totally overcame it. I think when I took the hit, I was still afraid a bit. It's not, like, I didn't wait for a moment where I'm like totally gung-ho, because that never came, especially the first time. So at one point, this is like the same thing for anything. Like if I'm like trying to do something difficult, like ask out a girl is like a good example, or like just shit that's like, it's never easy. So like I wait for like an impulse, like, oh, I should do it now, and then I just go through it, even though like I don't want to. And I know that's not really like practical good advice, but that's just sort of like how it is. At one point you just gotta sort of go through, even though you're not like 100% confident. You know, part of you is like, don't do this. Like, part of you is like fighting it. But if you know in the back of your mind that like what you're doing is safe and the consequences are like, if you just weigh everything, you know, and be realistic about it, then that should give you enough, just enough to go through it, even if you are scared. Why do you all sound like Peanuts' parents? Will I ever be coming down? Wah, 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 wah. I'm sure you'll be coming down. What do you think the reason you didn't get there? You need to hold it in? Was it more of a dosage thing? The first time, like, I burnt my throat. So, like, I was done after, like, one hit. Then a couple times, like, maybe I'd overheat it. Maybe I would get scared. There's a whole bunch of different reasons why, like, it doesn't go well sometimes. There's a very narrow window for, like, heating it, too. Which most drugs aren't like that. And so that's, like, that makes for a lot of failed attempts, I think, until you get used to it. But I think mostly the heating it in properly is probably what I screwed up with most. And then the first time I really broke through, I'm trying to think. I think it was one of my first times though. It was a sandwich method in a bong, and I just took a really big bong hit with about 30 or 40 milligrams in it, sandwiched in it, and it was one of the best trips I've ever had, actually. Do you need to hold it in? Yeah, to a degree. Usually I try to get it all done in one hit, whatever method I'm doing. There's a couple of methods you can't really do that, but like, so if I'm taking one long ass hit, then usually I've held it in a long time by then anyways. By the time I'm done lighting it, it's like, I need to exhale. So, yeah, just hold it in, like, but don't hold it in till like you're you know, it's sputtering out of your mouth or you're like coughing. Just get it nice and deep, and then it's better to have a hit that doesn't like burn like crazy, like huge hit that burns that you can't hold in. It's not good to have that. It's better to have like a pretty big hit that's like cool and like smooth, and it's not like killing you, so you can breathe it in deep, hold it in deep for like, you know, as long as you can really without it being comfortable. Usually I hold in my hits for like a really long time, but like I have a really big lung capacity, I think. So like usually at least 10 seconds, I think, but I don't know, that might be hard for some people. It's not like weed smoke. It's harsher as you take it in at the beginning, but it doesn't linger. The burn doesn't linger like weed smoke. It's kind of weird. It's more like vapor, taking like a vape hit than it is taking a weed hit, but not quite. It's like in between those. So you just sort of gotta like get used to it, you know, which kind of sucks. If you have someone there to like guide you through it, that would be ideal. Then you can learn like almost like instantly if someone's showing you how to. I had to like figure it out all on my own, basically. Well, I didn't have to, but like I chose to. I chose to be alone. How do you tell breakthrough from big hit? How do you tell if you've broken through or if you need more? I'm not sure if that's what you mean, but like I keep hitting it to like if I'm still like there and like easily able to take a hit, then I'll take another one. But yeah, usually I'll know like how the dose is gonna hit me. So I'll like if I'm doing a dab and I have 30 milligrams in there and I heat it properly, then I know I won't be able to take a second hit. Like I'll definitely break through. Yeah, it's good to assume you're never going to be 100% confident. Yeah, even though there's been a couple trips where I've just felt like on stream, like when I had like the chat with me, for some reason that makes me super confident. And like there's been a couple, the one where the ceiling fan started sucking its own dick. I was like totally confident for that. But and it's weird, like when I'm in that mindset, I'm like, oh, I'll always be confident. Now I get it now. But then it like, you know, I have that bad trip or something happens and it's like, it goes back and forth. It's weird. Like my DMT trips never stay the same for long. Shinzen Tetsu. I got it right the first time. Tualir. Oh, the sobriety thing. What's that guy's name? Maynard? Ray Maynard? Something? I like him in like interviews and stuff. There's a hair on my camera. What is the waiting room? I'm not sure. Yeah, sandwich method is underrated, but make sure you have like if you have a tolerance to weed. I have a really high weed tolerance, so some people, if they don't, the mixture can give a fucky trip. I don't know. For me, it hasn't seemed to be much of a problem, but a lot of people definitely say, some people say don't do it at all. So, you know. But if you have a good weed tolerance, I think the sandwich method is really underrated. Oops, I keep doing that. Alright, I'm gonna get up and we'll go walk around. It's like asking, how do you tell if you're in a dream or a reality? You just know, dude. For breakthrough? Yeah. Oh, the difference in visuals. See, I've never liked the term breakthrough, but I've basically given in and I use it now just because, like, it's. I guess it does make sense, sort of, but, like, I don't think it's like a black and white thing. I think it's like a gradient. Your trips can just be like there's trips where it's like what some people consider a breakthrough, some wouldn't. So the trip just changes a lot if you do like a medium dose, a heavy dose, or a really heavy dose. To me, a breakthrough is like if you're not in your room anymore or wherever you are, whether your eyes are open or closed, it's like a dream. You're somewhere else, like visually. But some people might have a different definition of it. The ceiling fan one, Rampage, that was fun. I wish YouTube would make a lot of things better for the streaming. They will, I think they will. Difference between a high of a DMT pen versus powder. There's a difference between the high of like just different powders, I think. Like every batch seems like it has its own little slight difference to it, maybe. It's hard to say. Maybe it's just me changing. I feel like the pens generally are different, but the pens vary a lot even within themselves, depending on like the actual pen you got. Can really vary the trip. Because DMT, the trip changes a lot depending on how quickly it's heated and at what temperature it's heated at. And different pens, like a lot of people won't believe this, but once I changed pens and I used another one sitting in my drawer, and off of one pen hit, off of a cartridge, one really big pen hit, I blacked out off of one hit. And then some people say you can't break through at all on the cartridges. But the pen itself really, even if they're like rated at the same like ohms or whatever, electric, stats. I don't know the word for it, but like even if they have the same like grading, like different pens can be different. Because like I guess there's not a lot of regulation in the industry. I don't know, but like one pen I used like was really good. Another pen I used is like okay. Some pens are better than others. Oh jeez, you see that? My drink splashed out. Life is fleeting. Nothing matters. Just do good for others and dust away. Fucking A. I'm too Rick. I'm too Rick. What if the reality is always just overlaid with a dream? What if? I don't know. Just got my hands on some free base teams. I can only smoke outside because of living arrangements. Does being outside seriously impact the experience? I don't know, Wanderer. Like, I'm probably not a good person to ask for that. I have weird DMT trips just all together. Sometimes I found that being outside is less visually intense. I guess maybe that's because in my room there's so much shit like going on around me. Like the time I was on the beach and I was looking out at the beach and hit the pen, like everything turned to like wax. The ocean looked like wax, but that's just looking out on the ocean, so it's just like sky and water. And I didn't feel like there was much for my trip to visually work off of, but it's still like a great trip mentally. But if you broke through, it would be different, actually. That's why I'm probably not a good person to ask, because I don't think I've ever broke through outside, which is weird. I should probably do that. I'm taking a trip soon, I think, to Banff. I'm going to drive up to Banff and maybe do my mescaline up there. I got a whole bunch of mescaline, by the way. And I've never tried it, and I'm excited to try it. And that'll make for a good video. Synthetic mescaline, like the same stuff Adam tried in this video. And it's really hard to find, but Dylan came through for me. We'll see. See what happens. From Baltimore, Maryland. The closest I've been to Baltimore, Maryland, I was in Cape Cod. Is that in Maryland or is that in Rhode Island? I was in that area. My stepfather went to University of Providence, so we took like a road trip down there. Let's get a trip of the sun and water. Did I just not get a trip of the sun and water? Oh. Yeah. When I was just looking at the water, it was cloudy, but everything just turned to like Play-Doh. And then a couple walked by me with a dog while I was tripping out. And then this big, like, I don't know what type of dog it was. It looked like a golden retriever, but it was black. And it came up to me while I was tripping out. And I'd like pet this dog and like play it cool. Oh, that's a mod. That's a good idea. It annoys me how you can't kill the children in games. Yeah, I don't know too much about it either. All I know is ever since seeing Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas as a kid, I'm like, I want to try mescaline. So. And I didn't want to eat like piles of cactus. That doesn't sound appealing to me, so the synthetic will be easier to consume, although apparently it does induce a lot of nausea, which I hate nausea. Well, whatever, I'll do it for the video. It'll be hilarious when cops SWAT and search ascended people's areas and communities where bag of wires go haywire with a misstep out of the goodness of all, despite laws. Bag of wires. What's a bag of wire? Mescaline extraction instead of eating cacti. Yeah, that's what I got. It's like the HCl or whatever. No, whatever the stuff Adam had on his channel. Flat coated retriever. Flat coated retriever. Yeah, it seemed interesting. I haven't seen very many dogs like that, but I like golden retrievers. They're super like friendly, but like they have a lot of like health problems, don't they? It's a patois term in reggae. How did you get into that whole lifestyle, Ross? The reggae lifestyle. Like, where are you from? It's just interesting to me. Like, you're consistent with it. It's not like an act. I like it. I always had a cool way of speaking, but I'm just boring. Where do you guys want to go? Let's go see if the Scientology place is open, and see if they let. And I'll walk in there and see if they'll let me film. I was gonna do that last stream, but I forget. I guess I don't know. I forgot to. I got a coming out voice. Or are we talking to me? Oh, well, obviously we're talking to me. It's the only one you guys can hear. Thank you, John. I left. Cool architecture. Oh yeah, Brandon, that's so funny. I was saying it normal the entire night. For some reason, the CT near the end, like, I don't know what it was. Oh, Travolta, probably. Travolta and Cruz. They got to them young, when they were young, and made their lives dope as shit. And then sort of like, yeah, Scientology's awesome. But they're just like brainwashed. Scientology. But don't let me out. Well, I got you guys on stream. So, if anything happens, call the police. Hey, Suburban. It's good. And that's just chilling. I was down here just getting some weed, and I thought I'd stream. And yeah, it's early. Well, fairly early. It's nice out, and I'm in a good mood. And yeah, I think they're closed. It looks pretty dark in there. Should I go in? I should just go in and just ask if I can stream. Like, what are they gonna do? Call the police? Hi. Am I allowed to record myself in here?
Not so much.
Oh, okay. If I did like a personality test?
Yeah, we didn't really do the whole recording thing, but
Yeah.
I give you a personality test.
Okay. I can't bring this in. I'm doing a live stream. Want to say hello?
We didn't really do that. Yeah.
So, this place has always interested me. Like, what goes on in here?
Well, if you go to Scientology.tv, there's a lot of information on there.
Yeah.
Definitely recommend checking that out.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you
Have a nice day. He shut that down pretty quick. They have like a speaker playing out front, and it's just like a guy's voice, and it says like the weirdest shit. It's like, have you always wondered, or like shit like that. Or it's like, do you want to unlock your potential, or do you feel like you can do more? Just like on loop. That didn't look like a church. It looked like a half-empty office building. I don't know if you guys saw in there. They didn't have any lights on. It was creepy. What is that? Like, that guy was like my age. Like, what can he possibly be doing there? I heard it's like a front these days for like a complex like real estate scam thing. I don't even know. But I got into like a big email chain with the head guy there, because I wanted to like go in and like do a video, and like my angle was that I can try bridge the gap between like people's misconceptions about what you guys are, what you really are. Even though I was just like looking to go in there and film just for like it would just make for good content. But I knew they would say no. Like, no one can get like inside of Scientology, let alone me. But it led to like this like 3-week long email chain between like the head of that place and myself, and like he was trying to sell me the whole time. Like, I don't know, it was just totally ridiculous. Like, I made it very obvious I wasn't buying into it, but at the end of every email he's like, he'd send me like a link for like a video or like a book to buy. And it was just like the craziest shit ever. But I guess they just prey on like easily manipulated people. Yeah, that's a thing that happens. Stampedes. I didn't hear about that one, but wasn't there like a really crazy one in like India last year? And people just get like, oh, I was looking up through like sometimes concerts, like you can get like a wave of like people like pushing each other, and like if there's not enough room, like people can get crushed to death in concerts apparently. That's like a thing that happens. And there's like some YouTube videos of like, you can see like waves of people getting crushed because like one person pushes the other, and if there's not enough room, it's like a domino effect of people getting crushed. It's like a thing that happens. It's interesting. Oh, you know what else is interesting? Ant mills. Have you ever looked up an ant mill? Sometimes ants, like, they let off a scent for other ants to follow them. And then sometimes they start going in circles, and then somehow they like start following each other in circles. And then you got like millions of ants like just walking in a circle basically. And they just do that until they die. It's called an ant mill. Look it up. It's you'll go down a rabbit hole. Congolang. I have some G with me from the other night. I'm not sure if I should do that or not while I'm downtown. I think I should. I mean, I think I'm going to, obviously. Once the idea's in my head. You guys see this alley? It's a pink alley. They call it Pepto Alley or some shit like that. I don't know why it's pink. There. I should probably plug my phone in to my power bank. What day is it today? Is it Thursday? Hey Ivan. How goes it? Okay, I'm gonna take you guys off of this take you guys off the what's it called? Gimbal. Honk, honk, honk. There we go. No one streams in Vancouver, so like you stand out so much. Oh, and of course it's upside down. Of course it's upside down. You just stand out so much when you stream in Vancouver because no one does it. Everyone's staring at me. But at least there's a lot of weird people in Vancouver, so I don't feel that weird. Nice, Ivan. How'd it hit you? Sometimes I find 2CB hits me really hard, and then other times it's like, meh. I want to make a break, but I remember the stories of security fucking folks in Nightfall. Oh, hey Dylan. Howdy Sailor.
I got home.
I like that greeting. It's hot out here. Oh yeah, so okay. I was about to do some of that GHB, Dylan. I'm just not sure whether I should or not, even though I already know I'm going to. Hey, Bad Vibes, how's it going? Not a whole lot is up. I just got kicked out of the Scientology place. They didn't let me record in there. I'm gonna go in there though and do the personality test though, I think. And maybe I can audio record the thing. Is that illegal? To audio record someone without them knowing? In BC, does anybody know? It's funny, I'm like, wanna say hello to the stream? He's like, sure. I just turned the camera on his face. That was douchey of me. I shouldn't have done that. He seemed like a nice guy. I feel like the people that aren't in on it are probably just like nice people being taken advantage of. Or he's in on it. In that case, fuck that guy, right? Oh, actually, I want some... Yeah, I'm hungry. I want some fast food. There's a mall over here. I'm summarizing this story right now. Rumors of people defecating and being trapped. It was black sounding. Darkness approached, so I non-poison ivy girls. Ran around full circle, 5 of us in hand. I have an idea of what's going on, I think. It's like reading your messages is like a dream. It's like experiencing a dream. It's like you kind of know what's going on, and it's very colorful and whimsical. Hey Roz, what's your opinion on Chet Hanks? Just because like he's like he considers himself a Rasta, right? And a lot of people like making fun of him in the last couple years. But I'm not sure if he's like serious about it or not. But I like Chet Hanks. He's like, he grows on you, you know? Because after a while, it's like, oh, he's not putting on an act. But I figure you'd have like an opinion on Chet Hanks.
It's supposed to be a 5:30 one.
I'm not like comparing you to Chet Hanks or anything. I don't know any like Rastas, like self-identified Rastas. It's dope. He's super cute. He's interesting, right? And his music's not bad either. He's actually like fairly talented. So I let go, and for all. Get back fucking car here. Anyway, the Cosmic Stage once again, where David S. and we found each other near the shuffle before. Yeah, I've heard. I love him already. Oh, you yet have heard. Hi. How's it going?
Good, how are you doing?
What are
Good.
you filming?
Myself, just streaming.
Oh.
Do you want to say hello to the stream?
Sure.
Say hello to the stream.
Hola.
What's this for?
For Amnesty International.
Oh, okay.
Do you know about us?
I've heard that word before. I'm not sure what it is.
Awesome, that's why we're here. So we're a non-profit organization.
Uh-huh.
We're raising awareness about human rights issues that happen all over the world.
Okay.
Yeah, my name's Jasmine, by the way. What's your name?
I'm Dustin.
Dustin, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What are you live streaming for? If you don't mind, just for fun?
Just for fun, yeah. Just walking around downtown,
Cool,
looking for adventures. Yeah.
That's so cool.
Are you like one of those? I don't do technology. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
The social media people. You know those influencers.
I wouldn't call myself an influencer, no.
Okay.
But I got like a small channel. It's getting bigger though.
Do you
Yeah.
play video games?
I don't.
Oh,
Yeah,
so you
no.
just stream like do some cool stuff, I'm guessing?
Yeah. I just started streaming like this year, basically, and yeah, just wander around and look for adventures, basically. Usually I do it like from my room, but yeah, I like to get out like in Vancouver because I feel like there's not enough like Vancouver streamers.
Yeah,
You don't see any. It's a very underrepresented city.
yeah, I feel that. I mean, I'm from here, so yeah, I get what you're saying. I feel like, yeah, a lot of people aren't as much into that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
May
good for
I
you, that's so
ask?
cool.
What happened to your phone?
How's
Your phone.
It's cracked.
Oh, my phone? I just did that this morning, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I dropped it, but it's fine because the screen's not cracked, so.
So is
It's all
it your
good.
phone or is it your case?
I didn't have the case on this morning,
okay,
but
so
yeah,
it's your
it was the
phone.
one day I took it off. I don't know why I had it off. I think I was
no.
cleaning my phone, and then yeah, I dropped it that day and cracked it.
Oh,
But
no.
it's all good. I don't like this
Um,
phone anyway. I want to replace it, so.
Well, that's a good thing.
Whatever,
Well,
yeah.
and I mean, that's a good thing. Also, sorry, I totally got distracted here. I'm going to show you what we're doing today.
It's all good.
So basically, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but with the COVID-19 pandemic,
Mm-hmm.
millions of children right now, they don't have access to education. So this means they're being forced into things like child labor, marriage as young as 10 years old, just to be able to provide for their families. It's terrible, right?
Obviously, yeah.
Yes, of course. I mean, it would be pretty scary if you said no.
Okay.
Awesome. Yeah, so I'm not here to make you sad. That's not why I'm here. Because to every problem, there is a...
Solution.
Yes, very smart. I can't fist bump or high five,
It's all
but
good.
awesome. So that's what we're doing. We're just sharing what we're doing to help. I find it so funny that you're literally on live stream.
Right, I know.
It's okay.
It's kind of strange.
No, it's not strange. It's just like, I just don't know what, like, it's so
There's
much
only
pressure.
17 people watching you. It's all good.
So much pressure. Okay, awesome. No, so basically what we're doing is we're spreading awareness.
for the weird walk.
We're helping. What we're trying to do. We're spreading awareness. Sorry, what we're trying to do to help them. So we've been putting pressure on the government to give them their basic human rights. So clean water, food, healthcare, education, the basic necessities. It's unfortunate that they don't have them in the first place, but that's
I
what
agree.
we're trying to get them to get their basic human rights, right?
For sure.
The other thing we've been able to do is we've been able to provide legal aid to those that have been falsely imprisoned and get them home to their families. This is awesome work, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure, like everyone else, you want to know how you can help us out today, right?
I mean, maybe.
Maybe, possibly. Okay, cool. I just need 3 things from you, okay?
What do you need?
Ready? I need a hair
think so.
sample, blood sample, and your shoes.
Seriously?
No, I'm kidding. I got you there for a second.
Yeah.
I mean, what would I do with your shoes? No,
I
I'm
don't know.
kidding.
You got me though.
Totally kidding. No, of course not. So what we're actually doing is we're fundraising, of course.
Uh-huh.
So we're getting everyone in the community together to contribute a very small electronic monthly gift via either debit or credit.
Yeah, I'm not able to do that.
Yeah, no worries. I totally
I'm a broke
understand.
streamer, but
But
I know what
this-
Amnesty is
Of
now,
course.
at least.
Yeah, no,
Right?
of course. And
So,
yeah, exactly. And this is the point, spreading awareness.
totally.
There's so many other ways you can help though. If you go to amnesty.ca, you can check us out online. You can sign petitions for free. You can write letters for free. There's a lot of stuff you can
I
do
can
on
sign
there.
petitions all day long. I'm good at that.
Awesome. Yeah, so check out the website and
All right.
you can do it. You can just sit down all day and signing them all.
I will do that.
Also, thank
all
you
right,
so
thanks
much.
again.
It's very
Cheers.
nice to meet you.
Thanks for the information.
No worries.
Have a nice
good
day. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. You get sucked in, and then they suck you in. And then you know it's leading to like money. You know it comes down to money. Made firecrackers, but with Nutella. Oh, is that like firecrackers weed? Like the crackers? Yeah, those jokes kind of fell flat. I think like, I don't know, my awkwardness like rubs off on other people and that makes them awkward. And I think that's what happened there.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's what I'm doing full time right now, and I'm trying to make it my full-time gig. And I'm just growing the channel for the first year, and then next year I'm gonna look at like some premium content and more revenue streams and stuff. But yeah, right now I'm just looking at, just growing the channel. But yeah, I took off a semester of school. Oh, I think I am awkward. I think I am. But like, I don't know, I'm at a point like where like it doesn't bother me awkward. So it's like, other people will get awkward around me, but I just don't care anymore. And if you're an awkward person and then you can do that, then you're golden. You just gotta like embrace it rather than try fight it. But I can be awkward. But yeah, I don't really mind anymore. Alright, there's McDonald's in here. Oh, it's so cool in here. Oh my gosh. Food court. Awkward is okay, I think so. Always money. Well, I mean, I'm 32 years old. I can't, you know, do this for free. It takes up all my time. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the first year, I'm not even gonna look at that. I'm just gonna focus on growing the channel because I think it would kind of be like put off to be like nothing and be like, yo, I want money. But there'll always be free content on YouTube. You know, I've never switched to like all subscription content. I'll just like work harder when that time comes. Not many adventures to be had in Vancouver at this time of day. It gets more adventures in the evening. I hate when people ask me what I'm doing or like what I do, and then like it's always like a really awkward thing. Thank you, Obi-Wan. You seem cool too. I mean, I think you can be cool and awkward. You can be both. Yeah, I don't mind asking my age. Yeah, I'm 32 years old. 32. I'm not young, you know. I can't be wasting my time doing this if there wasn't a payoff. Because I don't have like a degree or like an established career or anything like that. It isn't, but I just sweat profusely. I have a sweating disorder. My sweat doesn't evaporate. It's stupid. Not actually, but I feel like maybe I do. Self-diagnosed. All right, I'll be right back. Discomfort is your friend. That's true. Brogans. I agree. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta use the washrooms. Washroom. You guys don't say washroom in America. Bathroom.
Hello? Where are you? Yeah? How are you? Actually, from up there, I'm just supposed to get in Market to care. Just to let you know, yeah, Market is going to affect home everything.
Someone was telling me the other night that it can be energetic. I'm hoping I get that. I guess I'll get in line. You say restroom? You guys like McDonald's, yeah or nay? This is a good one. There's like not a lot of public bathrooms downtown. There's like 2 that I know of, really. If you gotta go to the washroom and you're downtown, you're like screwed basically, unless you're near one of these bathrooms.
I know that they're not concrete. The job, they don't care, like, they're the company, they don't give me
back the money. Like the company McDonald's give me back the money. So it's in your hand now. Like it's in your hand by money. It's not credit card. They don't care about it. If I call to credit card, they McDonald's charge me double. Then they say we don't care. Like why they charge double? We don't know.
Me neither. I usually get like 2 mains.
I have no proof. Maybe they say you buy 2 times same meal. Like, credit card no.
Because like, why have fry when you can have all burger?
Me like long time ago.
That's my logic.
They don't plan to that decline seal.
You like the junior chickens? I like the junior chickens usually. If I'm getting the cheap burgers. There's something different about the junior chicken and the McChicken. The junior chicken has like a spice to it. My favorite is like a quarter pounder with a BLT quarter pounder though.
There's a big confusion now.
I think they're fairly new, but hi. Can I please just get a Big Mac to go? Just by itself, yeah.
You make decision.
Thank you.
You know, like I have to be here. Right? Not my fault.
Big Macs are good too.
You are the manager. You know about like
Thank you. Have a nice day. Yeah. Are McDonald's real McDonald's? Okay, actually, my ex and I got in a fight over In-N-Out Burger because she's from California, and she was saying like, "Oh, you guys don't have like real burgers up here." And I'm like, "We have real burgers," and she's like, "No, you haven't tried In-N-Out Burger." And so I'm like, "What? You don't think Canada gets good burgers?" And we got into like this big, serious argument. It turned into like a real argument. It was so ridiculous. But I heard they are really good. Why isn't there cheap fast food that tastes good and is healthy? I think it's just like, comes down to like happiness in general requires energy. You know, like anything that humans like requires like energy and work and energy. So like to create something with more energy in it usually requires more energy. So it costs more. It just has something to do with like entropy. It comes down to entropy basically. I bet y'all's way better. No, probably not. I think it's probably the same. Ours is probably the same. Soylent Green is People, though. That's a dope movie. It's one of my favorite, like, old school sci-fi movies. Oh, I should watch Soylent Green tonight. It's been a while. I love that movie, though. It's weird. Spices, salt, fat make things taste better. True. I've been trying to like not to salt my food. Right here. Thank you. Cheers. Alright, let's get out of here. It is a great movie. Whoa. I'm getting wobbly. This place has been under construction for so long. There's just like random people on ladders. It's like every time I come in here, there's construction going on. It's like, how long does it take to build a freaking mall? See, there's just random shit like that going on all the time. Oh, you know what my favorite fast food though is? Taco Bell. I love Taco Bell. And there's never one near me, and I feel like that's on purpose. God's doing it on purpose. If one was near me, I would ruin it. I would have it like all the time and ruin it. Yeah, I like old sci-fi movies. I do wake and bake every day. I do. It is the best fast food, I think. I love it. But one of my favorite movies of all time is it's kind of a sci-fi thriller. I think it's more sci-fi of anything. But The Thing with Kurt Russell. I don't know what it is about that movie, but like I could watch that movie over and over and over again. There's only a handful of movies that are like that for me. Literally only like 5 or 6 I can think of. American Psycho is one. Dumb and Dumber used to be one when I was a kid, but I can't do it anymore. The Thing. The Graduate with Dustin Hoffman for some reason. I love that movie. He's such a good actor in that, and it's like his first like breakout movie. Oh yeah, I know that movie. Jeepers Creepers. We used to watch that at my cousin's house. The Fly is really good too, actually. That movie creeped the shit out of me when I was a kid. Fly. Oh, okay, when I was a kid, I was watching One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest once, and I fell asleep, and then I woke up, and the movie had ended, and I guess The Fly was on, and I thought it was the same movie. And so, like, I always thought One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was, like, a movie about people in a mental institute, and then halfway through it, like, takes a crazy divergence and turns into, like, this movie about a guy who turns into a fly. I thought they were, like, the same movie. But that was, like, I was really young and stupid. Now I'm older and genius. Such a genius. Have I seen Kronos? Is that a superhero movie? I can't watch superhero movies. I don't know what it is. I haven't watched a movie actually in forever. Except, okay, that's a lie. Last night I watched one. But that was literally the first time I watched a movie in like over a year. I watched Pig with Nicolas Cage. Bug, the 1975 movie. I've never seen that, I don't think. Super old. Graduate super old. I think that's from like 67. Dustin Hoffman's like a kid, basically. Made for love. Taco Bell fan over here, yeah. 57? No way. I think Graduate's 67. Because Dustin Hoffman's like, what, 20 years old in that, maybe? And so that would put him born in like 37. Harold and Maude, I've heard of that. Like, I've heard cultural references. But I don't actually know what that is. Is that a sitcom? Big Macs are so good. Yeah, it is very old. I usually don't watch movies that old. I think every era of movies is better than the last 10 years, though. '2000s to 2010 maybe was good for comedy. That's about it, maybe. Compared to other eras, in my opinion. But the last, since like 2010-ish, I don't know what it is. Movies always gotta have like some moral, like, some like moral that relates to like society. It's really annoying, especially lately. Like, you can't just have a comedy about something stupid. Cat Stevens is cool. I could play one Cat Stevens song. Or I could at one point anyways. There's a lot of good street food in Vancouver. It's expensive though. And actually, who was saying earlier, why can't you have something that tastes good, that's cheap and healthy for you? I don't know, but you can have cheap and good, healthy for you, but it won't be good. It seems like you do gotta give up one of the three. Does it? This one was so sloppy, they put on so much like sauce. I think our Big Macs are pretty much the same. Maybe we have different beef sources. Apparently the beef for like Taco Bell is like really low quality, like low grade, like F or some shit. But it's so good. And I know this bomb is fuck. Yeah. I bet it is. Like she's probably right. Like burgers probably are better in America. Okay, it started out because like she's like, I want tacos, and she thinks Taco Bell trash because she comes from California. And so I'm like, I'll take you to the best taco place in Vancouver. I didn't even know what it was. I never get tacos in Vancouver, but went to this one place, and it's supposed to be the best place in Vancouver, and she was really unimpressed. And then we started talking about burgers, and then it turned into a big argument. You don't think we could get good burgers in Canada? So like, what is that, projecting? Defensive projecting? Something like that. Burger and Weedland. Is America Weedland? Canada's Weedland. Yeah, California, I guess, has a lot of like, oh, is it? I imagine Texas has really good food though too, being right on the border. Mexican food anyway. But California's got like everything, I guess, you know. But I imagine Texas is getting more like ethnically diverse. It's probably very ethnically diverse though, right? Yeah. I mean, technically America legalized weed before Canada at state level. It's so weird how I got fucked at the border when I was entering into a state where it was legal. Anyway. Texas turning into micro America. Not very good Thai food. There's some good Thai food here. I've only had it like a handful of times, but what would you call Taiwanese food? It's Taiwanese food, probably. Oh, it's funny you say that, Roz. There's actually a Jamaican food restaurant right around the corner from me, and it's been in my city as long as I've lived here, and I've never gone there. And it says you never see Jamaican food restaurants, and like I always tell myself, I gotta go there. I gotta go there and try some of their jerk patties or whatever they got, beef patties. But yeah, you just reminded me. I'm gonna go. I should go and make a vlog out of it. And then show you the food, and you can tell me if it's good Jamaican food or not. Burritos are so good. There's, what's that place? Taco Del Mar. It's like not Taco Bell. It's like another fast food Mexican restaurant. But it's so bad. It's so bad. Like, it's beyond terrible. Like, I don't get it. I don't get how they stay in business. Sleepy Weasel. Night Weasel. I mean, it's in the name. It's in the name. It is great weather. Great weather. Not too hot out. Still sweating my ass off. I can't stand the heat. But yeah, it's nice. Nice day. I always like looking over at the shipping crates at the docks. Sometimes industrial stuff looks scenic. You guys know what I mean? Like, I always thought power lines looked cool. Like, they look good. I'm getting African food. Get the Yolof rice and goat curry. I'll keep that in mind if I ever am getting African food. I don't see many African restaurants. There is some though, actually. There's some South African restaurants specifically. This is actually, we're actually in Sydney. See, it's the Sydney Opera House over there. It's not, but it looks like it. It looks like a miniature, cheap version. If you glance at it quickly and say it's the Sydney Opera House and look away, people are like, okay, I guess it was. Sorry, I didn't want to show you because that girl was there, but you see? It's not really. It vaguely looks like it. Well, I turned all, see? Sorry, I won't do that. I want to travel, but like, a lot of people keep telling me to go to like Australia. And like, I'm sure it's really fun, but I don't feel like it would be different enough from Canada if I'm gonna be flying that far. Like, that's an expensive flight. If I'm gonna be flying that far, I'd rather go to like India or something, you know? Actually, specifically India or Pakistan. Like, I heard Pakistan. You're supposed to say Pakistan. Apparently, I said Pakistan once, and someone told me you're not supposed to say Stan, it's Stan. So I don't know if I sound stupid saying Pakistan, but I think that's the proper way. But that looks like a really fun country to visit. My grandma said India is her favorite country, and she's been to over 100 countries before she died. So I feel like I should go there just for that alone. She's a smart woman. But also I love like Indian people and Indian culture. Vancouver, yeah. Vancouver's a landmass wise. It's actually the most densely populated city in Canada. I think our cities are just pretty big in general, but Vancouver, relatively speaking to other cities in Canada, is small landmass wise. But it's like, it sort of connects to Burnaby, which connects to like New Westminster, which over the bridge, and it connects to Surrey. Sort of like a greater Vancouver area, but Vancouver City itself like compared to Toronto, if you look at Toronto on Google Maps, it's like, I remember flying in from Toronto. I used to live like 3 hours away, so sometimes you'd fly there. And it's just like subdivision after subdivision after subdivision after subdivision. It's so huge compared to like Vancouver, landmass wise. But yeah, Vancouver's a dope city. I'm actually not, I don't live in Vancouver, I live in White Rock. You'll find that about half an hour south of Vancouver. I just say Vancouver because like when I say White Rock, people are like, where's that? And then I have to explain it. And it's easier this way. Hey, isn't it? How's it going, man? Good to see you here, homie. The pyramids would be dope. Okay, this might be an unpopular opinion, but I don't I don't find the pyramids that impressive. Hear me out. People always say, okay, you gotta be there, you gotta see them in person. It's like, I extrapolated for that, you know? Like, still, people say, okay, some people say with current technology, we couldn't build the pyramids today with current technology. I think that's complete bullshit. That is total bullshit. We can build the pyramids today. We definitely could do that. And it doesn't surprise me that humans could be forced to build something that impressive, I guess is what I'm saying. Because I could just imagine like how cruel and how many people they force to work on it. You get like thousands and thousands of people like pushing stones together, you know? Grand Canyon, that's something that like really I feel like cameras don't do justice. I would love to see, I bet Grand Canyon would be more interesting to see in my mind than the pyramids. I don't know. To me the pyramids just, I don't know, what's that argument that like we can't build the pyramids today with current technology? Is that true? Thanks for subscribing, Max. Appreciate you. Like we can put a man on the moon. Like we can build electric cars and shit. I'm pretty sure Elon Musk could figure it out. Like, I could build them if I had enough time. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kind of kidding, but I'm kind of not. Stonehenge? What came first, Stonehenge or pyramids? Stonehenge came first, right? I disagree. You know, my argument for that has always been if the Russians don't debate the moon landing, then, you know, why should anybody? The Russians don't even debate it. They are dope. But yeah, just some people are like, they're like the pyramids. We couldn't build them today. It was like they're beyond human ingenuity. Aliens had to do it. They're so impressive. It's like, yeah. Like to me, what's more impressive? You know what's great is I don't know how to pronounce it. Chichen Itza. I'm not sure, but it's that like Aztec, like small city, I guess it was. I don't know, but it's like way up. Donna, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. Sometimes the most boring, obvious answer is just the way it is. It's just, to me, I can see, like, I can extrapolate in my mind the technology required to get to the moon. Like, there's not one part of that trips me up, like, wait, we can't do that. I'm not saying I know how all the technology works, but every individual part of it, if it were explained to me, I'm sure I would. It's just the way technology works, like the way humans pass knowledge on to each other, and the system we have for like verifying all that. But there'd be conspiracy around that. There just have to be like way too many people involved, and you can't get humans to like work together on anything, let alone something like evil. You know, like how many people would it take to keep the moon landing a secret? Like, here, a better example is like some more other conspiracies, like the one that really bothers me is like Paul McCartney's died in 1964 or whatever, and he was replaced by Billy Shears, some guy who looks exactly like Paul, and he's also just as musically talented. But that's a good example of like what's something that's wrong with all conspiracies, pretty much. It's like, for that to be true, all of Paul's friends, John, Ringo, George, all of his family, everyone that knew him, all his work, like he probably knew 1,000 people or more. They would all have to be in on it, and that shut them all up. Someone would have proof, you know. I thought that one was a joke. I met this kid at a party and he's telling me about that. I'm like, no, you're kidding me. He's like, no, seriously. And he got his poor girlfriend in on it too. And then I looked it up when I got home, and there's a big thing. The moon landing is I'm not like comparing to that. That one, like, there's some stuff that's like, it's a more plausible conspiracy theory, I would say, but I don't see any I've never came across a piece of evidence that put it into question for me. Yeah, that's true. The ocean. I want some better footage of like a giant squid. Those things are dope as fuck. The pyramids are also a perfect scale representation of the Earth. The height multiplied by 43,000 is the polar diameter, and the base multiplied by 43,000 is the equatorial diameter. The height multiplied by 43,000. Well, let me try to figure out what that means. The height multiplied by 43,000. Polar diameter. Base multiplied by 43,000. I can't work out what that means in my head, but yeah, there were some pretty smart folk. Those Egyptians, I will say. Do I practice glossolalia? It's non-religious speaking in tongues. I don't. That's very interesting, though. I've never heard that word before. Glossolalia. Glossolalia. It's interesting. What would that even be, non-religious tongues? Like, what is a tongue exactly? So much to discover out there. There it is. I feel. Yeah, ocean fish remind me of aliens. The way they move. Yeah. The ocean's weird. You know what I was thinking is like the way creatures look on Earth probably has a lot to do with like our gravity. I feel like if the gravity was even off by like a little bit, things would look a lot different. So I was thinking like, why aren't there like massive animals? I won't get into that, but it all comes down to gravity basically. Because like the energy required to like sustain something that big. wasn't feasible at a certain point. But then they used to have dinosaurs that were like fucking huge. Why did dinosaurs get so huge? And why is nothing that big now? Do you guys think there's life on Titan or Europa? There's like oceans of water. But knew what they'd find when they found it, which is why some. Yeah, I think it was more about like prestige than about like. Well, that's the thing with space exploration. Just getting to the moon, develop our technology enough. Like if we never went to the moon, like we wouldn't try be going to Mars, you know? It's like, it seems very pointless, but it's just like baby steps, and like it's about something way bigger than like our lifetimes, you know? It's interesting how humans like set up for future generations, like beyond like when any of us will be alive, you know? Like obviously nothing amazing is going to come from space technology like in our lifetimes, but one day, like maybe hundreds of years from now, it'll lead to like colonizing space. A lot of times it's just about exploring technology and not knowing what it's going to bring, but it's just like knowing it'll bring something. That's sort of like what crypto is like. Black swallower. Is that? Oh, one of those fish with the crazy teeth. There's a lot of weird ass fish. You know what I hate is like fish. There's some fish pictures with like human teeth. I don't know what that is, but that creeps me out. Like a cephalopod hallucination. I'll check it out when I get home. It's kind of difficult on my phone. That sounds familiar though. Take the aliens out of the infant ocean in a tiny cage. Yeah, that's true. Like after seeing everything in the ocean, there couldn't be a creature like that would like freak a human out, you know? Like the ocean's pretty much as weird as it gets. Like insects even. Oxygen in the air. That makes sense. Fish with legs and arms and a brain. Or like, we always assume too that like, well, I don't know. Maybe this is a dumb thing to say. I think it might be. But we assume that, like, what if there's a planet out there with no oxygen in the environment, but whatever is there adapted to breathe like methane? Like, you always hear like water and oxygen are the building blocks of life, like on Earth. But is there something huge I'm missing there? Or is there some way we know that water and oxygen is like universally like a requirement for life? Like evolution would be totally different if there's, I don't know. Oh hey, Andreas, how's it going? Yeah, for Europa. Love you too. I love listening to your talks. It's good to see you here. Doesn't look like that. Mud daubers. Yeah, Roz, I had some of those I used to live like in this boiler room closet, basically. It was my old room, and like there was shit living in my walls, and there's mud daubers one year, and they basically look like hornets, but the middle of their body is like it's like as thin as a pin, you know, or like the lead of a pencil width. It's very, very weird, and they like burrow through your house, and they like eat basically your house and then spit it out and like burrow into your house basically. And they were like burrowing into my wall one summer, and I could just hear them scratching all day long, like it was so annoying. I hate mud daubers. Oh, the blue shimmering. What's with those? Okay, what's with silverfish? Do you guys know what those are? They're like little, like, they look like, they're really weird. They're insects, but they look like they're like floating almost. I don't know. They look like little like salamanders kind of, but they like glide across the floor. They're really nasty. And they look like they're in water for some reason. Sharks are like big alien ships. That's true. That's true. I like. Do you guys ever like get? Okay, I have this weird like phobia about seeing massive objects underwater, like man-made objects. Like I don't know what that is, but like footage of like a ship's propeller, for example. Like they'll be like 20 feet in diameter or something, or like seeing those like underwater like oil rigs that like have shit like 1,000 meters down, like on the ocean floor. But like seeing like huge man-made objects underwater, it gives me like a unsettling oh, there's a word for that. Thank you, CJ. Submechophobia. That's exactly it. That sounds exactly like what I'm talking about. It's a thing. There's a phobia for everything. Submechophobia. Yes, I have it. Slightly. It's not like a serious thing or like a hindrance. Sure. Have you heard Bob Lazar talk on Joe Rogan? Who's that again? That's not the mushroom guy, is it? Mud daubers are my friends. They're annoying though. They're scratching my walls. Big salado. Yeah, I don't like anything in the deep water ocean. Okay, Pokemon. Anytime it refers to spiritually inspired speech given by the Holy Spirit. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Whenever I hear a word that I don't know. Well, that's not true. Never mind. I almost lied. Yeah, it freaks me out. Humans ain't supposed to be there. That's sort of like what that submechophobia thing ties into. It's like, it shouldn't be there for some reason, or it's just like, I don't know, just massive man-made objects, like, just seem like daunting for some reason. Like, I was looking at this short documentary about, you know in The Simpsons, you know the power plant, how they have, like, the big tubes? Or, like, the big cones? Those are, like, cooling towers, I guess. And all the heat, I guess, dissipates and then, like, floods down the sides or something like that. I don't know the science behind it totally, but I was watching a documentary on those things, and, like, the guy was just standing inside of one. And it gave me that feeling, too. Just, like, seeing huge man-made structures. I don't know what it is. It just makes you feel insignificant for some reason. It's a subreddit? I'm gonna have to look that up. It's like, it's a fear sort of thing, but it's also like satisfying to see at the same time. It's weird. 3 heart and octuple. 3 hearts. What's your guys' favorite Pokemon? I always liked Abracadabra. And then Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. Or something like that. It's been a while. Thalassophobia, what's that? Oh, hey, Alan. Oh, I saw you earlier. I meant to say hello, but I forgot. Thalassophobia. What is that? That one sounds familiar. Wears a skull on its head and carries a bone. I don't know. Is that like new school? I only know like the original ones. They got so many new ones now. Cumcock City. No, what's that? Very Vertigo. Yeah, I know what you mean. Those are like the original Pokemon movies, like way back then. I remember the first like Pokemon movie that came out. It was about like Mewtwo. I was in like grade 6. That was so long ago. It's what my one Pokemon story. When I was in grade 6, we got Pokemon cards right when they were like huge, in like 1998 or some shit like that. And like, I opened my first pack. I didn't get anything. Like, I think I got like from a Chop, some trainers, some energy cards or whatever. Nothing cool. My brother first pack, Charizard. It's a fucking Charizard. It's the very first pack. It's the rarest card ever. Piss me off. I would have been happy for him if I got something decent. All you do is ask why you come. What is that? Is that like a show or a... Oh, am I in Cumcock City? I thought you said, have I seen it? No, I'm in Vancouver. Cumcock City sounds awful. Lunatone, see, that's one of those new ones. Yeah. I've always hated my brother since that moment. No. Actually, I don't remember actually feeling bitter about it. I think maybe I probably was a little bit, but it's just funny. Crackbone. Do you guys remember Pogs? My brother and I were really big into Pogs when we were like really young, like 4 and like 6. Basically, Pogs were little round pieces of this felty cardboard. And they had different logos on them. And then you had slammers. They were like round and they were made of plastic or metal. You can get the metal ones. Those were cheap as fuck. But to play Pogs, you stack up the Pogs and you slam it with the slammer. And then all the Pogs that flip over, those are yours. It was one of those things that no one ever played. People just collected them. And then also marbles was a thing that we collected. And you had every like playground had their own currencies basically, and certain marbles would be the rare ones. But Pink Panthers were the rare ones at my school. If you had a mint Pink Panther, you were like king shit. Spaceys, ketchups. Marbles were dope. I remember one time I had like a big horsehair, which is like a clear marble with a very thin thing in the middle. And I was playing marbles with an older kid. I was in like grade 4, and he won. And so he won my horsehair. and I cried. I remember I cried and got the teacher's attention, and the teacher made him give them back to me. And I remember that. I totally did that. I cried and got my marble back. And I remember I remember him specifically saying, "I won fair and square." And in hindsight, he did. He totally won fair and square. Like if I won, I would have kept his marble. It's the fear of things underwater, not necessarily human things. Oh, big fish or something. For some reason, for me, it's only human things. Because anything else is like, it just seems like it should be there. Like a cave or hey Jordan, I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. We should bring pogs back. And slammers. Yeah, remember sometimes you get the cheap ass slammers, they were like a 1/4 inch thick of metal. And then some would be like, just like plastic. It's like such a difference. And there's different types. There's series. There's like the bad news ones. There's the Rasta ones. There's a lot. The bad news ones are cool. Look up bad news pogs. Those are some cool pogs. About to get medicated. Anyone got a good song play? Yeah. Listen to Milkman by Deerhoof. Or Man of Oil by Animal Collective. He beat me to it. Oh, so everyone beat me to it. I'm so far behind. Has anyone heard of Deerhoof? I just discovered them recently. And they've been around forever. But they're a really cool band. The song Milkman I'm addicted to. Or listen to Army of Me by Bjork. That's a really cool song. I love Bjork. Cheater, yeah, I cheated. I didn't technically cheat. I just cried and got my way because I was younger. Feel like taking more of the penis envy tonight? When was the last time you did them? I really wanted to get high today too, but I just decided to put it off. I got this hit of like really strong acid. The one hit is supposed to be 250 micrograms, and the print is like really nice. It's like pink, and it just, I don't know. I wanted to eat it so bad today, but I'm like, might as well go off. Oh, the mini M&M containers, the little cylinder. I used to have a big sack because I used to be so good at marbles. Because every time I lost, I would just cry. Get the teacher's attention. Lurking since you're cooking. What are you cooking, Jordan? Sunbeam sound machine? I don't think I have. Yeah, I hate flies. Oh man, OB1. Okay, like house flies are annoying as shit. I don't get many at the house I'm at now, but fruit flies at the place I'm at now are so bad. And ever since I started drinking smoothies too, because apparently they breed like in your drains. That's why they're always near the kitchen sink. And one morning I came in like a few weeks ago into my kitchen, and there's literally like 200 fruit flies, like overnight. They just came out of nowhere. My whole house is like infested with fruit flies. It was crazy. So I just got one of those like fly tapes and just put it over the drain, and it pretty much fixed that in about half a day. Just get the fly tapes. They're gross to have hanging around, but like they work. Also, I got a bug assault. It's a gun that shoots salt at flies, and I had it for like weeks, and I'm like, this thing's awesome, but I never actually shot a fly with it. And then the other day there was a fly in my kitchen, and I shot it, and it just like, it hit it, and it just kept flying. I'm like, oh, okay, so it doesn't even kill them. Can I take acid whenever? No, you can't. There is definitely a tolerance. Absolutely. Sometimes I try balance like a frequency with like the intensity but I want to make videos too. So like, if I wait like a couple weeks, or like, yeah, most of the tolerance will be gone. But if I wait like a month, it'll be even noticeably better. And then I feel like even then, that's probably only gets rid of like 90% of the tolerance. Like another month to get that last little bit, but like if you do it the next day, then you'll have to like more than double up. For me, it seems like even more so than that. Like it's never worth it for me doing shit the next day. Sometimes like the earliest I'll do acid after tripping is like 3 or 4 days if it lines up for like on a day where like I really want to, but then I'll just have to do like a whole bunch to even get. Or yeah, you can write your own rule book too. That's it's like I don't know if that's what you meant, Hudson, but I feel like with DMT that's like how it should be. Like there's all these arbitrary rules about DMT. You can't do this and that with DMT. Like, really? I do all the time. Spiders are terrible. We do need to take action against wolf spiders in particular. I don't mind spiders in a web. These motherfuckers don't have webs because they hunt their prey like a wolf. And wolf spiders in BC, they're fucking huge for some reason. The place I'm at now, I don't see them ever, but my place in Langley, God, they're taking over my house. And their eyes like glow in the dark green. You can see like their eyes when it's like dark in your room. And if you don't kill them, they scurry away really quick. So you have to make sure you kill it. And if you don't, it'll like scurry away. And then I feel like they're plotting their revenge. As Captain Save-A-Ho alluded to. They do plot. After a dose, wait a good week or two, yeah. 1 month better for sure. Yeah, I feel like 2 weeks will get rid of like 75% of the tolerance, maybe 60%. A month will get rid of like 90. And then like if you want to get rid of like it all, you have to take like a good like couple months off, I feel like. For me anyways, that's how it is. Just like that last like 5%, I feel like it takes like a long time. Acid is so good. I should like, I don't know. I'm taking a break now because I want to do the mescaline soon. And I want to, everyone has their own rules on Dimitri. Yeah, but like, even online there's like a general rule set that some people seem to follow. I don't know why, like, I feel like this should just be treated like other, I feel like the more people talk about and experiment with DMT, the better it is, because it's like a good thing, and that'll show if it's just put out there more. Like sort of like any publicity is good publicity sort of thing, to a degree. Spiders like acid, probably. The windows, operates as a reflects our moon. DMT since I died the trip. Yeah, well, sometimes a trip can like really make you gun shy. I've never died in a trip. I've realized. We had this conversation the other day. I've never died. Sometimes I felt like I fucked my body up physically, but I've never felt like I actually died. Yeah. There's rules like that, and then also like never mix, like, some people say never mix alcohol and DMT, which I agree, for a lot of people that seems to be something fucky, but there's nothing scientific like between that reaction that says you shouldn't do them. You know what I mean? Like, the way they say the rules, they say it like it's there shouldn't be rules unless there's science behind it, really, for those sort of things. Like, I don't think there's anything. I don't know. I shouldn't say, like. I should be careful what I say, just because like I know alcohol and DMT is fuck you for a lot of people, but it's not like. I don't know. I'm not very articulate right now. I feel just like it's different for everyone. You gotta know yourself. It's really hard to give advice for DMT because I feel like to a degree there's a little bit of self-discovery you gotta do. You know, you can't have it all figured out before you do a trip, you know. Part of figuring out is like it can't be explained to at a certain point. I'm not sure, Ivan. Anytime I've gotten chonga, I've just gotten it off the dark web, and I've known the concentration. I was actually thinking of making some enhanced leaf with the little bit of DMT I got left, because I got like pure ISO, and I could just use weed or like I don't know. After you jump enough times, jumping is the same as walking. I used to have a recurring dream for about a year or 2 years where I would appear in a random spot in my city and I could jump like 50 feet in the air. It was like a moon, like a super moon, like super low gravity. And I had the same dream like once a week, every week for like 2 years. And I would wake up and it'd be so convincing that I wake up in the first like 20 minutes of being awake, I'd be like, oh, I can't wait to jump around today. And I'd get up and I'd be walking around and I'd be like, oh wait, I can't. And it's like every time it would convince me that it was real. I haven't done that. Or have I? I forget. I've either done Syrian Rue in DMT or Hormalas in DMT. I've had Chonga with some sort of MAOI in it. I have Syrian Rue at my house actually. That's just been sitting in my cupboard. And I think maybe, see, I'm not sure what I want to do with my last little bit of DMT. I have about 100 milligrams left. And I'm thinking that that's about the dose you need for Paramawaska, right? 100 milligrams DMT and some Syrian Rue orally. I should do that tonight, almost even, maybe. Oh, I'll make more. I have more than that actually, but some of it's like this yellow shit that I've had really weird trips off of. Actually, when Taze was over on the trip chat, the guy who was sitting on the couch with me, he's the first person who said who related to this, and actually it gave me a relief because I thought maybe it's something wrong with my DMT or it's just me, but like the trip I did downtown DMT trip, the video is called, I like smoked and I felt like something was caught in my head and like growing in my head, and then like I explained that to Taze and he's like, yeah, I've gotten that too, and it just feels like a pressure behind like your eyes, sort of like in your forehead, and it's all you can feel is this pressure in your head, and you get these like weird, not very interesting visuals, and you just feel that pressure in your head for like 5 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes maybe, and it slowly dissipates, and that's the trip. And I've had that like 3 times now, and it's the worst fucking feeling ever. It feels like you're having like a fucking aneurysm or some shit. I don't know what an aneurysm is, but like it's beyond a physical hallucination. and he had some sort of theory loosely, like maybe something like there's a lot of blood in your head, like blood pressure, high blood pressure causes that or something like that when you take the hit. I feel like it has something to do with that. I don't know if anyone can relate to that, but it's I've only gotten it from a yellow DMT, and it's like scared me off of it. I hate it though. It's terrible. Unless it's hungry. Doesn't the homie Joe me? What's up, Sanaya? That's me. I feel like with bears, you just have to be lucky, sort of. Because if the bear's hungry, you're fucked. And then also, like, some bears are just like assholes. Like, bears have different personalities. But that would be the last animal I'd want to run into, I think, in the wild. It's like a grizzly. Or wait, no. No, that's not true. That's the last animal I'd want to fight if I had to fight an animal. But they're probably more docile than, like, a lion or something. A lion would fuck your shit up so quick. But like you'd need like I wouldn't even trust like a Magnum with like a grizzly. Like if I were like camping in Alaska or some shit, or BC even, I would want nothing less than like a shotgun. I have this story, Alaskan Bear Stories. It's like a collection of stories, just basically excerpts of people's stories with bears. And there's this guy, he's explaining how the bear was like tearing his shit up, and he ripped his scalp off, and he had a scalp in his mouth, and he was like swinging the guy around by his scalp. It's gnarly. He sold pogs to neighbors. The neighbor get rev, and said thought I kept my best flippers. Are they worth anything? Pogs? Where are you from, Jordan? I love Canada. Depends, like... No, Canada's pretty dope all around. Yeah. I think. I mean, people always find something to complain about, but I think mainly I just like it for its laws. These laws are, relatively speaking, pretty... Like, I just don't have to worry about a lot of the shit I did. Iowa, that isn't too far, yeah? That's just south of Minnesota, is it? Or it goes Indiana, and there's Iowa around there. I don't know. My U.S. geography is pretty good, I think, for a Canadian. The Headless Valley? I'm not sure if I heard it. Richmond, BC is tight? Richmond's cool. I never heard people say that. Because Richmond's more like, it's a lot of industrial there, and then it's like residential. There's like some cool parks and stuff in Richmond. Just seems like no one ever like hangs out in Richmond. No one was ever like, let's meet in Richmond. But yeah, I was in Richmond today. I got to catch my SkyTrain in Richmond at Bridgeport. It depends where you drive through. Like, I like Richmond because it's very, like, I'm a minority in Richmond. That's why I like it down there. It's like the only place I can go where, like, you just don't see many white people. Well, I guess there's some Indian sections of Surrey that are like that too. Richmond's got really good pho restaurants. I would recommend living in Canada. Yes. It depends. Like, the USA is better for, like, if you want the most opportunities at the top of any field, America has more for that. Also, like, I feel like Toronto is probably maybe the only city in Canada that's, like, that matches the, like, the intensity level of, like, big cities in America. There's a lot more, like, big city energy spots in America. Like, Vancouver's not really like that. It's a big city, but, like, it doesn't feel big like Toronto does. But then that could be a good thing too. It depends, like, I think America would be a better place to visit, and I think Canada would be a better place to live. I'm just putting that's just me. For my lifestyle. Because, like, America's probably more interesting, but Canada's more like, it's good in more boring ways. Like, I like our laws, and, like, our healthcare is nice. We don't have to worry about certain stuff, and I guess that's what you get with, like, some socialized aspects of government. The American definition of, like, socialism is so, like, warped. Not all Americans, but, like, there's, like, a propaganda machine basically against, like, socialism. But, like, definitely some socialized aspects of government I think are a good thing. For health support, it is good. It is really good. Like, I've stayed in a hospital for, like, 5 nights in, like, critical care, like, hospital ride, like, surgery, everything. I have surgery on my wrist, like, several times. It cost me, like, $0, you know. You don't pay anything for healthcare pretty much, but you do pay for it. It's just, like, it comes out of our taxes. We're probably taxed more than Americans, which, like, I guess it's like the government sort of forces us to be responsible. You know what I mean? But there's a big misconception about, like, socialized healthcare, that it's like we don't get as good, like, quality medicine and stuff like that. That's totally not true. There's some debate as to, like, American healthcare at the very top. Like, America's like this in a lot of ways. I find they have, like, the best of everything and, like, the worst of everything. Like, if you want the very best healthcare for something and you got the money, you could probably find a better specialized clinic in America than in Canada. Yeah. But then I was looking at, like, cancer survival rates, so I was interested in comparing, like, healthcare. And apparently, okay, people with cancer in Canada live, like, slightly longer, but then in America there's, like, like, the median's different. Like, the top percent gets better, and then the bottom percent is worse off. But then the average Canadian is, like, better. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, that's, like, what I was just saying. Like, America has, like, the best of everything, and then like there's like no middle ground. There's like a bigger gap between things, I guess. And that's sort of like what makes, I feel like America's more interesting because of that mindset. It's like they're more like Canada's just more like boring, like wants to make everything even, which, like I said, might make for a better place to live, like less stressful, but like, I don't know. Canadian culture is kind of like, America has a lot of culture. America has great music. Like, America's like several countries in one. I guess Canada's like that too. Like, you can go like up in Nunavut. There's like Eskimos. It's like Quebec, but yeah, it should be like it shouldn't be like healthcare shouldn't be someone's responsibility when there's people that are subject to poverty, because it makes like fulfilling that responsibility more difficult for some people, you know. And something like healthcare shouldn't be easier for some people than others, in my mind. But, you know, I won't get into that whole debate. I think generally, pretty much everyone agrees on the whole situation. America's full spectrum, yes, and everything. Like, I love America. I really do. Most of my friends probably are like American, if you like count like online friends. Like, I love the internet so much. Like, holy shit. Where would I be without the internet? I'd be so lonely. Like, if I had to move somewhere else, like right now, I'd be American. Yes, that's a good way to put it.
Let's go.
Skateboard tricks. I lost my skateboard. He waved to the camera. Got him. Scoundrels. Okay, have you guys seen that footage recently of that moose? Yeah, it does suck. I don't know where it is. It might be in my room somewhere. I gotta get another one though. I love that thing. I like fingerboards. I've never longboarded, but like I like longboards. I've only ridden. Okay, I've ridden a longboard once, really high on E. We were like just riding around Vancouver once years ago, high on E on these longboards with gel wheels. It was so fun. A nice longboard on like smooth pavement is really satisfying. But I skateboarded when I was growing up, and then I just sort of stopped at one point, I guess. Basically skateboarding goes like as far as like, you can't get good without like committing a lot and like risking a lot. And like, I wasn't that passionate about it. I wasn't ready to like break my ankles and shit. But yeah, I tried getting back into skateboarding about 2 years ago. The skate park near my house is a few blocks away, and there's a video of Andy Anderson actually shredding it up there on YouTube. It's a nice little skate park. It's small. It's close by, that's the main thing, but I was dropping in a quarter pipes and stuff, and like I do like rock stars and stuff. I was doing that. That all came back to me, but like when I slipped and hit the pavement, it was so much different. As a 31 I would have been, or 30. As a 30-year-old hitting the pavement, as opposed to being like 15 or something and hitting the pavement. I don't know what it is. The ground has either gotten harder or just like I've gotten weaker or something. Or I don't know, maybe it's just like being a bit taller every inch. That's another thing, dude. I'm like almost 6'3", and that really makes skateboarding difficult. Being short is definitely a huge advantage for skateboarding. And yeah, tall guys always break their wrists skateboarding. But like literally, like every inch, like being 6'3" as opposed to being like 6 feet even, and falling, plus 3 inches of like speed you pick up, it like really makes a difference. Did I really? I'm sorry. What did you say though? No, I did. I think I did. I apologize. Sincerely. I vaguely remember that. And I feel like I was half joking, but if I came off seriously, I apologize. He believes leaving the skim boards in the forest and really drinking beautiful moisture, perfect spot for ultra dank mobile raves. Yeah, there are a lot of good raves here apparently. I realized I have to fast forward when I leave for a bit. Yeah, I think the stream, like, I'm not sure if it's my output connection or like, or if it's your connection lagging behind, but I don't know, something's lagging. I said you were fake laughing. I was also joking. Oh yeah, I remember you said that. And in hindsight, I probably didn't have very much context to go off of. Like, I feel like if I was more attentive to what you were saying and like the context of when you said that, I probably would have caught on that was a joke. But yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't remember being like that serious about it. I think like I was like half joking too in a way, but like I vaguely remember that. It's pretty fucked up. Oh, okay. You gotta eat firecrackers. Is that like where you put the weed on a cracker with like cheese or peanut butter and microwave it? Beanie, where are you from? And what's the name Cleanie mean? Alright, let's move. I feel like walking. My back's getting sore. Oh, New Brunswick. Stonaketchee. I like that. That's where most of my names come from. It's pretty much why I chose Junk Rod Trader. Other than it being a Elliott Smith reference, my second criteria is like, it just sounds good. Doesn't mean really anything. New Brunswick. I've never been past Quebec. That's the furthest east I've been is Quebec City in Canada. But I would like to visit the Maritimes sometime. Actually, I was looking at plane tickets because I was thinking of doing travel vlog, but I was looking if there's any place cheap I can go to right now because money's a bit tight. And basically nowhere in the world's cheap right now to fly to, but Canada, across Canada, for whatever reason right now, like dirt cheap tickets. You can get like round trip pretty much anywhere in Canada for, well, depending on when you go, you can probably find like tickets. Well, across the whole country, it'd probably be a couple $100 or something. But like to Alberta or like Saskatchewan even, I don't know why I would do a travel vlog to Saskatchewan, but the tickets are like so cheap. They're like $50. Or like to Edmonton, it was like $40 or something crazy like that. I don't know what that is. I guess ticket prices are all out of whack. I'm not sure. Just Air Canada. I just went on Air Canada and they had a whole bunch of. I just sorted by like. It's so annoying sorting ticket prices on airline websites. They just like make it so hard to just sort by like ticket price and like in a certain location. I don't know. They just make it really difficult, and I feel like they just do it in a way that maximizes their money. But anyways. I did that, and all the places that came up at the top were like places in Canada, and they only show you the top 50, so it was annoying. I'm like, okay, what about outside of Canada? So it just showed me the cheapest plane tickets on the whole website, and the top 50 were all like in Canada. There's a couple to like Fort Lauderdale or like Orlando, and those are also cheap, like a couple $100. But yeah, like Vancouver to Edmonton was like $40 or something crazy like that. I bet people cross Canadians as they hear them say sorry in a booth. You know what's funny is like Americans control the media, so you guys control how the world sees Canadians. Because the world sees Canadians how like they're portrayed in American media. But it's always been, you guys always said it's a boot. But we don't go ooh. It's more of an o. A boot. Ew. It's like A-B-O-U-E-T. But we definitely do say out weird and sorry and bagel pasta. And we definitely do say A lot. Some Canadians are in denial. You'll see some Canadians be like, we don't say A. That's just like a stereotype or something. But it all became very clear when my ex is from California. And every time I said out or about or sorry or bagel, bag. Apparently I say bag weird. He says like bog, apparently. Bog, bag. I don't know. But yeah, she pointed out, or she made it clear that I definitely sound funny. The Oddcast podcast. What's up, Buck? Thank you. Sorry. Oh, hey, I missed your first. What's up, Buckshot? How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, true, we do say A. Yeah, the Canadian accent's interesting. It definitely exists. And it's okay. Canadians have trouble differentiating between the American and Canadian accent because we're exposed to American media all day long. So we hear a lot of both. In our everyday life, we hear a lot of Canadians, and every time we turn on a TV, we hear American accents. And they're similar enough where it just like blends together. But when an American hears a Canadian speaking, it's like they're not exposed to that very often, typically. So I find Americans are a lot better at picking up on the differences between our accents than the average Canadian is, just because we're exposed to so much American media. But then like once you start like recognizing the differences, there's certain sounds like the long A sound or like the OU sound. The name of my channel, it's above all it's a reference to Elliott Smith. He has a song Junk Bond Trader, and I wanted it to be that. And he only had like 4 or 5 songs that were like proper nouns. And none of the other ones they're either probably already taken or Junk Bond Trader is the most interesting one. And that's pretty much it. I just like the way it sounds. It's weird enough that it gets people like wondering, like, this guy doesn't look like he trades junk bonds. And I just like it because it's weird. It's got a nice ring to it. Ellie Smith reference. That's pretty much it. Yeah. My favorite food? Hard to say. I love ribs, pork back ribs, tacos, chicken wings. I love chicken wings. I do. I love video games. I haven't played much this year, but not as much as I get older. It's sad. They get less entertaining as I get older. Yeah, I know. That's just like immature, totally. It's like you can't take anyone serious. It's like grow up. Like a well-adjusted adult probably would have a different username. I can't play Persona. They don't have it for PC. Like totally, it's not like in real life. Like I won't go there. But ALD 52, I have not. You got a lot to learn, dude. They sell them. Oh, do they? I should look into it. Is it an acid analog? Van Parker just signed a $900 million deal. Whoa, for South Park? That's $1 billion. That's crazy. Those guys are hilarious. Do you guys remember the movie Basketball? I love that movie. I can't imagine someone like happy with themselves being you. Like, learn to love yourself, dude. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I think I have heard of that one. Yeah. That's true, Bradley. For sure 12. 13, 14 maybe. But yeah, I don't know how you think you're coming off tonight, but it's not the way you think it is. Like you're coming off like a loser. My favorite drink, martini, or I like White Russians. I love martini though. I love gin. I'm a sucker for gin. Feed good friends. Oh, thanks. It's what does it say? I don't even know. World's finest ale. I got this at the thrift store, I believe. I got a lot of good shirts at the thrift store. Everyone's a loser. No one, yeah, some are loserier than others though. I would love to, but I'm not allowed in America. Actually, Vegas is so cheap to fly to too. ChemLogix is very legit. They're I haven't used them in the last year, but White Russian, Big Lebowski, that's right. They're so good. I love White Russians though. ChemLogix is I haven't used them in about a year, but they were my go-to chem research chem provider in Canada. Although I think they only take crypto now. Loser, yeah, I know. It was just sort of a joke. Makes no sense. I mean, it's yeah. I won't get into that. What's a White Russian is vodka, coffee liqueur, and you're supposed to use heavy cream, but some people use milk. If you only got milk, milk will work, but you want cream for a good one. Basically the most unhealthy fucking drink you could imagine. Cream and liquor. But it's so good. Yeah, don't eat it again. Tumble them coins if you get them from Coinbase. Oh. I don't know what that means exactly, Buckshot. Tumble them coins isn't something to do with launder. Why am I banned? Long story, but I tried to cross the border without a return ticket, so they searched my phone and found a picture of marijuana. I'm surprised you're not big mad at my name. Why? Expect me to react to your childish name? Are you that, let me ask you, are you that blatantly racist in real life? With people face to face? Probably not, eh? You're just like secretly an asshole online. Because you acted like that way in real life, you probably get your teeth knocked in. It is dope. I'm still playing. Actually, I'm trying not to get too fucked up tonight so I can go back and play tonight, because when I get too drunk or shit, I can't like play games. But yeah, I'm still playing. I like it. Usually I'm not into like linear first player games, single player games, but lately I don't know, the last 5 or 6 years I feel like single player linear games specifically have gotten like way better. It's not like that's like the bottom barrel of humor though. That's like scraping the very bottom barrel of humor. There's like nothing clever about it. Yeah, where's the joke? It requires no like wit or intelligence. See, to me, like good humor and intelligence, like intelligence is defined a lot of different ways. People have different criteria for what makes a person smart. To me, like someone with a really good sense of humor, I find is usually also really smart. And there's like nothing intelligent about that or funny. It's just like you can't get a reaction like trying to be legitimately funny. So it's like this is the only thing you can do to get any reaction whatsoever. Just work on being like actually funny. I'm not saying, I'm not fronting like I'm some master of dark jokes. When I put on, I know I'm funny because I make people laugh, and I make myself laugh. Like your name's not making anybody laugh. I don't need to prove myself to you. I know I'm funny because I'm my own biggest fan. But like, who's laughing at your name? Like, are you getting laughs from that normally? What 20 alternate accounts? Like, man, I feel like you can spend your time in a more efficient way to like better yourself, or like, that's crazy. Like, you think you're getting the last laugh by like rejoining a chat over and over with offensive names? If you're not getting the last laugh, it's like, it takes zero energy to ban somebody. How much energy does it take to like make those accounts? You sound really young, so like, get out of that mindset, dude. Life is better when you just don't go against the grain. But it won't be, because it won't be for your whole life. Guarantee you won't find that funny once you're like an adult. And trust me, by the time you realize like how stupid and like immature that shit is, you're gonna wish like you were somebody else, you know? Like, you could have spent all this time like developing into like somebody that's gonna be like, you know, an interesting person in the future. But you're gonna have to like relearn how to be like normal once you realize like how immature all this shit is. Anyway. Is it funny for you though? I don't think it is. Like, if you're legit laughing at that, then you have a poor sense of humor. Because there's nothing like inherently funny about it. Like, there's gotta be some sort of like irony or something clever about it. And then on top of it all, also hurts people or pisses people off, you know? And that's, you know, that's the whole thing. It's like, you say that now, but it's not. You do care about your life. Of course you do. Anyway. Why focus on the negative, guys? Just, I don't know, I feel like pointing it out, trying to get through to them. So I feel like you seem like, it seems like there's a little bit of like there's a reasonable person under there somewhere. And I just don't feel like you're committed to being racist or doing whatever your thing is. I don't think you really feel it. There's no way, you're never going to develop a like well-rounded, mature, like well-developed personality around that. Thanks, Morty. I like these too. These are Polaroid, actually. I keep forgetting I'm using my phone, not my camera. But if you go on Polaroid, they got like tons of glasses for like they're not like super cheap. They're like 60, 70 bucks, but they're not like super expensive either. Like for what you get, but like they have like hundreds of different styles, like all different colors, all lens different colors, like frames are different colors. Pretty much any like combination you could think of, and they're all about the same price. Like as soon as these are done or get lost or stolen or whatever, I'm definitely getting another pair of Polaroids. So I've had more expensive glasses before, like Ray-Bans and stuff, and they get stolen or lost. That's always a bitch. And then I've got cheaper ones before, and then they like break or they're just cheap, you know? I feel like, now it's probably more than what most people would consider reasonable, but I feel like 60, 70 bucks is like a good price point for sunglasses. Maybe he's having a bad day or like, yeah, I've had bad days. I didn't turn into a piece of shit, you know? It's no excuse. Philip Solo TV, I love him. I've been reaching out to him, I've been emailing him. And Brett, I've been emailing Brett, trying to get a hold of them. I want to collaborate with him. I feel like we could collaborate, or like that would be a good collaboration. But they probably get so many he probably gets so many emails to channel that size, but like I feel like my channel's starting to get big enough to the point where it's like maybe I can get a hold of him, you know? He's not that big, he's like 500,000 subscribers. I mean, it's big, but like a collaboration with a channel like that right now at this stage in my YouTube growth trajectory could be like so huge. That would be so huge. I really like Philip. I love his channel. Philip Poetry. Oh, hey, from San Diego. Oh, Nina C. Hey, how's it going? You were very vocal and talkative in the trip chat the other night. I appreciate, and you're donating and stuff. I appreciate all that. I wasn't really able to interact with chat that night because I was busy with the Discord and all that. Usually I'm more like focused on the chat, but I just wanted to say I appreciate your conversation and all that night. It's nice to see you here. Just keep at it. You'll be there one day. Thanks, Morty. It's weird. My like confidence in that regard, like one day to the next, it's like one day I'm like I'm going to the top. Then the next day I'm like it's all a waste of time. What a big waste of time. I'm not going anywhere. So like one little thing like changes my like outlook completely. It's so like volatile, like the growth. It depends, like the algorithm like loves me for 1 week and then it hates me the next week. It's a lot of subscribers, dude. You can make a big difference how people do psychedelics. That's crazy to think, like if I could be like a voice in the psychedelic community. That'd be cool. I don't think like I'm an expert though at any of this, which is kind of interesting. I feel like if anything, my channel might be interesting to people because it's like I'm just putting it out there for better or worse, you know. I feel like there's probably smarter people than me that should have like a channel, but I don't know. I just hope like the channel like spawns conversation, and like I was saying earlier, I think just any attention brought to DMT is a good thing because it's a good thing inherently, and so that'll shine through if you just try to be like objective about it. Hey Uncle T, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate ya. Was the acid good or did you see much? Are you talking that was a blasphemy of a night thing. That was fun. That was a fun night. I was so out of it the first half of the fucking stream. It was such a shit show. I'll be better organized next time. I keep saying that, but like I really didn't. I guess I wasn't expecting to take all that shit. I took like 2CB and GHB and oh, thank you. If not, who? It's the materialism, but happiness come from within and only from within. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but like 100% of that attitude would be like you're a monk, like enlightened from birth. And then the opposite would be maybe like my outlook. I feel like there's a happy medium. Like I am a realist at the end of the day. So I think it comes from within, but also like, I don't know, a lot of like happiness for me is tied into like, if my creative efforts are making an impact. I need to feel like I'm doing something creative, and then if it's getting recognition, I don't know, I feel like changing the world or impacting the world is like, I don't know why, it's something like tied into my like idea of being satisfied. You know? Like, I'm not happy unless I'm doing something creative, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, you're right, isn't it? Yeah, like I wasn't expecting them to, like, I wasn't really planning on having it like the three of us talking to like the Discord that way, but I guess I should have anticipated that better, but next time I'll definitely have that all sorted out better. I gotta get like an omnidirectional mic. I have these like very unidirectional microphones. Oh, thank you. I feel like it's gotta be entertaining. Or maybe it doesn't have to be, but maybe that's for me. Maybe that's the only way I can do it, really. I feel like my main something I value very much is just humor. I think there's room for humor in everything. Literally everything. I've only done it a couple times. One time I don't really remember it. The other time was pretty interesting. I just did a video actually discussing my Salvia trip. Mostly what happened is, you know those red, white, and blue spaceship popsicles? The red, white, and blue. I saw 1,000 of those flying around my room. I want to try it again though, because I was like a kid pretty much when I tried it, and the mindset about it at the time was like it was like a novelty, it wasn't like a real psychedelic, which is totally untrue. It's totally intense and a real psychedelic. So I want to try it now, like without these preconceived notions. Astropops. I don't know why I saw those. I'm not like obsessed with them. I've only had them maybe once or twice in my life. This is totally an arbitrary thing to see. Oh, do you? Your shop looks so cool. Sketch comedy YouTubers? Not really. I guess, does iDubbbz count as that? I guess he used to be that, right? I used to like iDubbbz, his stuff when he would like be eating like he'd be reviewing like food in the sewers. But he's not really a sketch comedy guy. But he does have some sketch comedy stuff. But the Gus guy's pretty good. But not really. I'm not really into sketch comedy YouTube. I really like comedy podcasts on YouTube, like professional comedian podcasts, like Tiger Belly and Andrew Santino. I like H3 too. And I don't care what anyone says. I like H3. I like them when they started out. They had really good guests when they started out. And then in the last like year or two, maybe their content has gotten more like PG sort of. It seems more geared towards a younger crowd, but I don't know. I like people that I think are good people. You know what I mean? Like Ethan just seems like a good guy. And so like I like that. So, like it's weird to me like how much criticism Ethan gets. Like a lot of people I can see why they get so much criticism, but I feel like a lot of the criticism towards Ethan is like based off ignorance. Like people like don't watch him, just whoever they watch like hates him for whatever reason. But like I don't know. H3 used to be better in my opinion. Like back when they had guests like Post Malone and shit like that. And now, I hate it when they did the whole like Trisha like drama thing they were like all on, and now they're coming off that a bit. And I don't know. He's just like, he seems like just like sort of an idiot, but like he's not really though. You notice like Ethan and all the arguments he gets in and all the debates or like debacles he gets in online with other people, like he almost always comes out on top, because it's usually like he only gets into debates about like moral stances. You know what I mean? It's not like ever like about something that's like opinion. It's more just like about like right or wrong. So usually he just calls out people that are like doing something morally fucked up. And like people call him an idiot and stuff like that. But when you see him like debating people or like arguing with people like Keemstar or like, what's that guy's name? Crowder. Like that, he always seems to come out on top, you know? And so, I don't know. I like Ethan. And Hila. But, Joey Diaz, I love Joey Diaz. Oh, I wouldn't say I love Joey Diaz. I do like Joey Diaz a lot. But I like that whole sort of crowd of like West Coast comedian podcasts. Bad Friends, I love Bad Friends. Bobby Lee's like my favorite podcast personality. Psych Substances channel. Yeah. Does that guy live, like, where does that guy live? I keep getting different answers, but like, I thought Adam lived in BC, but I guess maybe I'm wrong. Oh, Leon Lush. I like that guy. He seemed pretty, I've seen a few of his, yeah, same vibe instantly, eh, Edgar? It's sort of like someone with like, who's not afraid to like air their personal defects.'t sort of like the same thing like Ethan and Bobby play off of, especially Bobby. Oh, who was those other guys too? Those bros, those like that were trying to get like the Paul Walker statue erected. JT and the other guy. I don't know if you've seen like Bobby Lee and their podcast together. They did one on Tiger Belly and one on their podcast. But the dynamic between them three is so funny. Dude Perfect. Oh, no, that's not what I was talking about. But yeah, Chat and GT. Chat and GT. I was gonna say Chat. Sounds familiar, but I knew it was wrong in some way. But yeah, have you seen that podcast on Tiger Belly? And then they did one on theirs too. They're both really funny. Just like, I don't think they're used to having a guest that like is so like, what does Bobby do? He like makes things awkward and uncomfortable. Jay Let's Live, and he's one of the best storytellers I ever heard. He spent most of his young life in the prison system, and he just has stories to tell about it. Jay Let's Live. I'm not sure if I heard of him. There's a lot of good, like, yeah, there's a lot of good channels out there. Like shit all over the backseat of his car, trying to shit in a bag. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, several times I believe that happened. I'll check him out later if I'd check him out right now, but I don't have any. I'm on my phone, you know. Tom Segura. You know what? I'm not big on either actually Tom or Bert. I like them both, but I don't love either of them. Tom, I like Tom more. Like I like Your Mom's House podcast. But like Bert annoys me, to be honest. I don't know what it is about Bert, but he just, yeah, he annoys me. It feels like a lot, I don't know. He just seems, I don't know what it is. There's something about Bert that seems phony to me. But actually, I really like one of my favorite podcast episodes of anything ever is when he used to have the cooking podcast, where he'd just have a comedian or two on and they just cook something. Him, Bobby Lee, and Chris D'Elia, their episode of that was so fucking funny. And I gotta say, I was a huge Chris D'Elia fan. Not of his comedy. I never liked his comedy. Actually, I thought his comedy was pretty trashy. But as a podcast personality, like, he was, like, honestly one of the funniest people ever. And I mean, he probably still is, but, like, it's just different now. He can't collaborate with anyone. And I don't know how to feel. Like, I've always been able to separate the artists from their... Like, I'll listen to Michael Jackson, you know? But also, like, I don't know how much truth there is to all that. If there is, like, obviously that's fucked up. And, like, I'm not saying anything about that. But just as a podcast personality, before we knew anything about that, like, Chris D'Elia is, like, one of the funniest people ever. He's, like, one of the most, like, intrinsically funny people ever. And him and Bobby together was, like, the funniest. They were the funniest together. I used to love Bobby and Chris' podcasts. But it seems like he's slowly working his way back in. Like, I don't know, like, cancel culture's starting not to work anymore. Because people realize, oh, you have to, like, keep up with it. You have to, like, make sure they stay canceled. But I'm not, you know, I'm not saying anything like whether they should be or shouldn't be canceled. If any of that's true, then he totally should be. But anyways, Come Town, I haven't listened to that, but I know about it. I see it pop. It's always recommended to me. I saw an episode about like Philip Seymour Hoffman that keeps getting put in my recommended. I love Philip Seymour Hoffman, and I've been meaning to watch that episode of Come Down. You know the episode I'm talking about? You ever wonder what makes your skin stay on? Oh, I wish I was at home. I want to put that on so bad right now. I think Chris Healy is objectively funny. He's kind of uncancelled. He did nothing wrong. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to say, though. Who knows? I've always been of the mind, like, where there's smoke, there's fire. You know, and there seems to be a lot of smoke, but who knows? What people consider wrong varies from generation to generation. It's just a very complicated thing that I don't think there's enough information about to, like, I've stopped liking the guy, or, like, you know, there's just not enough there for me to, like, stop, not listen to his comedy anymore, or I never listen to his comedy. Okay, Chris D'Elia's comedy, it sucks. I don't know what it is, but, like, same with Bobby Lee, his comedy's not great at all. really. There's not much of it online, but like from what I've seen. And that also, like, it seems really great comedians aren't good podcast personalities. It seems like people are either one or the other. Like Bill Burr or Mark Maron, like some of the greatest comedians ever. But as podcast personalities, they're just like so boring. Oh, Joe and Billy. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Joe and Billy for the donation. I appreciate you very much. Advice for a trip never ending. Trip. You have a trip that hasn't ended for months. Am I interpreting that question correctly? Better podcaster than a stand-up. Exactly. Bill Burr, other way around. I find people that are like just like assholes or like have a bit of a sort of like a obtrusive personality. They don't seem to easily get along with people. And I'm not saying Bill Burr's like that in real life. He probably plays that up a lot in Zach, but he's like that to a degree. I find those type of people don't make as good podcast personalities. This is important as a funny podcast. Who's that again? Oh, do you guys like Pete Holmes? I don't know if you guys remember the podcast Getting Doug with High. It was Doug Benson, and he like just smoked weed with people, comedians basically. It was a pretty small podcast, but like Pete Holmes on that is some of the like funniest podcast material out there. And a lot of people don't like Doug Benson, but his podcast is pretty good sometimes. It was good. It's over now. Workaholics. Oh yeah, that's right. I've seen Blake and the main one, not the main one, the biggest actor of them. Actually, I've seen all three of them now. All three Workaholics stars on Rick Glassman, Take Your Shoes Off podcast. And also the fourth guy, their dealer. Ooh, that guy's really funny in podcasts. The guy with the wonky eye. Josh Wolf. Yeah, Adam Devine, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, who's Josh Wolf again? I know that name. Kyle. That's the guy's name. That show was hilarious. Oh, Christopher Titus. I know who that is. I know any other podcast. No, it's another thing that goes to show, like, sometimes the biggest comedians aren't good, like, internet personalities. Like, I realized Howie Mandel had a podcast the other day, like a week ago, and it literally has... Same with Russell Peters. Russell Peters has a podcast. Both their podcasts combined, I think, has about 5,000 viewers between the two of their podcasts. They're both relatively new, but for Howie Mandel, one of the biggest stand-ups ever, has like, can't get any traction on YouTube. That's like, it's bizarre to me. You think just because of his name, he would automatically... Which Howie Mandel, I know a lot of people, if you don't know, is like, if you just know him from his like game shows, he comes off as like a cheesy, you know, not funny guy, but Howie Mandel is actually hilarious. If you see his stand-up from like way back in the day, he was so like goofy. He was so goofy on stage. 10-minute podcast with Sasso and Colin and Dalia. That was funny. I didn't find out about that till after it was canceled, so I had like tons of shit to go back on. Will Sasso and Brian Callen are funny together. Will Sasso is just hilarious. Tom Green. Yeah, I love Tom Green. I've been liking his YouTube content lately. He just bought a house back in Ontario again. He just moved back to Canada. I'm thinking it's because he can afford his place in the Hollywood Hills anymore. I've seen the Trailer Park Boys podcast. I've seen the series, of course. I've met, I have a picture I'll show you next time I'm at home and you're in the chat, Nina. I have a picture with Randy and Leahy. And yeah, they used to tour around Canada. They used to go to bars and stuff. And they came to my city. And Leahy like chugged a Mickey of CC, like whiskey, like straight off the bat. He was so hammered, and like I was pretty hammered too. And yeah, I got to like talk to them for a bit. And Randy's like one of my favorite characters of the whole show, so pretty funny. Randy cracks me up so much. How he always says frick instead of fuck. How many cheeseburgers you want, Randy? 4, Barb. Tom Green back in the day was hilarious, yeah. When you take the milk bags and cut them open, spray them all over Glenn. Gotta check out the podcast? Okay, I will. Yeah, it was cool meeting them. Josh Wolf, I'll look into him. That sounds cool. Hey, do you guys think if I had like a rigid schedule that I followed, like I maybe did like a Discord like call-in chat stream once a week, did like a IRL stream like this once a week, I had videos come out like once every like a couple times a week, or like, would that be a lot better? I'm just wondering, like, if I suck at adhering to a schedule, obviously. But I'm just curious if that would really benefit the channel or not. I feel like it would. I feel like it would, right? Like, instead of this stream, I just started it with, like, no forewarning. Crying shit. Oh, actually, that's funny. That's so funny you say that. They both signed a picture for me, and they both wrote the funniest shit ever. Leahy wrote, "Dustin, never cry shit wolf." And Randy's comment, I guess he had like a handful of comments he would write. He'd probably cycle through them. But I got like the best possible thing Randy could have written. It was so Randy, it was so perfect, it encapsulated like his character perfectly. All he wrote was, "Dustin, frig shirts." So like what? Dustin, frig shirts. And if you know this show, you know that it's funny. That's weird. Like that once week, like I streamed like 5 days, like in 1 week, and I was all like, "Oh, that was like easy." But then the next week, I was just so antisocial, and it wasn't easy. That's why it sucks adhering to a schedule. I think it's just so like my mood is so all over the place. But I feel like if I force myself to stick to it, eventually I would get used to it and it would be good. I think it would be good for me. I think schedule is good for every human to a degree. Oh, I'll show you. I'll show you next time. Oh no? Yeah, it's not. It's got some popularity in America. There's like a subsect of Americans that know about Trailer Park Boys. It's huge in Canada. Well, not huge, but like really popular here, obviously. But it's one of the like Canadian media is not great oftentimes. And like a lot of stuff that like makes it big here doesn't necessarily make it big in America. But like Trailer Park Boys is one thing that like was able to find an American audience. Like there's some bands up in Canada that are big here that aren't big in America at all. Like the Foo Fighters. Wait, no, not the Foo Fighters. They're huge. Wait, who are those? Maybe they're not that big. Okay, does anyone know what I'm talking about? The Canadian band, the guy who just died recently of like brain cancer. They're like a huge Canadian band, but they're not big in the States at all. Then also Moist, like David Usher. Like apparently, I found out that's like only a Canadian thing. Like you guys don't have the song, you guys don't have it. It doesn't exist in America. You don't have, oh fuck, I don't know. Oh, Nickelback? Okay. I'm sorry for Nickelback. Rush is Canadian. Neil Young. Sum 41. Just kidding. I feel like Canada's most like disproportionately high amount of famous person. I phrase that weird, but like, it's like comedians. Canadians have a disproportionately high amount of comedians that are famous, like Russell Peters, Mike Myers, like Jim Carrey. There's so many more. I don't even want to start the list because like I know I'm gonna miss some out. But like I feel like Norm Macdonald, my favorite comedian of all time. Norm Macdonald is the funniest comedian of all time. He's like a very smart comedian. Nickelback's not good, in my opinion. I feel like they deserve the fame that they get because, I mean, if the market decides something, then it's fair. You know, they're famous for a reason. But I don't know what I can't really. That's the thing. You can't really criticize something that has like millions of fans. You know. Obviously, they make saleable music. That guy lives like not. He has like I don't know where he lives, like his main place, but he has like one of his places not too far from me, and it's huge. Jim Carrey, I'll mention him because he's Canadian, he's a big name, but like, I've never liked Jim Carrey. One of my favorite movies of all time is Dumb and Dumber, as a comedy, but like, his comedy I can't really speak to because there's not really many like Jim Carrey special. There's not really. There's not much of that televised. You can find like older clips of Jim Carrey doing comedy, but like from what I've seen, I'm not big on it really. And mainly though, I don't like Jim Carrey just because like his off-camera personality. He just comes off to me like a pseudo intellect, especially in the last like 10 years or so, when he started drawing those like political cartoons that just seemed really like seemed like angsty teenager vibe to it. It was like very edgy political cartoons, and then like he started painting. That's when he started getting weird, and I don't know, he's just talking about how he's so enlightened and stuff. And it's, sometimes you get like these celebrities that have been like celebrities since they're really young, and their whole life they've been celebrities, and then like when they try to like go outside of that, they just come off like really naive. You know? Maybe that's like maybe I'm being too critical, I don't know. I don't know. He just annoys me though. Anytime I hear him talk. Alright, let's go for a walk. Oh, someone was saying about 10 minutes ago that I should smoke more weed. I was meaning to agree and smoke some more weed, but I forgot to do that. Let's go for a walk though. There's a whole bunch of people here. I don't want to like smoke out their picnic or whatever they're doing. Look at all the ants. See all the ants? Wait. The ants smell my drink. Chicks and bars. I heard of pod. Send the pod. Haven't heard of that. Samsonite. Samsonite, I was way off. Swanson? Oh, it's his. Yeah, that was funny. That was a funny joke. There's a lot of funny jokes in that movie. And I loved that as a kid, but I love when you watch a movie again when you're older and like half the jokes you're like, oh, I get that reference now. Because like when I was a kid, I didn't know what Samsonite was. Or one of my favorite parts of that movie is when they walk out of the 7-Eleven and there's two guys there and they have like big gulps. And Jim Carrey's just like, he's trying to like relate to them and be cool. So he's just like, oh, big gulps, eh guys? Well, see you later. Or when he walks down those stairs in the Texas gear. That's a funny part too. Oh, that sounds funny. That's not when you love OD on your own bills. Papa Murphy. Yeah, what's with Papa Murphy? Like, we got Papa John's already. How many Papas do we need? 6-arm lady? I've never seen a 6-arm lady. Subway sells cold sandwiches in an oven. Usually I get my sandwiches untoasted. It depends what I'm getting. Like, if I'm getting a cold cut combo or an Italian BMT, untoasted. But if I'm getting like a steak and cheese or a meatball, toasted. Right? Fuck off, ants. Ants everywhere. Lucky as are. Zinker's girlfriend died from taking his pills. Uh-oh. You can talk too much in the chat or put him down. I'm the same way. I type so much in text conversations. Like, people don't like texting with me, so I'll write like walls of text. Or like sometimes I'll write these ridiculous YouTube comments that are so fucking big. Like, so big. I'm the guy that writes those comments where people reply like, write a whole essay, why don't you? And no one reads it. I get obsessive when I start typing. When I start writing. I'm not like super obsessive in a lot of ways, but for some things I really am. Like writing. I think maybe that's a kind of a good quality to have in writing though. Like if I'm writing like an essay for school, like not having enough material is never a problem. I always end up writing way more than I need to and like having to trim back. Like usually I can write like without stopping. If I'm like, if it's about a subject that I know like at least somewhat well. But then like, you know, a lot of it ends up being trash. And I just cut away and refine it. Here's cycles. I just have my pipe here. Shandy Southern Brunch. It sounds not lame, it sounds cool. Let's go this way. I don't drink much beer these days. Actually, I haven't like bought beer probably in like over a year. Or wine. Like I used to drink a lot of beer and wine. Now it's like all coolers and gin. I just don't really like the taste of beer, but like I do, but I don't want to drink like a whole bunch of them, you know? And then usually I want to drink a whole bunch, so. I like IPAs. I don't know why my chat's not auto-scrolling anymore, but it's really annoying. Let's just train weed out smoking. It's called Candy Cane Kush. It's the first time I tried it. It's pretty good. I don't know why they call it candy cane though. It doesn't taste like candy cane or anything. I like when the strain name actually tastes like what it says, like this one time I got, it's still like one of my favorite strains I've ever tried, but it was called root beer. It was a hybrid, and they had it one time at my dispensary, and I got it, and it tasted exactly like root beer, and it's never been there since. It is, yeah, it is a fun city to explore. I always go around the same areas though. What's that one app, Shannon, you were telling me about where it like sends you to a random spot? I want to try that sometime on the stream. That'd be fun. Basically, I just want my weed to be strong and taste good. If it doesn't taste good, then at least strong. It's just gotta be strong. And fresh, ideally. I don't like when it's too dry. Especially when you buy like an entire ounce and it's already like too dry. And then by the end of it, it's just like so fucking dry. I err on the danker side. This world's too short. This world's too short for me. People say I'm too tall. I say the world's too short. Have you ever done geocaching? I haven't. Is that the thing where people like set up like basically treasure hunts like around the city for random people to go and do? Or is that something else? Oh yeah, Randonautica, that's the one. I want to try that. Shannon's showing me this one where it sent this guy to like this random like water drain like in the middle of a field. And to me, that's cool. Also, I still got a lot of ideas for videos I want to do, which is good. I haven't, oh, I guess I can walk now. Haven't, yeah, run short of ideas yet. I want to do this road trip vlog too soon, either to Whistler or Banff. We'll probably just go to Whistler because it'll make for just as good video. Oh, maybe not though. Banff is so nice. The water is so blue in Banff. That's the main reason I want to drive to Banff, because the color of the water. It's the bluest fucking water in the world. And Whistler doesn't have that blue water. May I ask some advice? I have a desire to start a live stream style comedy channel and I have no freaking clue where to start. I think the main thing is just like to get practice recording yourself and acting natural. Because like I used to have a channel like way back in 2012 where I had like 200 videos or something on there. And that channel only had like 200 or 300 subscribers. Like it was just, I just talked about my addiction and stuff, and I posted covers and stuff like that. But it was only like till I started my channel up again last year that I realized like how much that experience like helped. Just like being natural on camera, even though like I still am not really good at that. That practice definitely helped. So I think just like, actually streaming's different. It's really hard to start streaming with like zero, well, I would imagine, to start streaming with like 0 subscribers. I feel like I don't know. I could be wrong here, but it's probably better to like build up a bit of an audience first, like with videos, and start streaming. But then I don't know. A lot of people don't do it that way either. I think it just takes practice. Like, you just gotta practice. And even if you start streaming to like nobody, that's like practice. And then if you are good at it, eventually it'll start to show, like in the numbers and stuff.
Are you shooting a music video too?
But it's like,
Yes? What band is it for? Is it for Kraftwerk?
yeah, I think it's just, you should just do it. Even if you have like 0 people watching, just pretend you have people watching. Because I was really afraid to do my very first live stream. I'm really not like a social person or like good at making conversation. And so like for my first live stream, I made sure I set it up so like I already had like some views coming in. And so I just set it up so like I got people to ask me questions in the comments so I'd have shit to read off. So I wouldn't have to like just make shit up as I go. Because I suck at that. But since then, it's just like I realize it's not the same as like being a social person. Like when I'm streaming, even if there's like 50 people there watching, like I don't feel like I'm talking to an audience. I feel like I'm in my room, just like by myself. So I think if you just like try to get to that mindset. But yeah, streaming like from the get-go, I guess I don't have much like advice on how to do that. I would just like just do it and pretend you have a big audience. That's actually something like a mindset I sort of adopted like when I first started the channel. It's just like I just assumed, even if I was just pretending like that the channel was gonna grow, and I'd be like, the channel's growing, and I'd be all like enthusiastic, even if like it wasn't really. That like fake it till you make it mindset. It sounds stupid, but there's something to that for sure. Alright, I'm in one of my favorite alleys. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Vancouver's got some dope alleys. But you should just start it for better or worse anyway. Cause like when I had my channel, like my first channel, like it was all about addiction and stuff. And at the time, like YouTube would not like push any of that shit. So like I knew that channel wasn't gonna go anywhere. It was literally just a place to vent because I had no one to talk to about like my addiction issues. And I just got like a lot out of it. It was like fun and it felt like cathartic, and I also got to like practice video editing and making videos. What's up, dude?
You know an older gentleman named Roy? He's not that tall. He's got white hair that sticks on him.
I don't know anybody.
No?
No, sorry, man. But yeah, sorry I went into a rant there, everybody. The beer one once. My hippos game. I saw that in my notifications, Shannon. I thought it was a very out of left field. But, I mean, it would be a great idea. But, like, where do you even get hungry hippos? Nina, you should just do it. We believe in you. A little high and thought I had a genius idea. I mean, it would be great. Like, it would be great. If I ever have access to hungry hippos and have people over, I would watch that. I haven't played Hungry Hippos since I was like a kid, actually. I used to love that shit. Oh. Yeah, where? YouTube, Discord, or live? That really depends too, I think. I feel like for me, YouTube is better. Because I feel like there's like... I think it depends on your age too a lot. Like, I feel like Twitch is more like a younger sort of audience, and the topics are more like geared towards young people, like video games or other stuff I can't really think about, but like I feel like YouTube is better geared towards like an older audience, and I feel like most of my audience is older than like the average viewer, probably. Like I think in the analytics my audience is about like my age, about average, which is like old as fuck for like a YouTube viewer. So I think depending on your content, I always just felt more comfortable on YouTube. To me, like Twitch is like intimidating. I don't know why, but I feel like Twitch's audience is more like they seem more like critical, or just more like, I don't know, they seem like harsher, I guess. Maybe that's just like a misconception, but I just found like YouTube's audiences was more like around my age and more just like accepting. I don't know what that is. I've heard people say like the opposite, but oh, you have 100 videos, random stuff. Oh, I think you should stick with your same channel. Because unless you're posting videos like every day about like one thing, then I don't think like your audience will mind like if you start posting other shit. That depends too though. Like my channel has a whole bunch of different shit on it, and I think maybe it's probably too mixed, but like I'm starting another channel soon, very soon. I just started it actually, but because like I don't know, I have a whole bunch of different things I want to do, but I feel like people subscribe to you for one reason, and I get that too. Like if like the people I subscribe to started posting other shit and that started popping up on my feed, I'd be like, yo, what the fuck? I feel like everyone's path in YouTube is different. Totally. It depends like the type of content you're doing, and just like there's so many different strategies pretty much. Especially like now. There's more like there's more creators to viewers these days. So you gotta be like more niche, or you gotta be really good if you're not. I'm not like an expert in anything, so I figured I had to make my channel like weird. I had to be like weird, or do something weird. Another thing too is like, I think people gotta like utilize everything that whatever platform you're using has to offer. like a lot of times I'll see channels without like, they won't have like a channel banner even, or like just little things, like they won't have tags on their videos, or like they'll just won't be utilizing like one of those like main features that they have to offer you. And I think like all those things help a lot. You gotta utilize them all. And then one thing too, it's like, this is more like a practical direct thing, but like thumbnails and titles I think are extremely important. I think it's hard to say, but I think they're really, really important. Like that's pretty much the reason someone clicks on that video, is a combination of the title and the thumbnail. It's just like there's so many little things, and if you take advantage of all of them, I think it like just improves your chances of being seen or picked up by the algorithm, or whether however it works, no one really knows. But yeah, I don't know. I say that, but like I've only been like getting some traction for like less than a year, so I don't even know if it's sustainable at this point. I'm still really like I don't feel like I feel like right now is like critical for me to like really what am I trying to say? Like a channel my size that's growing is like not like in a safe spot, you know? It's like I gotta like sustain it. Like I want to get to a point where I feel comfortable with its growth, you know, where it can like start growing on, like passive growth is what I want. But if I like stopped uploading now, like my channel would stop growing. I'm pretty sure. But like if you got enough like big videos on YouTube, then like you'll grow no matter what. That's like what's crazy. That's like the dream. It's like passive growth, which is translates to passive income. Which I mean, that would be the fucking dream. I would love that so much. Just to make money, like not fucking do anything. But yeah, my channel's not anywhere near like that point, so like I don't know how I got like on this big tangent. I was gonna make a video about like my strategy for YouTube and how it worked for me. Because without blowing up, like I feel like I'm so happy with like where the channel's at. Like you guys like changed my freaking life. Like seriously, my life like 1 year ago was so different. Like my outlook was so fucking different. Like I'm so appreciative. I feel so lucky. Like honestly, so lucky. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. This Tommy sounds weird. That's good then. I think weird bodes well for anyone starting a channel like today. Just because like all the normal categories are like so saturated with like the top talents around the world, you know? And sometimes I worry too, like I change a lot as a person, like 1 year to the next, like 1 month to the next. And so like my channel's always going to be changing. And I just wonder if that's a good thing or not. I don't know, we'll see. It's so fun though. Awkward group hug. Very awkward. Very awkward. Oh yeah, Slump God donates to see an ice stream one person. I know, me too. And like, it was my own stream. That's still so surreal to me. That one trip with that one legendary stream. That was like my first time I did like a lot of acid on stream. That was in February, I think. That was the weirdest night of my life. Like, I was just peaking on 3 hits of acid. The stream was falling apart. I couldn't see anything. I didn't know like where the chat was. Things were going to shit. And then like Seahawks donated like $100. It was like my second or third stream or something like that. And I was tripping on my ass. I'm like, oh fuck. That guy just donated $100. And then once it set in, I'm like, oh sweet. And then he donated another 100. I'm like, oh yo, what the fuck? I'm tripping out. What's going on here? And then he donated another 100. And then another 100. Then another 100. Then another 100. And then he was like coming in with different accounts and like fucking with like playing a game where he's like donating. It was so that was so trippy. Like I was so fucked up. And like by the end of the night, him and Slump total, I think, donated something like $1,600 American dollars. That night did so much for like my confidence and like just my mindset and everything. Like I appreciated that like so much. And like everyone who's donated. I mean, it's like I never expected any of this. It's just, I don't know, it's satisfying. But like, yeah, Slump and Shannon, you donated a lot too. Like, I appreciate that so much. Just like, it's so humbling. Like, people are so generous. People are so freaking generous. And it just blew my mind to be on the receiving end of that. But yeah, just to be on the receiving end of that was crazy. It was surreal. The next day I woke up and I'm like, that did not happen. That was a dream. That was a dream. Like I was like crying. Like I woke up crying the next day. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, it was crazy. I haven't heard from Seahawks in a few months. Yeah, I don't know where he's at or why that is. Why I haven't seen him, but I put it out there every once in a while if he's watching or anything. You know, I like think about like that night like every day pretty much, and I appreciate him so much. He's like a saint. He's a channel saint. And Slump, of course. I think Slump actually probably donated like equal or even more to Seahawks like over time. Slump's been so freaking generous too. Like it's crazy. Never asked, and I'm not trying to put pressure on anyone. Like honestly, no, I never asked for donations. Just your viewership, honestly, is like more than enough. But yeah, I definitely gotta acknowledge that. Like Slump has been like so giving, crazy giving. Some nice ass people out there. Holy fuck, some fires going on. I'm trying to do a stream here. Like, shut up. Oh wait, that one went the other way. The other truck went that way. I guess there's 2 fires going on. But yeah, that donation was, that was an insane night. And to top it off, it was all happening while I was tripping balls in acid. And like, I wasn't even sure if like it was real. And then also I was like skeptical too. Like the next day I'm like, okay, that was really nice and I don't want to doubt it's real, but like, can people charge back like donations? And so I was like looking into it. I went to like visa.com to like see if you can charge back YouTube donations. And basically they're saying it was like near impossible because YouTube gets cut of the donations and like try charging back something from freaking Google. That's gonna be hard. But I honestly, just because it was so giving and so like crazy, like I was skeptical up until like it was paid out. But everything like every sense I got from that guy was just like, he was just like, yeah, one of the nicest people I've ever spoken to, just in chat. Like, he just seemed like such a benevolent person. It like gave me like faith in humanity, like people like that. That was cool. That was cool. That was, yeah, one of the most memorable nights of my life. I'm so glad I started streaming. Streaming's so fun. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. I don't know what's those sirens. There's been a lot of sirens tonight. Yeah, it was comically long. There was like, it's a busy intersection, and like, I don't know. It was going slow. Certain pine tree. Where's Slump and Seahawks? Slump was here the other night. Slump stops in every once in a while. Yeah, Slump's around, but Seahawks, I don't know. I don't know. I want to reach out to him, but like, this is a weird thing too. I don't want to reach out to him. It's sort of like a weird thing when people donate. Like, I don't want him to feel like I'm like, yo, come back. Like, where did the donations go? You know, it's like not like that at all. Obviously, I just like I want the guy around. Like, I like his company. You know, I appreciate the guy so much. So like, I hate for him to think that, you know, if I reached out and I asked where he was, but like, oh. So basically we can conclude that somebody is burning right now alive. Someone's burning alive. 2 fire trucks and an ambulance. It's not good. Seahawks rocks. Go Seahawks. My favorite football team for life. Under my flippers, I found where past me left a good earth tea tag with quote, time you enjoy wasting was not wasted. John Lennon. Oh, time. No, that was a bad John Lennon. Time you enjoy wasting was not wasted. That was so bad. But then I'm better at Paul. You could do Paul McCartney. He's more like, time you enjoy wasting was not wasted. Then John's more like, time you enjoy wasting was not wasted. You're in a major fire zone in Australia, out of nowhere. Yeah, Canada's been like really bad for fires in the last, I don't know, has it always been like that and I just recognize it now that I'm older? Or has fires been worse in like Australia and Canada and California for the last like decade? 4 or 5 years specifically. Have they been getting worse? Or has it always been in the news and I just recognize it now? There's so many fucking fires. Say hi to him? I will, Juan. Next time I see him. Slump is moving to, George is my favorite Beatle. Musically, John Lennon's my favorite Beatle, but overall, my favorite Beatle's George. John's kind of an asshole. George is... I'd rather hang out with George. Seahawks has always been my favorite, including Southern California. I like their team colors. Yeah, Seahawks is like the default like favorite team here because it's the closest geographically. But I've never been big on football. I still am not. But I love the Seahawks. While my guitar gently weeps. Probably George's most accessible rock song, I'd say. The very first song I heard, I was never into music when I was in high school or a kid. When I was like 13 or 14, I remember I downloaded the just random shit off of Kazaa. And I was like, I'm gonna try getting into music today, like just randomly. And I just like, the Beatles, they're famous. And I downloaded some random Beatles songs. And I played the song Something from Abbey Road. And I played that, and I just listened to it. It was like the first time in my life I like sat and like listened to a song, just like for the sake of listening to a song. And it was just, like such a pretty song, and like I love that song so much. And I'm just like, wow, that was like really nice to listen to. And then so I got into the Beatles from there, and then from there I got into like other shit. Beatles has always been my first musical love, but that song specifically, Something by George, was like the song that got me into music pretty much. If it wasn't that, it would have been something else, but you know. So I've always loved George. My dad knows, yes, everything. Thank you, Carnage Odyssey. My teeth? My canines are in the wrong spot. They're supposed to be a third tooth in, right? Mine are the second tooth in. So I got like natural vampire teeth. They have been getting worse, yeah. They have, haven't they? Nearby hospital. Not really. Kinda. I guess, yeah, no matter where you are in Vancouver. California, it's normal to have fire season. It's so fucked, yeah. Oh, did it, Nina? Yeah, that sucks. That's scary. Like, there's tons of fires in BC, but like, I'm not anywhere near like where I am. Not something I have to worry about. That's, yeah, that's scary. What about Ringo? I have so much to say about Ringo. He's the humblest Beatle. And he was the only one that wasn't a douchebag at any point during their career. He was the only one that was like literally like all about the music. He was like a simple guy. And the other three were like a lot more egotistical than Ringo. His drumming it suited the band perfectly. He's not like, you know, John Bonham or anything. But he had really good fills. He's a solid drummer. And I think Ringo was perfect for the band. The Beatles would have survived without Ringo. But that's not to say... I couldn't think of anyone better, really. I love Ringo. Kazaa, that's right. That was like the first wave of like clients that came after Napster. There was like Napster, then there was like LimeWire, Kazaa. Kazaa was dope. I remember downloading songs off Kazaa in like the early 2000s at like 4 or 5 kilobytes per second. That was like fast. If you got the 5 kilobytes per second, that was fast. You could download a song in like a day. And then like we'd download skateboard clips. We just download skateboarding clips and like songs off Kazaa, and they take like all day. And then we'd have like these 7-second like skateboard clips we'd watch over and over. Man, that sounds like... Okay, I sound like an old man like telling kids about like, oh, back in my day we had like 2 channels on our TV. Better than your London accent, probably. It did sound bad. I think I got his tone down, but his accent I'm not good at. He's got this tone. John. He actually has a very deep voice. He raised his voice electronically for a lot of his songs. I want to say most. I think most even. He raised his voice up like... I'm not sure why. He had a really... I liked his deep voice. Kazam. Oh, thanks, Nina. I was pretty proud of that little beat. Wow, Ivan to suck your blood. Ivan. Hey, that's your name. Ivan to suck your blood. Haha. Shit, I'll be on for 10. Elliot Smith's the best Beatle. Honestly, Elliot Smith would have fit so he would have fit into the Beatles so perfectly. I feel like individually, unpopular opinion, Elliott Smith is a more well-rounded songwriter than Paul McCartney or John Lennon or Bob Dylan. Legit. There might have been one or two categories maybe they were better at Elliott Smith in, but overall Elliott was a better instrumentalist. He had a more fundamental songwriting ability. That's an objective thing, but his song structures were way more intricate. He had way more emotion in his music than I think anyone ever. I mean, obviously that's so like controversial to say he's a better songwriter than John Lennon, but a lot of times the first ones to do something get a lot of credit just because they're revolutionary, not necessarily because they're the best at it. And there's something to be said about that. But if someone even does it better than them years later, they might not get as much credit as being the revolutionary one. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's a lot of more well-rounded songwriters than like Lennon. But he did it first, so that's different. Like, if someone with Elliott Smith's knowledge and ability were around in the 60s, it would have been like, it's totally unfair. But like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Elliott Smith is the best songwriter ever. That's all. I seriously love Elliott Smith so much. Like, there's music and then there's Elliott. Oh, I love you, Donna. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's just starting to get normal back out in public. Actually, like, since they took the restrictions off everything, like, it's been really busy, like, down here, like, relatively speaking. It's a Thursday night, and there's people everywhere. Trailblazers are heroes. Yeah, totally. And then there's, sometimes something very simple, people will be like, oh, that's like boring and old sounding, but like 3 of the first ones to do that. But even then, like Strawberry Fields Forever, for example, I think is like one of the best songs ever written, even to this day. So, yeah, there's something that they had that people can't recreate. The Beatles were awesome. My voice would crack so bad. The Beatles were fucking awesome. They're good. Whoop, 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 whoop. Freeze! Freeze, scumbag! Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, you're on another full lockdown? I hope that doesn't happen here. I feel like the numbers are going down here. I don't know. I haven't been looking at the news, but I mean, if the numbers go back up again, I feel like we're so stupid. It's like, why didn't we wait longer? You know, it's like the finish line so close in sight. I think maybe we ended the lockdown maybe too soon, possibly. If the numbers go back up, then obviously, yeah. Like, if we just bit the bullet from the get-go and just locked everything fucking right the fuck down for like 6 months, you know, this will all, but I mean, you can't have, hindsight's 20/20. I don't know. I gotta disagree on that, Buckshot. I feel like we won't get it contained if we just let people deal with it. I think it'll just keep, it won't go away. Lambos are cool, but like, there's so many much better cars. I feel like if you're gonna be spending like $250,000, get like a Ferrari, right? it's so crazy. It just might work. I actually used to know this crystal meth dealer that was also a garbage man, and these guys would drive around and pick up the garbage and like stop by houses during their government garbage job. And I used to pick up off them, and they just roll around with a big garbage truck and deal meth. It's crazy. We have an immune system. Yeah, but I feel like I mean, there's certain things though our immune system won't fix, or if it does, it might take generations. Because I just think of all the people that died, and that's with measures put in place. And then some people will compare it to like the cold, or they'll be like, it's only 1% of people die. That's like really high. That's like super high. Imagine like 1 in every 100 people who got the cold died. But I mean, there's a whole bunch of different. It's hard to tell what's what, really. Yeah, 98 point. Yeah, that's not that good though. That's my point. Like I've gotten the cold maybe 100 times in my life. Well, no, not that many, but like, you know, like 100's not a lot. Didn't that character on Breaking Bad recommend a garbage truck? I don't know. I know there's something to do with a garbage truck in Breaking Bad. I've actually surprisingly never watched Breaking Bad. Everyone's all like, you never watched Breaking Bad? Everyone gets mad at me almost. I don't want to watch it for a long time during like my recovery, because I just don't want to think about meth. But like, I could watch it now. I don't watch TV, but I will watch it. I'm on the side of we live in fear, we ain't living. Yeah, generally, the common cold has a survival rate of 89.8%. I don't think that's true. Maybe it is. I guess it's maybe age has a lot to do with it, obviously. But you can catch it twice, that's the thing. I don't think the common cold does kill a lot more, does it? But then that's another thing. The common cold kills a lot of people, and if COVID kills a lot of people, it's like COVID's easily preventable, relatively speaking. So if we could prevent 1 million people dying like a year or whatever it is, shouldn't we do that? If it's pretty, like if we could prevent people from dying from the cold, we would, but we can't. But we're able to stop the people from dying from COVID. So I don't see why we should. But again, there's a whole bunch of different ways. We never locked down from the flu. Yeah, it's because we can't cure it. What about 5G? Definitely there's something up with that. No, I'm just kidding. I think 5G is a good technology. Honestly, like, you gotta, like, living in this world requires a certain amount of trust. You just gotta trust. Certain things, like, that's stupid, but with other things, like, I don't see why I wouldn't, you know? Like, just the way, like, information is disseminated in human beings. It has to, like, for anything to come to fruition, that fucking car is loud. For anything to come to fruition, like, has to go through so many people and organizations. Like, power's so like spread apart these days. It's like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Fuck. I'm tired. I feel like I want to do more GHB. Dysentery in third world countries. Yeah, that's what I mean though. COVID's like, relatively speaking, easy to stop and prevent. 5G rolled out at the same time as COVID. Lots of things rolled out at the same time as COVID. That doesn't link them at all. Oh, I mean, yeah, Buckshot, I agree. No apologies. I agree. There are definitely people manipulating the situation in their favor. I assume that's always going on to a degree. I feel super weird if I get inkling of a cold. People avoid me and like the plague. For now, that's the thing though. It's only temporary. Every time I cough in public though, I feel like GHB's like vodka. Not really. It's sort of like, I liken it to like it's like a more euphoric alcohol. It comes on more suddenly and fades away more apparently. Yeah, I feel like a lot of this conspiracy stuff is just like I feel like a lot of people that go hard on that at the end of the day or the end of their life or whenever it takes them to realize it, will just realize that none of it will ever come to fruition. And we'll eventually realize it was all a big waste of time. Like some of these flat earthers spend hours and hours in their hobby, days and days. And I feel like deep down they must know. They must know that it's almost like it's like a guy thing, like to get together and invent something and like just create all these rules and like come up with their own theories. It's like I feel like it's just fun for them. Oh, sorry, I'm not talking about conspiracy. I'm just talking about flat earthers specifically. It's like, I feel like it's just fun. It's like make-believe, sort of, for adults. Or I just feel like a lot of people just want to, all they believe is that it's anything but what they're told, no matter what. I haven't been sick in over a year, and like, something like that too. It's weird. I rarely get sick, which is strange because like I don't live like a healthy lifestyle. I want a chip. Give me a chip. Chip me up. It's another thing too. People are always going off of privacy for the last like 15 years. Google's got our info. You've yet to see a consequence. Not everything is conspiracy, yeah. But then some things are. It's funny, some people have a different idea of what the word skeptical is. Some people are like, you're a skeptic because you're skeptical of conspiracies. But then some people think a skeptic is someone who's skeptic of the truth. I'm very skeptical of conspiracies. And all the conspiracies, like the big ones, are just like opportunities that are perfect for a conspiracy theory. It's like a natural phenomenon that like conspiracy theory will arise anytime there's like an opportunity for one. His name is Voyager. I wonder if that's a sign. I was thinking of investing in Voyager crypto. It's a DeFi app. I don't know much about the tech, actually. A lot of my investments, I don't base off the technology at all. To me, it's all about market sentiment. But there's different strategies for that as well, obviously. The Earth flat thing is like holding on to the cool thing when it's falling out of fashion. Yeah, except there's like conventions where people pay $500 tickets to attend. So it's crazy how big it's gotten. But you know what's funny to me is how like there's debate within the flat Earth community. There's like differing theories within flat Earth. So it's like they don't even have like consensus on things. I think that, along with like a couple other conspiracies, it's like they started out with a conclusion, like the Earth is flat, and then tried to like build a bridge of theory towards it, rather than just like working towards the truth. They started out with what they thought was the truth, and then tried to fill in the in between. But I was gonna say science should never be like that, but I guess it can be like that. But that's a ridiculous hypothesis. It's based off of nothing. There's no like reason to think that Earth is flat. Vaccine do not gonna avoid you to get COVID. People abuse me in public. They're ridiculous because I wear a mask. I have PTSD from my house burning down. Just acknowledge things made. Belief is acknowledgement of things made. Imagination is what creates. I like that. I got my shots. Yeah, you can still get it, but I mean, it would appear as it's working. Like as soon as the vaccine came out, the numbers started like dropping dramatically. That's pretty hard to like ignore that link, you know? I love these things so fucking much. They're so good. Yeah, no one wears masks here now. Well, actually, some people do. Depends. It's funny how like none of the flat earthers are also pilots, or no one who's like has scientific education is also a flat earther. It's like, and then like you'll have the one kooky pilot who's also a flat earther, and then they'll all be like, this guy's a pilot and he's a flat earther. It's like, okay, there's one kooky pilot out there. But it's like, what do I think all these pilots who spent years and years of training and all this money into the industry and their university, and what do you think? They're all just fools? They've all been fooled? There's so many ways to debate that. It's like, it seems silly even giving it acknowledgement by debating it. I actually like wearing the masks if, did you know people, there's a study that generally people perceive people as more attractive with their mask on. It's sort of like the same thing like sunglasses do, I guess. Like anyone could look kind of hot if they're wearing sunglasses. I guess people fill in the blanks with like an ideal image. Yeah, exactly, dead meme. If a flat earther went on a spaceship and it launched them up and they could see the round Earth, they would be like, the windows are TVs. So, you know, you got a fucking TV screen on here, obviously. Or if you sailed them around the Earth, they'd be like, yeah, you were going 1 degree and we were actually going in a big circle. They would come up with something. That's the thing, like I was saying, like, they don't care about the answer, they just know it's not what they've been told. It's just got chicken pox. My mom made me go play with my sisters and got it. I need to get the virus in my body to build immunity. That's true. Because you want to get chicken pox young. Because if you get chicken pox when you're older, it can develop into shingles or something. And when you're a kid and you get chicken pox, it's like relatively harmless. That's why they have like chicken pox parties. Whatever, if a kid has like chicken pox, they'll like, parents will get their kids together and try to get their kid to catch it. I remember I had chicken pox. Oh yeah, lip gloss with a mask? That would be awful. I hate wearing sunglasses and mask, and like, I finally was mastering it to where like it wouldn't clog up my glasses. And now it's like, I don't need to wear them anymore. I fuck with the color of your glasses. Yeah, I like the color of my glasses. I wish it was colored looking out though. It just looks black. I love glasses that make the world like colorful, like yellow lenses or like reddish lenses. I was disappointed when I put these on and it was just gray. Yeah, totally, we're meant to breathe without masks. But that's what I'm saying, it's temporary. It's temporary sort of thing, luxury, I guess, that we give up to solve this thing sooner rather than later. You can get shingles as an adult, just not as bad. Yeah. Oh, just not as bad. Yeah, okay. I heard shingles are really important, or painful. Yellow is the bomb. It's actually my least favorite color. Most people don't have a least favorite color, but I do. It's yellow. But actually it's grown on me in the last year or so. Also, thank you, Nina. See, 99.7. Buck said is 98.6. No one ever has a. Everyone's number is always off. Are you liking the world of roller color glasses? Yeah, sadly I'm not. I wish. Yeah, I used a washable cotton mask after a while too. I would lose my mask. Like, there's been so many times when like I forgot my mask. It's so annoying. Yeah, I'm starting to love yellow full-fied. I'm starting to see it's pretty cool yellow. My favorite color has always been green growing up, but in the last few years, honestly, my favorite color I find just aesthetically is pink. Just when like in art, like when I'm making thumbnails, for example, I find pink letters for some reason often looks the best, or like pink light in my room I find is like the best option besides like white or yellow light that's like colored, but not like, it doesn't like irritate you after a while. Like if I have green or blue lights on, it looks cool for a bit, but then like all night long having a green or blue light on, after a while it's like, it gets to you. I find like pink is like the best light other than natural light. And then in art, it's just, I don't know. Pink is just like a really useful color, I find, when I'm doing anything artistic or aesthetically. And then there was this excerpt from an old news article that said like, it was about a fashion article, and she said something like, the author, she's like, everyone knows that pink is the hottest boys color this summer, and all the girls are wearing blue, or something to that effect. And so at one time, about 100 years ago or something, like pink for a time being was seen as like a boy's color. That was only 100 years ago. So like, it's not like inherently feminine, which is interesting. I got it, Nina, I got it. Okay, they said 98.9. Yeah, see, that I felt like it was more closer to that, about 1% survival rate, or death rate. They send you a really weird print masking mate. It looks like water. I'm trying to imagine how that would look like. I love green too, Voyager. Like, I remember when I was a kid, I liked blue naturally when I was like really young. And then I started doing this thing at one point in my life where like I just started liking the thing that no one else liked just because no one else liked it. And I started being drawn to like the least popular option or like the weirdest option just because it was different. Just being different for the sake of being different, one of those things. But then like over time, like I genuinely started being attracted to the off choice or like the weird choice. And it started out just a thing like just because I wanted to be different. But then eventually like I was naturally drawn towards those things. And like green started out that way. I remember once my friend in like grade 2 or something, my friend Dennis, I remember the exact moment. He's like, my favorite color is green. And I was thinking like, wait, it's not blue? Like you could have another favorite color besides blue? And then I'm like, I remember thinking like, that's so cool, he likes green. And I'm like, I'm gonna start liking green. And that's how like my love for the color green started, until like it like slowly formed into like a real love. The thing with green is it doesn't work good for a lot of things. Like you don't want to paint, well, you can paint the color of your walls green, but it would be like a soft green, or like green clothes. I'm wearing a green shirt, so it's a bad example, but like generally like it doesn't work good for a lot of shit. Like green clothes isn't something you see very often. And so I get that the green's not good for a lot of things, but I love jade green. Just jade green. Green's dope. Pink and fuchsia are lovely. I like pink and green together. I'm all about like two-tone color combinations. Like every combination imparts like a different feel for me. Like every single combination has like a different feeling or reminds me of something. Like pink and yellow, I've been big on recently. It's like lemonade-y. Pink and green's always been like a favorite. Pink and blue obviously is dope together. Everything's dope together in its own way. I love colors. I sound like what's his name? Jim Carrey. I needed color. Beach or mountains when tripping? Ideally, I think mountains, although I haven't tripped really in the mountains, but I have tripped at the beach just because beaches are closer. But I love mountains. I'm not like a super beach-oriented guy. It's too much sun. I hate the sun. Stop being entertaining and interesting. Too bad. Can't help it. Wow. Speeding is like, if you want to speed, it's like whatever, show off your car, it's fine. But like sometimes people do it on the dumbest street. It's like a short ass street, like people walking everywhere. It's like, you're gonna hit somebody. It's like, what are you doing? That sounds so awesome. I love weird shirts like that. I have one pink shirt, and I just got it. It's an Accomplice mushroom shirt. And I wanted to wear it today, but I was too lazy to do my laundry this morning. Look at all the people in the grass. There's tons of people here. Oh, I just dropped my phone. Gotta be sunny though. I don't like the sun. It's so dreary. But honestly, my ideal day is like kind of like right now. Actually, I like when it's cloudy but not quite raining. Just cause like I don't know what it is. It's like my metabolism or something, or something up with my heat regulation. I sweat like a motherfucker. I'm always fucking boiling hot, sweating my ass off when everyone around me seems like perfectly temperate and cool. Like it's like room temperature out right now. If that. It's probably like 18, 19 degrees out. And I'm warm. I'm sweating. It's ridiculous. Why? It's so annoying. I hate it. Black lights are so cool looking. Yes, I would like to... Yeah, black lights are interesting. Oh, I love TMNT. I used to watch those movies over and over and over when I was a kid. The first two Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Love those. UV painting. They have UV tattoos. I was thinking of getting one, but like, I don't know. It probably wouldn't. There wouldn't be very many situations where that would be cool. Otherwise, it just looks like white, like a white tattoo. It looks weird. You know what I want to get is a stereoscopic. Actually, I am going to get a stereoscopic tattoo. You know, the one where it shows like a red drawing of something, and then like a blue version of that, like slightly offset, and you put on 3D glasses. It makes it 3D. There's like really cool tattoos like that, but when they're done shitty, you don't get the effect. Like it has to be offset just perfectly, and only certain pictures work good for it. So I want to find someone who does those good in Vancouver and get like I'm not sure what I want yet. All I know is it's going to be stereoscopic. I was thinking like a tattoo octopus like that, because I want to get an octopus tattoo soon, but that might be too intricate. I think simpler designs would work better for that type of tattoo. But yeah, I want to get that soon. I'm thinking a stereoscopic pineapple would look cool for some reason. But like people are gonna ask me like, why do you have a pineapple tattoo? And I'll just be like, I thought it would look cool. I like pineapples. But I mean, that's pretty much why I got my other tattoos. You're always like, what's the deep meaning behind this one? I'm like, I like eyeballs. I thought an eyeball would be cool. I think if you feel like it has to have so much meaning, and then like you're thinking too much about it. Tattoos are so common now. It's almost like it's like cooler not to have them now. There's like this growing sentiment where it's like, oh, you don't have tattoos? That's pretty unique. But my brother's been saying he's been getting tattoos. He's got ideas. He's gonna get tattoos for years and years. But you should just get it. You're really stoned, Joe. I'm waiting here for you. Why I oughta? Hey Matt. 5 more minutes and you gotta go? Fine, I will allow it. I sweat every day. Annoying part too is when your feet sweat and you leave footprints all over your house. Okay, my feet sweat like crazy. They're just like always wet. I'm pretty sure. I hate socks. I hate socks. I hate having anything on my feet. But yeah, they say you sweat the most out of your feet. Like, don't you sweat like 2 cups of like sweat or something a day out of your feet? I don't know, I sweat everywhere. My forehead, my armpits, my crotch. Whoever's seriously under the impression all these problems are a big deal, but a friend advised take a B complex vitamin. Made him right as rain. Yeah, I wonder if there's something I'm lacking. I'm still having weird digestive issues. That thing that I had that I thought was gone came back a little, but like I'm convinced it's not cancer now, so I'm not afraid of it. But now it's like irritating. I think it is some sort of bacterial thing. Something like tapeworm. Not tapeworm, but like something like that. Like there's something living inside of my gut. I'm quite certain. Are you allowed to take your shirt off in public? Yes. From where I'm standing, I can... Okay, I can't. But I wouldn't be surprised if I could see at least several shirtless men. Oh, there's a concert going on, like, over there. You guys want to go see the concert? Hey, cool. How's it going, man? Good to see you. Let's go over there and listen to the musics. I don't know why I'm going over here. I'm gonna listen to it for about 2 seconds and be like, okay, I'm good. Oh, I should get another donaire and see if that place can redeem themselves. I had the worst donaire. Okay, that was weird how I couldn't hear that just standing over there, but now I can like hear it just like 20 feet closer. You leave these on top for the homeless. I know people don't wear socks in my house. I'll wear socks in other people's houses. I'm not a heathen. But if I'm at home, there will be nothing on my feet. Or I'll put up with it because I'm dumb. Sometimes I like sit in discomfort for hours and just put up with it. Whenever I have an idea for a tattoo, I give it a year. If I still think it's cool, I'll go for it. Yeah, that's a good idea, Nina. I almost got a... Last year, I almost got a tattoo of Kali Ma on my forearm, which I still want to get a Kali tattoo, but the one I was going to get was like so over the top. Like, okay, essentially she just looked really evil and mean and awesome, but also she had like her tits out. And I thought that would be a good idea. And I was so close to getting that like on my forearm, and I'm glad I didn't. I still want to get a Kali tattoo, but like maybe something like less sacrilegious. And like I think the whole tits thing would probably just like offend 1 in every 5 people or something. So. But yeah, I agree. Basically wait a year. But I've been wanting to get this octopus tattoo for so long. It's actually one of the first tattoos I wanted to get, but it's going to be a big piece, so I kept putting it off. John Frasani of the Chili Peppers has a really cool octopus tattoo, or before he ruined it with heroin. But John Frasani's octopus tattoo, pre-heroin, if you Google that, I want to get something like that. Just because I love octopuses and they would make for a great kombucha and kimchi. I've never tried kimchi, Elijah. It's very polarizing, eh? A lot of people hate kimchi. But people who love it. I love kombucha. My friend at school turned me on to that. But then I realized how much sugar was in it. Like, I thought it was like, you know, like something can't be healthy and that sugary. It tasted healthy, like it felt healthy, it sounded, but like, I just felt like I was drinking pop. I don't know. I really do like kombucha though. Oh, my dad just texted me. Hold on. This actually sounds pretty good now. Hey, bro. For some reason, I could sense you in the chat. Get your tattoo. Get a tattoo. I was just about to mention you had a grenade idea. I was gonna say my brother's gonna get a grenade tattoo, but he never ended up getting it. I feel like tattoos are a good investment. Like, they're pretty cheap for what you get out of them. Like a lifetime of art on your arm. If that's a beneficial thing at all. I hate pooping in public places, but we all have that. Same. I will if I must, but... Oh, yeah. YouTube's gotten pretty good at, like, blocking out background music for, Oh, you live in Surrey? I actually live in White Rock. I don't live in Vancouver. So, yeah, we're probably closer even. But I do like to... I say Vancouver because, you know, no one knows what the fuck Surrey or White Rock is. Bloodhound Gang reference. I forgot about those guys. All I remember is their one song. Me and you, baby, we ain't nothing but mammals. So let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. I didn't know they sang anything else. Were they like a one-hit wonder thing, or am I just ignorant? Elijah, not really. Not really. I've had great trips and bad trips drinking in DMT. I've had great trips and bad trips sober. Not to a degree where I can for sure notice the difference between the two. Maybe I'm just not observant enough. Yeah, Bray won't stop flapping his gums. That's all he talks about all day long, 24/7, and he never gets it. That's basically how I explained it. Jabbing your jaw, flapping your lap, blabbing your gob. No, mine sucked. Your guys were better. Blabbing your gob. That's not one. Probably a shitload of tats. It is what is. It reflects inward, possibly. Ah. That's true. That's true. Spark Z Shiro. Are you born in Surrey? Lived here your whole life? Bad Touch, Bloodhound Gang. What? I love the drummer. Nice. Anyone get the Will Smith music CD Millennium? No. But I remember when I was a kid, our computer came with Winamp and it had like 12 songs that came with my computer for some reason. And on there was 2 Will Smith songs. And there was also
Hey,
what's up,
how
dude?
are you?
Wanna say hi?
Yeah, hello.
You're talking to 20 people.
Twitch or
YouTube.
Oh,
Got a message?
Similar.
Got a message for the
Rock
kids?
and roll.
Rock and roll.
Have a good time. Enjoy your video games. Real life's real life sometimes. You gotta learn how to separate it sometimes.
Fucking A, dude. I hear
Rock
ya.
and roll, brother.
Have a good night, man. I'm programming my phone. I thought you were supposed to leave 5 minutes ago, Nina. That's right. Whenever people say streaming, people always think it has to do with video games. Like earlier, that girl was saying like, "Oh, what video game do you play?" I'm like, I don't. I just do like non-video game streams. Oh, you were born in Ontario? That's funny. I was born here, but I grew up in Ontario. And then I moved here, well, about 12 years ago now, but 13 years ago now. But I grew up in North Bay, Ontario, actually. Yeah, I gotta start getting back into the DMT trips. Taking a bit of a break on that, but I don't know, I feel like almost even tonight, I feel like maybe wanting to do a DMT trip. I don't know if I'll stream it, but I mean, I gotta do a DMT trip now for the conclusion to my Daphne video. I don't even know where that's going. I just set up a whole bunch of things foreshadowing wise that I could potentially turn into storylines. We'll see. All right. I think North Bay represent hard as fuck. That's right. MD22 knows what's up. MD is my IRL homie from back east. We used to, well, we went to school together, but we worked together at Teletech, which is like a customer support center for Sprint customers in America, basically. It's a shitty job, but we sat there all shift long, and we just get baked as fuck every break. And then we come in, and in between the calls, we just impersonate like everyone, basically everyone. All of our managers, our bosses, friends. We do Beatles impressions. That's why I was doing like John Lennon and Paul McCartney earlier. You got John, and then you got Paul. We do that, and yeah, and Matt, we'd always just go to impersonations. So that was like the humor we'd always connect on. Mostly was impersonations. Love impersonating. Same with my brother, Brody, and I will always impersonate. I don't do raves, but I'm not opposed to raves. I just don't get out much. Plenty in the 90s. It seemed like more of a 90s thing, eh? You're actually in North Bay right now? Oh yeah, you're living in Toronto now. How's the old Bay? Has it changed at all? Probably not. I think North Bay is a pretty cool place to grow up. But like, just feels too isolated to settle down. Like, the closest city is like Sudbury, and that's not even really a city. Even just aesthetically, or just for the atmosphere, I like big cities. Just for the atmosphere alone. Look at this fucking janky looking seagull. One of those like dark gray motherfuckers. That seagull's been around the block. Caca! $3.22 water. Oh yeah, here's where there's that weird ass guy on that one stream. He was like dancing, he almost took his dick out. He was joking, but he was serious. He almost did take his dick out. He's like, here, you're streaming, you want to see something interesting? Then went to take his pants off, and then at the last second he decided not to. But I don't think he was joking. 5 days psych trance fest. A's Nate, is that so reminding me, like, I'm so excited to try that mescaline, but I like have to wait for my tolerance to fade away. I got 1,200 milligrams. And apparently, like a really strong trip, like a really like mega dose is like 800 or more, I guess. I'm considering doing it all. It's like go big or go home. That'd be crazy though. That's the point. It'll be crazy. I want crazy, I think. I haven't had a psychedelic experience in a long time where I'm like, whoa, this is intense. You know? I'd rather like do too much than too little. And like, yeah, honestly, I mean that. Like underwhelming trips to me are like such a bad time because it's just like anxiety and you just feel like shit. But if you do too much, then it's like scary. But okay, I don't know. Maybe I take that back actually. Maybe that's stupid. It depends. If you take too much, sometimes it's confusing and full of anxiety, but then sometimes it's like just really intense. Like, I don't mind that if it's just too intense. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I think ideally you just want to take like a good amount. It never seems like that though. It seems like it's always too much or too little. Except for last weekend. I was like right in the groove. The acid hit me perfectly, the 2CB, the GHB, the fentanyl. It all like came together in this symphony of epiphany. Wait, no, of euphoria. That's the word I wanted. I think I might go home soon. I'm not sure. I gotta go take a piss and then we'll see. Do you do country shows? This country shows. There's a country audience in Canada. Alberta, it's like the Texas of Canada. Bad Harvest music. Fast music from the late 80s, early 90s. Sounds terrible. I'll check them out if I remember. There's a whole bunch of shit from this stream though that I've been saying I gotta check out. You gotta remind me. Remind me next time I show you the Trailer Park Boys picture. You're janky. That'd be freaky. I'd probably just assume that was from doing too many psychedelics. And I'd probably take a break if that happened. If that legit happened. That's the thing. Nothing like that's ever happened to me. Like, I've never had like a psychotic sort of experience like that. Except for that bad trip. Like, in that semi-recent video I did. That was like one of the old times I can remember where like I thought I was sober and my hallucinations were happening to me while I was sober. Of all the trips I've ever had in my life. And that is such a freaky feeling. It's so different than knowing you're high and then just knowing that the intensity is from that. Like, just imagine like sitting there and then like it just reality just alters, like, because instantly when you see that and you have no other excuse for it, like you don't think you're on a drug, it's like you instantly think there's something wrong with the universe. Like what else could you assume from that other than like, okay. Weirdos. Then start talking to random people. What time is it? It's 8 o'clock. Yeah, I could. I don't know, the vibe I'm getting from everyone right now is everyone's heading somewhere. Sometimes you get the vibe where like people are like going from one place to another, and then other nights it's like everyone seems like they're just like hanging around downtown, walking by themselves, and I had too much caffeine. And then there she was. I smell sex and candy, yeah. Oh, I thought I just felt a raindrop. That's so nice. I actually love the rain. I love the rain for sure. I have tried chunga. You know what I was gonna try find is someone off of Fiverr who lives in Vancouver to walk like downtown Vancouver, like Granville and Robson or something. Very busy intersection. To just walk into the middle of the intersection at a specified time and yell, "Subscribe to Junk Bond Trader!" And I'll just go to that intersection at that time and like film and just wait for them. That would just be like a cool like clip to have for, I don't know, like an outro or intro, or I don't know, I could use it for lots of things, I'm sure. But I didn't know what to like search. Like, what would you search for that? I'm sure there's someone willing to do that. See, I don't know. If I'm gonna spend like $250,000 on a car, like there's so much better cars you can get for that money. Like, get a Ferrari, right? You're already spending like $250,000. I love that song, Shannon. Like being blasted into 4 grams of mushrooms for 10 minutes. Yeah, a small mushroom or a small DMT dose is pretty much like that. But it's like physically sedating too. You get weird like physical effects at low doses, which I think turns a lot of people off. But I tend to like it. I tend to like the small doses. You can like take a little bit and just like extend that trip for like 20 minutes too. If you just have like a pen, like a cartridge, and you just like hit it a little bit here and there. I've done that a few times. That's enjoyable. Sean guys tried you in Russia. Have I tried Jenga? Have you played Jenga on Chonga? That's crazy. That'd actually be so dumb. You'd be like tripping out and you'd be like, Jenga, this is trippy. Why am I doing this? And then everything would fall over and it'd be like a metaphor for your life collapsing all around you. Alright, well it's 8 o'clock. I might as well stay down here for a little while longer and do a little more G. Do a little more G. Because I'm a G. Oh, wow, this place is like ready to shut down. What time is it? Oh, I guess they're open till 9. Oh damn, look at those fountains. I never even noticed those fountains there. There's so many like cool hidden spots in Vancouver. Hey Daydream. Junk Daddy. I try to get everyone calling me that. I want there to be a creepy vibe to my name, like Uncle Junk or Junk Daddy or something creepy like that. Okay, let me put you guys back in here. Apparently you can't film inside of a washroom on a live stream, or maybe that's just a Twitch rule, but it's like highly against the rules if you film inside of a washroom. Probably not on YouTube. You can get away with anything on YouTube. Not YouTube for that. Like people ask why I don't stream on Twitch. It's like I'd get banned and like immediately. Okay, I'll BRB. Little French. Yeah, I've heard people having good experiences with a joint of DMT. Experience further imbalance. Unky junk. Renegade? I'm not sure. Thanks for subscribing, boy. Appreciate you. That's funny you say Resident Evil cutscene. In my recent video I uploaded this morning, I was trying to find a way to show like the note, the poem that Daphne left for me. And I just blurred out the background when I opened the book and just put like the note. And then I'm like, hey, that's exactly how they do it in like Resident Evil. I remember that game, like the first Resident Evil, like that was based in the mansion. That game was so cool. All right, let's go. Hey, there's a Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons honestly kind of sucks, but their coffee is really, really good. And cheap. They have good, cheap coffee. Oh, I hate when they put these things on here so I can't like skate it. Otherwise I'd totally shred these rails, bro. Oh yeah, I was telling my story earlier and then I trailed off into a tangent about skateboarding. I tried getting back into it like 2 years ago and I fucked my ankle up really bad. I sprained it as hard as you can sprain it without breaking it. And it literally hurt for like 2 years. And when that happened, I'm like, fuck it. I'm done skateboarding. I give up. It's not like riding a bike. You gotta be on that shit. Like every day. Let's go this way. City. I love this. The city. Thank you. Thank you. I always feel weird with crosswalks here. Like, you're just allowed to walk across crosswalks here. And it's your right of way. In Ontario, it's not like that. And so when I moved here, and I was driving, people would just like walk in front of your car, in front of the crosswalks, and I wasn't used to it. And I'd almost hit people. Oh, you know what's annoying? When I'm like jaywalking or like crossing the street, like when I'm not supposed to, maybe, but then like a car's coming the other way and then they stop for you even though the light's green for them, but you're not gonna like dart out in front of them. I'm just gonna like wait on the median for them to cross, but then sometimes they'll slow down, and when they do that I just point to the light. I'm like, it's green, go. And then sometimes they like throw their arms up like, I was trying to let you go. It's like, why would I go? It's not my turn. Just trying to jaywalk, like you don't need to stop. But I guess I'm the one fucking things up because I'm jaywalking and you're not supposed to, right? But my theory is like, just drive, and if you hit me, it's not your fault. You know? Oh look, rodeo. It's like Rodeo Drive. Super fancy. Tudor. Like, where is everything? There's nothing on display. It's just a big empty fucking... There's nothing on display. It's empty. It's the lamest jewelry shop ever. There's nothing in here. Fuck that place then. I was about to buy a Rolex, but I guess not. I was same with this place. Did they take everything out at night? Or are they just like out of business because of COVID? I don't know. Weird. Seems like a lot of work. Every night. Put all the jewels away. The Abnormal Beauty Company. That's an interesting name for a company, don't you think? The Abnormal Beauty Company. I wonder what they do. Pour myself another drink. Might as well finish them off, right?
Ariana and like their live performances.
Vincent Cassel. I like that name. It's my middle name. That's why I like it. Does anyone else wish their middle name was their first name? I do. PS1 Resident Evil was sick. It was. 2 is sweet so far. Tim's coffee is god tier sometimes, yeah. It's got a very distinct flavor to it. Their basic coffee I like better than like Starbucks basic coffee. But then they're like donuts and shit aren't that good. I'll eat them. They're good. They're just not. There's better. No one wants to work. I mean, yeah, as little as possible would be nice. I want to extract as much joy out of life while simultaneously doing as little work possible. But if you can make your work feel, or if you can turn your hobby into work, then you're doing both, you know?
Oh, did I hurt you? Did I hurt you?
If you can make your work not feel like work, that's the ticket. It's embarrassing. My mom's middle name was Geraldine, and she hated it. Twisted Metal, I forgot about that game. That was like one of the first like big games for PlayStation. So many fire trucks today. Everything was burning. Holy shit. Does anyone remember the game Extreme G? Shani, I think you gotta say your middle name now. Just follow your passions. I agree. I think if all else fails in life, if like you're at the end of your rope or whatever, just become like unhealthily obsessed with a passion and just sink like all of your time into it. And I think usually something good comes from that, depending on what your passion is. If it's like murdering people, well, if it makes you happy, sure. Come on. What's the... Oh, siphon filter? I remember that too. Do you remember Rainbow Six? Or, do you remember Earthworm Jim? Some classics, PlayStation 1 titles. Clay Fighter. You have to be happy with what you're doing minus the money. Yeah, exactly. I'd honestly rather be just getting by, doing something I love, than making like 6 figures, doing something I don't like. Like, okay, maybe for a couple of years I would do that, just like rake in some cash. But ultimately, what I settle down doing, I have to enjoy it, I think. But then some people are happy just doing like whatever job and making tons of money, and then like, you know, work hard, play hard sort of mentality. I guess that works too for people. I'm all about the work kind of hard and play kind of hard, but constantly. I think that's better for me. I don't get that thing where I feel like I'm not contributing to society when my life hasn't. When basically I've been a degenerate. I've never got the thing where I felt like I got guilty because I felt like I wasn't contributing to society. And I don't know if that's like a selfish thing. I guess it is. It's not a good quality. But I don't know. I've always had the sense of like, it's my life and I'm just gonna worry about my happiness first and foremost, and then if I can contribute to society after that, then I might consider that. Is that like, that's not a good thing, what I'm saying. That's like a shitty person, I think, what I'm describing. No, I think I've set my brain up and my lifestyle up so that it's very hard for me to be happy. I wish I could redo my 20s with like my knowledge now. I mean, everyone says that. Like, I wish I could go back into high school now and just dominate high school. I'd be the most popular kid in school if I could go back into high school right now. No, probably not. I'd probably still be like, I was never like unpopular, but I was always the stoner kid. Like, there's a lot of stoner kids, but I was like the weed kid. I had a lot of friends at school, but like I never hung out with people outside of school. Mostly because I feel like I'd rather be alone most of the time. But then it's like sucks because like when you do want to be with people, it's like there's no one around because you're not social. So it's like a double-edged sword. Like, I wish I could be alone 90% of the time, then still, like my best friend Scott, I consider him my best friend now. We just reunited like recently. We used to be good friends when we cooked together years ago. But like we just got back in touch in the last couple of years. We've only hung out like 3 or 4 times. But like I've realized like he's probably my best friend because I don't have many friends where it's like you can hang out with them once and then like 6 months could go by, or maybe even a year or more, or it doesn't matter the time that goes by. That's the point, is like when I see him again, it's like no time has gone by. And it's where other friends or friendships that I've tried to maintain, it's like they try to get in touch with you like every weekend or like every 2 weeks even, or whatever. And if you don't like keep up talking with them like every freaking week constantly, they think you died. They're like, what happened? You died and you fell off the face of the planet or something. But it's like, what do you mean? We just talked like 4 months ago. So Scott's like sort of the same way, I guess. Or I don't know if he is necessarily even, but he puts up with it. That doesn't bother him. And like I've had people tell me before, like it's hard to be friends with me. and I get that. But to me, it's like, I don't know, like seeing someone once a year is a lot. Like a year's not very long, you know. But I don't know. I guess some people go out like every weekend, see the same friends every weekend, and that's cool. I wish I could have something like that. Like when I was younger and I was watching like sitcoms when I grew up, I'd always be like, I wish I could have like friendships like this, like the same group of friends, a network of friends that go out every weekend. But I realized eventually I'm just not that type of person. Even if I could have that, I don't think I would do that. I think I'd rather mostly just have like more isolated events with different people every once in a while than have like a routine. Like that's what it comes down to. It comes down to routine. I don't like routine anything. So I don't know. I'm standing in front of this A&W and it smells really good. So I'm gonna get a burger. A&W is so good. Earthworm Jim, Time Crisis. Oh, I know that game too. But I was thinking Dino Crisis for a sec. Did anyone play Dino Crisis for PlayStation 1? Metal Gear, that's classic. Earthworm Jim 2 was super hard. I don't remember playing number 2. So play your original NES? Yeah. I remember when I was like 3 years old, I guess I would have been when Super NES came out. And my parents got my brother and I a Super NES in like 92. And I remember my first video game experience was playing Super Mario World. And I remember being 3 years old in the haunted mansion levels, like jumping around the booths. And when you look at them, they freeze, and when you turn around, they move towards you. And I remember having like inexplicable levels of fun being like 3 years old playing Mario. It's such a simple game by today's standards. But now it's like 32 years old. Like I have like the craziest games available to me where you can basically do anything you want, and like I'll be playing that and I'll be like bored out of my mind probably. It's just like everything's so novel when you're a kid. It's so easy to get entertained. And you're just like jaded when you're older. And you're exposed to so much cool shit as technology advances, and so like you know what you're missing, basically. It's sad, as I get older, I find it harder to get enthralled or swept up in video games. In my mind, it's like still something I like and want to enjoy. But then when I go to play them, it's like I just don't get the same thing out of it. And I keep thinking that maybe they'll come out with a game one day that's going to make me feel like I'm a kid again. But as I get older, I realize, games that come out with it are pretty freaking good. Like, I just don't think that's possible anymore. Actually, no, VR. I think VR is going to do that eventually. If VR just gets a little bit better, it's going to be fucking amazing. Haha, Voyager. Yeah, that's a pretty common story though. Like it would be really hard to, even if you had Bitcoin back in like 2012, it would be nearly impossible to foresee what it's become. You know, there's probably like 1 million people saying the same thing. But that's why like investing is hard. You got to be able to foresee that shit, and not many people have that gift. Or I don't know. I'm sure you. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. It's just You know, it's funny. Like when I lose money on an investment, it doesn't bother me as much as when I'm like, oh, I should invest in this, and then I decide not to, and then the next day it pumps like crazy. Like when I miss out on opportunities, that like hurts my heart. I don't know what it is, but like when I like think of investing in something, then I decide not to, and then it like goes crazy. That bothers me so much for some reason. I think about it and I ruminate on it and it irritates me. But if I invest in something and then it like tanks next day and I lose like whatever, for some reason I'm able to swallow that pill a lot easier. I don't know what that is or what this has to do with anything. Can we be friends? You were evicted from your condo? Captain Sabo? I heard recently, like, now that everything's going back to normal and some people are getting, like, COVID benefits cut off, that a lot of people are getting evicted recently. I'm not sure if that relates to you, but I just heard that, like, yesterday. But I hope all is well, dude. Electron rotates around a proton. Earth rotates around the sun. The sun rotates around the center of the galaxy. What do galaxies rotate around? That's what I want to know. Bullfight. Creepy. Rotate around these nuts. My favorite song by Smashing Pumpkins is Ava, Adore. Or it's just called Adore? I don't know. I guess that's a pretty, like, obvious selection. Oh, later, Exosoma. Call you by your username. Winter around these nuts. I don't know what it is, but a well-timed these nuts joke, as immature and outplayed as it is, will still make me laugh if it's like well placed and well timed. Original Mario Kart lost its appeal. I played that game so much. That was the games we got: Super Mario World, Mario Kart 64, or not 64, Super NES, and then also Bart Simpson, or the Simpsons video game we had for some reason. But yeah, I played the shit out of that Mario Kart. My god. A lot of people use astrology and don't know it. How so? Shit's not going back to normal. I mean, today felt really normal here in Vancouver. I gotta say, things felt pretty much normal. I think they'll go back to normal. I don't know if I would make a good psychiatrist. Oh, psychotherapist. Is there a difference? You know, I didn't know this. There's some jobs where people look a lot like their profession. Psychiatrists look like psychiatrists. And also, sound engineers look like sound engineers. Have you noticed that? Sound engineers always got a look to them. Often scraggly, poorly dressed. Their hair is usually messy. And then psychiatrists always got a certain look to them. A lot of people use astrology, for stocks. There's so many approaches to how you evaluate stocks in the market. For me, it's all about the sentiment, how the market feels about it. I don't care if this company sells shit. If their outlook is good, I'll invest in it. Or if I feel their outlook is good. That's something like Dogecoin and stuff. Like, I made a little bit of money off Doge. I sold all of it now, but like, I gotta get some A&W. I'm hungry as shit. Bart. Oh yeah, Bart's Nightmare. That's the game I was talking about. That game was crazy. Hello. May I please get a Uncle Burger to go? Just by itself? Oh, Dustin. Yeah, Bart's Nightmare was cool. Simpsons game.
$95 to be a change.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the game was funny. You'd have to like, you'd jump on these like book reports or something that were like, you'd walk down the street and you had to jump over shit, and you'd have to jump on like, oh, you'd have to collect the pages for your report for school, and then every time you picked one up, you'd like go into a nightmare of Bart's, and they're all like mini games. It was a weird game, but it was, yeah, it was cool. Also, Uncle Burger is the only logical choice at A&W. How much Phenibut? So I'm not sure. There's two different types. There's like the HCl and there's the other one. The one I take though, it's like between 1100 and 1500 milligrams is about what I take. Anything higher than that, it becomes sedating. But up to a certain range, it's like it's stimulating and it like makes you like talkative and uninhibited. But at a certain point, it becomes like sedating. So some people even take like very small doses, like a few hundred milligrams. But for like a recreational dose, you'd want to do like between 1,000 and 1,500 milligrams. Yeah. Teen Burger? Thank you. Have a nice night. I don't know what it is, but anytime I give my name to like fast food, like they want to take my name, they always get it wrong, and they'll call me something like I'm not sure what he thought my name was. Like he said like Nilton or something. He's like, Nilton, Uncle Burger for Nilton. I'm like, Nilton. Or I used to see this hairdresser. I used to go to the same hairdresser. He was this Iranian. Iranians know how to cut hair. Seriously, the best hairdressers are Iranian. But I had this one hairdresser, and I used to go to him because he cut my hair nicely, and he didn't talk very much, which I liked. And this one time I went in, and he's like, it was the third or fourth time I saw him, and he's like, what is your name? You know, asking my name. And I'm like, Dustin. And he's like, and Dustin? Like he thought my name was A.N. Dustin. And I guess he didn't know like American names or whatever, so like he didn't know the name Dustin. So he thought my name was N. Dustin, but I didn't correct him for some reason. And so every time I saw him, he would call me N. Dustin. A-N-D-U-S-T-I-N. And sometimes like when someone asks me my name, I psych myself out and I go to say my name and it comes out like weird. I don't know what that is. When I overthink anything, it's always a bad thing. It always fucks me up. But yeah, my old hairdresser thought my name was Dustin. Which like would be such a weird name. It's so like confusing because it sounds like and Dustin. But I guess to his non-native English speaker ear, it didn't sound that weird. but it was. I don't know. Oh yeah. And yeah, half the time I tell someone my name, they think my name's Justin. And usually I just accept it. I don't even correct people anymore when they're like, call me Justin. I'm like, they'll figure it out eventually. Oh, Canada. It's not oh, Canada. It's oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. Oh, you. Is it chopping? Should be better now. This is so good. Honestly, A&W used to be better though. Like it used to taste like a step above everything else. But I noticed it's gotten cheaper and less good over the years. I really like Burger King actually, but you don't see them anymore. They've like all gone out of business. Or Wendy's is good. I like everything, to be honest. There's not a fast food place I don't like. Except actually Arby's is kind of nasty. I don't know if you guys have Arby's before, but like they have a couple sandwiches where like the meat is cold and the cheese is like warm. It's just really weird. Like even when they're made good, they're like not that good. Arby's is trash. Arby's is so bad. At least the one that was near my house. Choose your mouth closed. It's so funny, Ashley. I got some comments on my videos being like, yo, stop breathing with your mouth open. Mouth breathing is so bad for you. And like, I didn't realize it, but I guess I do mouth breathe a lot. And there's a few comments, people pointing out to me. It's like almost insulting, but it's like helpful at the same time. But like, what are the negative effects of mouth breathing? Is that actually like, will that actually fuck your shit up? Like, is it bad for like your teeth or some shit? Like, I don't even know. Wendy's makes good hamburgers, they do. And they're very plain. Yeah, well, A&W used to have like, their sauce, I don't know, I remember their sauce used to be like so distinct. Now, like, I can't even taste it. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Yeah, I love the junior chickens at McDonald's too. They got like, they taste different than the McChicken. There's a spice. There's a little subtle spice to the junior chicken. When you breathe through your nose filters the oxygen and purifies the air you breathe in. With your mouth, there is no filter. That makes sense. Also, like, isn't it bad for like your face structure if you breathe through your mouth? Or what's that thing where people like push their mewing? They like push their tongue to the roof of their mouth, and it's supposed to like give them a better jawline or something. Is that related to that? I feel like though, maybe breathing in through your mouth exposes you to more germs and stuff, and exercises your immune system. It's a theory, putting it out there. Not breathing in the city is more healthy. Yeah, we went to LA once, and like the smog was so like, it was like noticeable. Like my brother has asthma, it like triggered his asthma really bad, and I remember the air felt, smog is a thing. It's a thing. Mouth breathing ruins your posture. I guess, yeah, I can see that. I mean, I have poor posture. Someone pointed that out to me in one of my videos, like my 4ACO experience report from a long time ago. The whole trip I was sitting like hunched over on the edge of my bed for like 3 hours straight, and it just looked so uncomfortable. And then someone in the comments like, why are you sitting like that? And I'm like what? And then I look back at the tape, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, that looks so uncomfortable. Like I was saying earlier, I put myself through so much discomfort sometimes when it's like something that's easily solvable. I feel like as I get older, like this becomes less of a thing. Like this angle, it becomes more like this. Your chin connects to the bottom of your neck as you get older. Or like when I was young, it was like 90 degrees. Like now, it's like, and one day it's just gonna be like, blah, blah, blah. Like, what's up with that? What's up with it? There's a cop right there. Think I could sneak this drink without the cop seeing me? You know what I found interesting earlier? When I was up there sitting by the waterfront, a security guard came up and he looked. I had a couple drinks in front of me and I was just swinging, but I was keeping to myself. And he saw the drinks and he just kept walking. But then he went up to the two guys sitting beside me who had drinks, and they were like talking and having drinks together, I guess. But he told them to put their drinks away. What's up with that? I guess maybe he saw me and he's like, this guy is clearly a mature man that we can trust to have drinks. I just ooze maturity. Oozing with maturity. As I sit here mouth breathing, all hunched over. Interesting. I'm gonna roll another J, get really stoned, and then I'm gonna head home. I really wish my mushroom stream I was doing down here, that the stream didn't cut off when I was on the subway or on the SkyTrain. I was acting like such a jackass on the SkyTrain, and apparently for no reason. It wasn't even broadcasting to anybody. Every stop I'd be like, all aboard, because I was sitting at the very front. And I was pretending I was driving the SkyTrain. And I'd be like, all aboard. And then when people get off, I'd be like, you're welcome. And then every stop I'd also be like, another successful journey. Like I was a SkyTrain captain, pilot. That was so trippy though, being at the front of the SkyTrain on mushrooms, going underground. Like earlier when I was talking about like having this phobia about seeing massive man-made structures, that sort of gives it to me. Like going through the tunnels and just like looking at all the engineering and work that went into like building freaking tunnels underground so like trains could drive through. That was like so trippy on mushrooms. It just looked cool going through the tunnels, but then like thinking of like all the work that went into this shit.
One of the things that we were doing.
And that's not even like super advanced technology. We've had like subways for years, decades. This is so cool to me, like rolling a joint right in front of a cop. Like high school Dustin would have been like, he would have thought this was pretty cool. This stream is really relaxing. Thanks, Chancey. How's it going, by the way? After work, unwind beer. That's the best beer. After a long day, hard day, a long day's work, hard day's work, that's what I meant to say. After a hard day's work and like, so the after work beer is always good. Like I can't wait to get home and like relax and have a beer. No, I'm just kidding. There's something really satisfying about that, being in a routine and then just like your leisure time is so much more enjoyable. Okay, yeah, that was so weird. I was just saying how cool it is to roll joints in front of cops or whatever, but then the cops just like walked by me and like I just felt like weird. Like all my shit's out on the sidewalk pretty much. And he looked by and he's like scoping me up and down. And I'm like, oh, I felt like I was doing something wrong for a second. That's pretty cool. Like, it's pretty crazy some of the drug laws in some countries. Like, just morally fucked up. Like, people's lives being ruined. This is so weird. Okay, like about a month ago, I was randomly thinking about what DMT is like in other countries. Just randomly, I had that thought, and so I'm like, just randomly pick the country, the first country to pop into my head. I'm like, okay, what's DMT like in, say, Bangladesh? So I typed in DMT Bangladesh, and like a day before that, I made that search. There was like the biggest like psychedelic drug bust in Bangladesh. Like ever, I think, for DMT. And it wasn't much. It was like half a gram, like 100 hits of acid and like an ounce of weed or something. Like hardly anything. And there was like 4 guys that got caught with that in Bangladesh. And none of I couldn't find out any information about what happens to them, what they did with them, or what the penalties are for getting caught with that in Bangladesh. Like, you just can't find that there's no straight answer. Which leads me to believe that it's something really fucked up. You know? And I know that they kill people for like drugs in Bangladesh, and certain countries, like the war on drugs in Bangladesh is really bad. Like I went into this rabbit hole after finding that out, but like, it's just sad.
Live streaming? No.
I am.
What's up?
How's it going? Want to say hi?
Yeah.
What's your name?
My name is Alec. Alec Marcarian. I'm a YouTuber myself.
How are you?
Y'all know me.
I
Good.
I was just saying earlier how like Vancouver seems underrepresentative for streamers.
Yeah,
There's
who
not
are
much
you?
of us. I'm Dustin. Junk Bond Traders is my channel.
How big's your channel?
I just hit 15K.
Cool, man.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
dope.
it's grown. Yeah. What's
Yo.
your channel? What do you do?
Alec Marcarian. I teach people how to develop software, develop video games, create video games. I inspire, I entertain.
Alec Marcarian?
Alec Marcarian.
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 That's cool. Yeah, check me out. Like, get in touch with me.
Yeah, maybe
Junk Bond Trader?
hit me up on Twitter or something.
Sure, dude.
Cool. Y'all have a great fucking night. I don't know what you're up to in Vancouver, but there's a lot to do in the city. And
There is. I was just about to wind it down and head home, but I don't know.
well, you fucking enjoy your night, man.
Yeah, peace out,
It's nice to meet you. What was your name again?
Dustin. Junk Bond Traders to channel. Junk Bond Trader.
Junk bond trader.
Junk bond trader.
So you trade bonds?
I don't actually trade junk bonds. It's a song reference to L.H. Smith.
Oh, okay.
But I trade crypto.
You trade crypto.
Yeah. You?
Very interesting. I trade the gold market.
Oh,
I
do
trade
you?
gold. Yeah. I've been trading gold for some years now.
Yeah.
Man, I went a little bunkers a bit. Like I'm spending like 16 hours a day in front of charts and.
Oh, me too. And like, it got to a point where like I didn't have like any money in. I took all my money out, so I had like $200 in there, like nothing. But I was still like just obsessed with watching the charts. It turned into an addiction
I don't know
itself.
if you're like big into like you trade off of just pure TA. There's not a lot. I mean, the fundamental economics for Bitcoin are going to be understanding the dollar, the
Right.
inflation of the dollar, but ultimately, like that's not been what's been driving the price of Bitcoin.
Totally. That's what I was just
Bitcoin's
talking
been
about that
driven
earlier.
by pure hype and whales starting to invest into it.
That's why I don't with Bitcoin or
What was his
crypto.
name?
I don't
Peter
go.
Saylor?
Michael.
Michael Saylor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that guy really started the
That
trend
guy's
of billionaires
totally,
hopping onto crypto.
But I don't like to listen to Michael because like his career. He used to have a big career, and then he like got caught in fraud, and basically he was.
I don't know too
became
much about
infamous,
his
but,
background before like his boom and
But like, of
rise
course, he's
around,
going to be
like,
100% on Bitcoin no
notoriety
matter
in
what.
Bitcoin. Well, hell yeah, bro.
So it's like-
I mean, Bitcoin. Like, listen to me. This is what I like. My thing with Bitcoin is that we need a decentralized currency because a decentralized currency with the properties of gold. Because if we're going to go back to a gold standard, all that's going to happen is that we're going to rely on one currency. We're going to go back to a U.S. reserve currency or some world reserve currency and back that with gold. And all that does is really like turn a fiat currency into a little more of a sound fiat currency. But
Totally.
we're still using a fiat currency though.
To decentralize it, like I said, it's like a
We're not
moral
going to go back
imperative.
to trading bullion coins with each other
Totally.
and bricks of gold. So what we do is we create digital gold that is decentralized, that no one government or entity controls,
Right.
and it has a scarce amount of coin that can be mined, which
Right.
is that same property that we love
Deflationary.
and appreciate in
About
gold,
gold,
and
yeah,
within
right.
its
But then on
valuation.
top of gold,
And then
there's
the
more
more
use cases to it.
There is more use cases. The more people that participate within the network,
Right.
the more fluid it gets.
Right, yeah.
And the more realistic it becomes to actually use it as a daily transacting currency.
And-
Now, I don't see it maybe as the daily transact. I can see like a fork happening with more light speed
Yeah.
transmissions.
Totally.
or
There's a lot of other
transactions.
coins that would do that better if they got fleshed out.
It is a
But,
bit of a
yeah.
transmission.
Yeah. Like Ether, I think Ether's going to be that eventually.
Right.
Personally. But
I'm
who
just.
knows?
I just came back from library studying, so I'm just in my. I've been studying like physics and kinematics all day, building car engines. Man, I'm
So your
building a
mind's-
hypercar company right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man.
Fuck, dude.
And quite literally, I'm inventing.
What's a
inventing
hypercar? How is a hypercar different from
extreme
a supercar?
propulsion systems. So think of a 10,000 pound-feet of torque, 10,000 horsepower car that is able to modulate itself as it travels through time and space based on telemetric data that's fed into the ECU.
What's
The
Canada's?
Using
Canada
the
has
telemetric
some-
data to instruct the different parts of the car to hunker, to swap down. If you're going down a straight, it's different suspensions around corners. You even have thrusters. Imagine going around a corner and having thrusters just boost around the city, man. Like,
Mario Kart style.
maneuvering. Imagine maneuvering around the city with thrusters, and then
They don't, dude.
landing when you're trying to go up to 500 miles an hour, having a downforce system that perpetuates itself and creates more speed and eliminates drag because all the fans that pull in air, spit out air from the back of it.
I love
utilize
cars. I love driving
speed
cars.
to create more speed. I have a suspension system I developed that quite literally nobody has thought of, and I'm not going to give it away on stream here. But look out for Markarian Motors. My cars one day are going to not only revolutionize automotive, but also create extreme levels of innovation, not only as a result of my technologies, but through the inspiration that my technologies create.
That's the thing. It's like just putting technology out there,
seeing what the human mind is capable of,
and opportunities,
and manifesting whatever it is in your mind that's going on right now is what you're manifesting in your mind. You have to be not only cognizant of your power and your ability to harness your energy, but we have responsibility to innovate because civilization is built on innovation.
That's the two things humans will do no matter what.
Creators like me and you,
innovate.
man, like we are against the grain. Like we think outside of societal bounds and norms. Like you're out here streaming, not everyone does that, and you're putting yourself out there and connecting with people that want to connect with you, have a message that they resonate with you. But
that's some people that have to be this way, you know. It's like, I couldn't be happy doing anything else.
You have people there that care about you. And y'all, I'm sure, some sort of a family care about each other, and that's fucking beautiful. That's why I love making my YouTube videos, man. Yeah, I make communities and inspire people and inspire other people to not only motivate themselves to create, but out of their own creations, out of seeing my creations and creating themselves, other people become inspired through the ripple effect. And the origin point is my creations. And the origin point right now for you is your creation.
Creativity breeds creativity.
Creativity breeds creativity. Invention breeds invention. Money creates money.
Totally.
You attract more of whatever you're focused on. So if you're in a positive mind state, make sure you're doing everything. First thing in the morning, wake up, drink 3 gallons of water a day, go for a run. As you're running, you're in a meditative state. Go back home, meditate on your thoughts that you started to accumulate as you start running. When you're running, man, you have blood flowing around your body. Your brain is just primed for the fucking day. The first thing I do when I get up out of bed is jump on my fucking whiteboard, put my ideas down on paper, man. Like I literally innovate in sleep.
I wish I could be that organized.
Do that. And it's beautiful. We have amazing fucking minds.
We do.
Utilize that. I have some things to do right now, so I'm gonna bounce. But
it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man. And maybe hit me up on Twitter.
Yeah, let's collaborate or something, or I'll message you, or I'll get in touch anyway. Cheers, dude. Peace out. Acid, shrooms, or cocaine. Coke, yeah, A's and eights. I'm it sounded, cocaine. It sounded like the first time I did cocaine. You seem cool though, but like it seemed like someone like you don't want to get high with, because they'll just ramble on about rhetoric all night. Like everything you just said was so like just rhetoric basically. But I mean, what he said was true though. But you can't be in that mindset all the time. But okay, he said he's gonna revolutionize the way motorized vehicles work. Which that probably sounds crazy, and if I had to put my money on it, it's probably not gonna happen. But I feel like it requires that mindset to sort of make change sometimes. Like sometimes you need the dreamers to push it beyond the envelope, so then when it like reality corrects itself, it like falls back somewhere that's further along, you know what I mean? We need people like that. Elon Muskers. Imagine Elon Musk on cocaine. Elon Musk annoys me so much. And ever since like he got like vocal about crypto, and then he went on like Saturday Night Live. Like I don't know, just everything he's done in the last 5 months has irritated me beyond belief. And like 6 months ago, I was like pretty much a fanboy of Elon Musk. But I don't know, I realized like if this world played out like 100 times, like there'd probably be a different person that was Elon Musk every time, you know? It's just like, I feel like just to get to that level of fame, there's like luck involved. Well, I don't know, that's hard to say. No. That's not totally true. I think Elon Musk is pretty impressive. You can't really deny it. Just because of how much ground just because how far he's pushed certain industries. And like several industries. Like he's pushed like vehicle technology forward a great deal. Space exploration forward a great deal. Batteries and like solar energy, eventually he's gonna push forward a great deal. It's like rare for anyone to be able to like do that to one industry. But there's something to be said about like, I don't know. You know what it is? It's like I think people throw around the word genius too lightly. I don't think he's a genius necessarily. He's like a visionary. But one of his greatest attributes is he's a huge risk taker. He's taking huge risks and put up like put all his money into his ideas, and he like believed in himself. But it's also just a huge risk. And yeah, to be a visionary and a risk taker. That combination of attributes. Wants to nuke the shit out of Mars. Does he? We should. Fuck Mars. But are you ever hanging out with someone and they're like, they're going off about stuff like that guy was, but he brought up so many points that I'm like, oh, I have a great point to say about that, and then I'm trying to get the word in, and then by the time it's too late, he's already moved on to something else. I'm like, oh, I guess that point's gone, and then he brings up something else. I'm like, oh, I got another point to say about that. Like, I hate hanging out with people when it's like certain people, I'm not saying that guy was like this necessarily, but like sometimes you hang out with someone, it's like all they do is talk and talk and talk, and then you go to put your point in, and then they like won't hear you, or they'll just be like, oh, what was that? And it'll be on their phone or something. That's one of my biggest pet peeves, I think, of all time. And cocaine brings that out so much more than like any other drug. Jumpstart a terraform? Is that what the nuking's about?
Unless they took.
Elon is benchmark. benchmark for what? What an average person should be, or a benchmark for a great thinker? Or is that in regards to the genius remark I said? I just think a genius is someone who's like Rain Man smart with like a particular math or something like that. I don't like Elon might. He's probably very smart in like physics and or whatever and stuff, but like to me, like the word genius is like those are probably like the people he hires to like figure out the math behind the rockets and shit. But that's not like any lesser of an ability to be able to have that visionary gift and then to implement it. I think that's as impressive or as useful as like someone who's really good at math. We got into this debate like a long time ago, like whether Elon's a genius or not. I said he wasn't, and then the chat was thinking like my criteria for genius is too steep. But to me, like a genius would be like the person developing his ideas, whoever that is. And geniuses are rarely like also like worldly like businessmen who can accomplish the shit like Elon Musk did, you know? Except Einstein. Einstein was like pretty pimp. He was like very smart, but also like he seemed like a cool guy. He wasn't like a tortured soul genius like Tesla or something. Apparently, Einstein, he got around. He liked to fuck. Word on the street. Where's my papers? I'm smoking another joint. What's up? How's it going?
It's so cute. Doing a little violin.
It is. I'm streaming. You want to say hi to the stream? Yeah, you got a message for the chat?
Sup?
Say sup, chat.
I'm Kayla.
Kayla, you got a message for the world? All 26 of them?
Let's see. I'm in Vancouver right now, and the weather is disgusting.
Oh, you don't like this weather?
Hot. I get really tired of walking into a restaurant, store, it doesn't matter. I get one look at me, I get treated like I need to be out of their store. Like, you know, how dare you?
Yeah,
Talk to me
that's
like
some pretty
that
like
when I'm not a
hoity-toity.
homeless person, for one, and I was willing to be a paying customer.
I'd let you shop in my store if I had a store.
But like, you just boggles my mind.
Vancouver's kind of like that sometimes. It's very,
You're bringing that to Shays?
to who's?
To Shays?
I don't know Shay.
This sounds really good now.
Really good down?
Wasn't good.
I'm not into it.
Sorry.
Yeah, I try to avoid the down personally.
I haven't really been thinking about that. Today I really need to. That's gonna keep happening all day long. Look at the mirror.
I'll figure it out.
Keep it safe, that's all.
Yeah, fuck yeah, keep it safe.
You're not. Keep it in your spare room. Look at that. Your kitchen, and you can't get into it. It would be funny when your cat got into it.
No, I want to be funny.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Alright, have a good night.
Are there any good kitchens? Me and Christine and Tasha.
I don't know them.
What's that?
Alright, have a good night, Kayla.
Are you gonna go to the
No, I live in White Rock. I'm probably heading home soon.
video fucking. White Rock is good.
White Rock's dope. I like White Rock.
Oh, it's probably so good. Six rolled up probably on these when he started the fight because they were show. He went down there after his own. But yeah, after that, man, I said my water. I gotta get to the that steam clock.
Steam clock? You're not far.
Huh?
You're not too far.
What, about 10-minute walk?
Not even 6 or 7 minutes that way. She's on heroin. 1000%. Or fentanyl. Heroin doesn't even exist anymore. She's like, I gotta make it to the steam clock. And it's like that way. And I'm like, yeah, it's about a 7-minute walk that way. And she's like, okay, perfect. And then she starts wandering that way. Heroin's weird. It's like, they'll come in and out of lucidity. So you'll be talking with someone, and they could be like 1 second they'll be like, yeah, totally like coherent, and then like 2 seconds later, like nodding out and like snoring. It's not really funny, obviously. Well, to a degree it is. I think addiction is funny to a degree. I think like even when I was like in the throes of my addiction, I did like totally ridiculous shit that in hindsight like is like ridiculous to a point where it's funny. Like overall, obviously it's not funny.
Excuse me,
Hello.
you smoke cigarette?
I don't. I
Oh, I'm
quit.
sorry.
Yeah, it's alright. You smoke weed?
No,
No.
but I just need 60 cents to get on the sky train.
60 cents?
Yeah.
If
60.
I have it. I'm not sure if I have any change, but I'll help you out if I do. Here.
You sure?
Yep.
Take something. You don't smoke.
No, I don't smoke.
I'm sorry.
It's alright. No apologies. I got a ton of change.
Where are you from?
I'm from here. Well, I grew up in Ontario.
What part?
North Bay?
North Bay.
Yeah, it's just a few hours north of Toronto.
Yeah, the lake.
It's on Lake Nipissing.
Right on the lake, right? Right next to the lake.
In North Bay?
Yeah. Because I drove once
Mm-hmm.
from Ontario all the way to Vancouver.
I did that a couple times. It's
You know, the first time it took me 10 days.
well, it takes you like 3 or 4 days to get out of Ontario, and then it takes you like a day to drive across the prairies.
I mean, what you said is true. It took me 3 days to get out of Ontario.
Yeah, Ontario. It's like the highways they
Because
wind in and
you
out.
gotta go all the way up,
hmm
and
And then through Saskatchewan and Manitoba, it's just straight. You just
Oh.
drive straight through it. You get
it's so
through it.
boring.
Yeah, it is.
Once we hit Alberta,
Then it gets
Oh.
interesting again.
I mean, you can see forever.
Oh yeah, it's funny. Sometimes you'll be driving through Manitoba, and you'll see a car coming towards you. If it's nighttime,
Yeah.
you'll see the lights like, and then you'll see them for like 5-10 minutes.
I
and
never
then
drive.
they'll
I
pass
never
by.
drove at night because I have a kid
Mm.
that's
Oh,
only
yeah.
3 months old.
Oh yeah, better safe than sorry.
So we got to do it all during the daytime.
hmm
And then there was never once I drove more than 4 hours a day.
Yeah.
That's why it took me 10 days to get back here.
Right. Yeah. You could do it quicker if you really wanted to, but yeah.
But when you're with a kid,
Yeah, when you're with a kid, it's different. Yeah. Where are you from?
Vancouver.
You're born here?
No, I'm from Hong Kong.
Oh, you're from Hong Kong. How long have you been in Canada?
47 years.
Long time.
And
Do you ever go back?
no, not me. My wife, my son, they all went back.
Mm.
But not me. I rather go to Caribbean.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'd be nice. Me too.
I rather go to a place that I never been to
Yeah, same.
instead of a place where I came from.
That's what we were just talking about. I wanted to do a vacation soon, and a lot of people were telling me go to Australia. It's a nice place. I'm sure it's nice, but it's too similar. I want to
You
go to
know-
like China would be cool, or
You know
India.
you're from Vancouver, right?
Yeah,
You want to go on a vacation?
yeah.
The cheapest vacation you can go,
South America somewhere probably.
take the cruise.
Where?
Take the cruise, go to
I'll take a cruise.
go to Alaska.
Oh yeah, that would be fun. That'd be a nice trip.
It only costs you about $700-800.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
All the food is included,
Yeah, that's nice.
and make sure you bring your own booze up there.
Yeah,
But when you bring your own booze, put it in a water bottle
yeah.
because they scan you.
Oh yeah. Why is it
Because-
expensive otherwise?
Oh shit!
Yeah.
It's over $10 a shot.
Oh damn. Yeah. That's not
But I
bad.
mean, put it in the water bottle. They scan you, nothing.
Yeah.
But make sure you get it in your water bottle,
Yeah.
not well, some other kind of bottle is okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it's
But on the cruise ship, the booze are very expensive
is it?
because that's the only thing they charge you.
Yeah, that's probably how they make their money.
Because everything else is free.
Yeah, oh that's right. Yeah.
But I say if you're from Vancouver, you have to take the cruise
Yeah.
because it's the cheapest way to travel.
Yeah. Yeah, for like less than $1,000, you can't really. There's not many places you can go.
I mean, it's
South
not even-
America, there's some pretty cheap places like
It's not
all
even-
inclusive chips to Cuba.
I mean, if you get on in Vancouver and get off in Vancouver, you're from Vancouver,
Yeah.
so that's no problem.
Yeah.
Probably $700 you can
Yeah.
get,
That's pretty good.
and that's really cheap
Yeah.
for 7 days cruise.
Totally.
All the food is covered.
Yeah. That's not bad at all.
Oh, you can find cheaper.
No, you can find like
You can find cheaper way to
that'll cover your
vacation.
flight maybe, but then you gotta pay for a hotel on top of that. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, if you travel to LA, the most expensive part for you is the
The room.
hotel.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to travel to a place that had really good hostels. Like I heard Poland has really cheap hostels, like $10 a night, pretty much. You can stay at
Well-
hostels.
Even if I don't think you can get it in Vancouver.
Yeah, no, there's like they have the one hostel down by Canby
Oh yeah,
Canby Bar, yeah, on top of there. So
not $10.
No, not $10. No, probably a lot more than that. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Everything's expensive here.
they probably cost you $30-40. at
Probably
least.
minimum.
I mean, if you go to a hotel, forget it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go to a hotel, you're lucky. You get it for $100,
That'd be a really good price. Yeah.
and if you're not lucky, you get $200-300.
Yeah, easy. It's an expensive city.
It's a living that's cost you the most.
Yeah,
It's not. The food is cheap.
hmm
I mean, you can eat cheap.
It's like rent. You're saying is expensive here.
I mean, you can. Oh shit! I just wear one room.
Yeah.
One room in a rooming house
Yeah.
cost me $430.
Yeah. Oh, that's not bad.
But people say that's expensive. It's not even a nice room.
Right.
It's not even a nice place.
Well, I'd rather live in like a shitty, like small place, Vancouver, than like a nice place in Surrey. Because I just like the city, you know.
Well,
and Surrey's not very.
if you got Surrey, I mean, that's all the gangs are there.
Yeah, that's true.
All the violence are there.
That's true. All the violent crime is in Surrey.
And you really don't want to go there.
No.
I don't even want to go there.
That's what we were saying earlier. Like some people think like downtown East Side's dangerous. It's not really.
Oh, downtown East Side is safest place
Yeah,
you
it's
can
friendly
go.
people and it's busy.
I mean-
there's a lot of people, so it's like not.
They don't do anything for nothing.
Right. I'd be more worried about wandering Wally at this time than down there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Surrey is a dangerous place.
Yeah. Surrey's a pretty tough city.
But downtown East Side
It's
is safest place you can be.
Well, mostly they're just helpless people, like drug addicts.
But the thing is, there's so much police presence.
Yeah, they're everywhere. Yeah.
They're everywhere. Every block, there's a police car there.
But ironically, it's you're safer down there. Like you can use right in front of the cops down there. It's like a free pass down there.
Oh,
They'll just walk by you.
I see
shooting
a
up
cop,
right in front
a
of
guy smoking dope. You know, a cop walked by. You know what he did? He was doing like this.
them. Yeah.
Hit his hand. Every
I'd be so pissed off. I used to be one of those people. I used to have a bad, terrible drug problem.
and the guy was swearing at the cop.
Oh yeah. that,
And the cop keep laughing and keep walking.
it's better than getting thrown in the cruiser. Or,
He's not gonna arrest you.
yeah.
By the time you done this paperwork, you have released already.
Yeah. Exactly.
So why do it?
Exactly. Well, if they busted every person down there for doing drugs, they wouldn't have enough cops to deal with everyone.
Oh, they don't even bother with it.
Yeah.
They know who actually cops on the Pigeon Square and
Yeah.
they know who's doing what.
Yeah, exactly. They know everyone down there exactly.
They know what, and why bother?
Well, yeah.
They arrest you. By the time they done the paperwork,
They could have been doing something else more.
you're out
productive.
already.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just too much drugs to enforce it all. So it's kind of a good solution to force them all into.
Well, it's more compact, and if they want to look for you, they'll find you.
Right.
They rather do it that way.
Right. It's
Then they force you to spread out all over the place.
right. It's easier for everyone this way. It's not the perfect solution, but it's like the best they can come up with, I guess.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't think you can come up with a better solution.
No, I mean, yeah, it works. It kind of works, you know, because people are going to do drugs no matter what. You
Oh,
can't
yeah.
help that. So
I mean, especially down on Pigeon Park,
yeah,
it's drugs.
yeah, that's all it is. Yeah,
You can't stop them.
no,
And then if you stop them, they go all over the place.
yeah,
And
yeah.
it's even worse.
Right. Yeah, it's better for everyone. They're happy because
At least they know where, if they want to look for you, they know where to find you.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true too. Want to say hello?
You're from Vancouver,
I am. Yeah. Well, I live in White Rock right now.
White Rock.
Yeah.
There is really a White Rock,
Yeah.
but they paint it white though.
They do. They paint it white. When I was a kid, I thought it was actually white, and then I found out they painted it. I was disillusioned.
I mean, that's a big rock, humongous.
It
rock.
is. Yeah.
It's all painted
Looks
white.
like a big crack rock.
Yeah. I used to like, before, you can buy seafood there. Now you can.
Oh, what? Fish and chips and stuff?
No, the real seafood.
Oh, like a raw
The live
seafood?
one,
Oh, really? Like a market?
Yeah. you can go down on the bank, right? And go down, and there's boats there.
Oh yeah.
You can buy shrimp.
Oh, that must have been a long time ago.
Long time ago.
Yeah.
Not no more. I mean, you can get some of the best shrimp there.
Yeah.
But now they all go to Stevenson.
Right.
And Stevenson used to be a family place.
Oh, did it?
Now they become so commercial. It's really commercial.
Yeah. Totally.
Like you can really buy some good stuff there, but now no more. Well, I'll talk to you later, man.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you.
Yep.
What's your name?
Al.
Al. Take care.
What's your name?
Dustin.
Justin.
Yeah.
Nice. Where you from?
I'm from White Rock.
Oh, okay.
See you around.
Yeah, bye.
You're welcome, Giza Speaks. I actually just do it for myself. The fact that people like it is just a huge bonus. I'm not trying to solve the world's problems. Ex-oxy addict. I don't know, I never did that. Not judge it. Aaron is one hell of a toy. Is that scaffold crew behind you making all that noise? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it is. It's a scaffold crew, actually. I just looked at the truck. Sucum Scaffolding. I don't know what they were building or taking apart, but... Okay, of the 3 people I just spoke to, one was on cocaine, one was on heroin, and I actually think that guy was sober, or maybe he was drunk, but that was by far the most level-headed person I talked to in the last hour. Like, the 2 people before that, it was like uncomfortable because it's like, it doesn't seem to matter what I say, they're just high and they don't understand like what is even happening. Well, like that guy was enjoyable to talk to, you know what I mean? He was a little yappy, but Rush reminds me of Wizards, yes. So does Uriah Heep. They remind me of Wizards a lot. Well, they have the album The Wizard. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, actually. Oh, Gizmo. I remember that from Gremlins. Yes. Oh yeah, from Gremlins. Get 'em high. Chip and Dale. Chip and Dale. I used to love that cartoon. I remember once I was talking to my friend, and I was like, yeah, I love Chip and Dale. Or Chip and Dale's, or we're talking about Chip and Dale. And she thought I was saying Chip and Dale's, like, you know, the dancers, the male dancers in, like, Las Vegas. And so I'm like, yeah, I love Chip and Dale. And she thought I was saying Chip and Dale's. And then she's like, oh, really? I didn't know you were into that. I'm like, yeah, totally. I used to love it as a kid. And she's like, as a kid, really? Chippendales as a kid. And I'm like, wait, Chip and Dale. Rescue Rangers? Wait, Chip and Dale and Rescue Rangers are different, right? But aren't they both, like, hamsters, not, like, chipmunks? Who are the Rescue Rangers again? I forget. Ask him what he thinks of One China policy. Sometimes you get a person you're talking to where you know you can just ask them like one little question and it'll set them off for like an hour. Siri sucks, yeah. okay. I was like ready to go home like before the first guy started talking to me, and then it was just like I was getting up to go, and then like heroin lady started talking to me. I was getting up to go, and then that guy started talking to me. Sometimes I don't mind giving change to like people who ask. If they're just like honest about it and they're just like straight up ask you like, hey, do you have like 60 cents for the SkyTrain or whatever? But like, I don't know. There's this one guy I've seen on multiple occasions where like he'll ask you for money, and once I gave him some change, and then I gave him like $1 or something like that, and then he's like, oh, can you give me more? And he started following me around, like asking me for more. And then like I said no, like I don't got more, like stop following me. Basically I had to tell him to stop, and then he got like upset. He was like mad. And then another time I was down there and I saw the same guy, and he walks by me. He's like, you got change? And I'm like, no. And I kept walking. And then the woman behind me, he's like, hey, do you got change? And she's like, no, sorry. And then he's like, oh, come. And he started pestering her and like following her around. And it's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, I get it. You're in a tough situation, but like, have a little bit of like, I don't know, even if I was in that situation, I'd have enough pride not to like, I don't know. I don't know. He probably wasn't all there. But that just like irritates the hell out of me. And I'm like, why are you following me, pestering me around? Like, pick on someone your own size sort of thing, you know? But that guy's just straight up like, do you have 60 cents for the SkyTrain? What's up? Oh, thanks. Just got that a couple years ago. You recognize me? From YouTube, maybe? What's your name? What do you recognize me from? Oh, okay. That's so creepy. That's so weird. Like, yeah, exactly. The only reason he's pestering her because she was like a woman. She seemed like not confrontational or whatever. And so it's like he's pushing people just to the brink to their money.
Yeah, well, it's like, oh man, like.
Yo, what was with that guy? That was fucking weird. Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know if you guys heard that. Well, like, fuck off. He comes up to me, he's all strung out on heroin. And he's like, yo, blah, 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 blah. I couldn't hear him. I'm like, excuse me? And he's like, oh, I recognize you. And I'm like, you recognize me? I'm like, from what? And he's like, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, from YouTube, maybe? And he's like, no, I recognize you. And they're staring at me like all serious. And he has like a mask on. And he's all strung out on heroin. He's like, I recognize you. And I'm like, from what? And he's not answering me. And then he's just staring, and then he walks away. Like, why, like, he's an adult man. Like, can't you just, like, communicate to me? Just, like, communicate, or, like, don't talk to me. Creeping me out. I'm looking over my fucking shoulder now. That guy was weird. seemed very serious. He's like, I recognize you. I'm like, okay. From what? And they say, oh yeah, he said, I recognize your tattoo. From what? Doesn't even make sense. Crazy shirtless guy. Oh, Hot Pockets. I don't know what it is, but the cheese and sauce in there, it gets so fucking hot. It gets sun temperatures. Pizza Pop, like if you ever got Pizza Pop sauce, bite into a Pizza Pop, and you get that cheese on your hand, it's like 5th-degree burns. Paper Johns. Nice. You know what, Dick Chisco? Doing that shit feels really good. I was talking earlier about all the donations I got, like in that one stream. It was so crazy, and I never had that much money before, just like disposable cash, and I was so grateful. I was like taking out like $1,000, like all in 50s, and like the ATM's just like spitting 50s out at me that it didn't have like 24 hours earlier, and I was just like, I was like so grateful. And there was a homeless couple like lying in the ATM lobby. You know, sometimes they sleep in the bank ATM lobbies, and they weren't even awake. But I just left a little. It wasn't a 50. I think it was a 20. But I just left a little 20 by their like stuff. So when they wake up, they'd have like the $20 or whatever. And then on my way out, the woman woke up and she was staring at me. So I think she heard me like come up to them. And then I was walking away and she was looking at me like, yo, what were you doing? But I was like, I just made eye contact. I'm like, oh, you'll find out. You'll find out what I was doing in the morning. It was a good deed, okay, lady? Don't stare at me all accusatory. But it does feel like really good. It does. It feels great, actually. Oh, there's 2 cops right there. Do you think they're gonna come up and pester me? I'm smoking this joint here. We'll see. Not many sober people. There's like no sober people here. Yeah, I remember him. We were just talking about him earlier. Okay, that guy, Dick Chisco, he came up to me, he's like, hey, where's my $20? And I'm like, what? He's like, where's my $20? I'm like, I don't know you. And he's like, oh, I'm just kidding, man. I think he was seriously trying to intimidate me or scare me. And then when I reacted like, oh, I don't know you, he just turned it into a joke. But maybe he was banking on me being like, oh, don't, like, calm down, like, don't hurt me or whatever. Or just like totally like getting scared and like giving him $20 or something. I don't know. When I look back at the tape and like hear him, it sounded like he was trying to scare me. Or maybe I'm just being, I don't know, paranoid. Why do people have to be creepy? Like, I really should. I don't know. I don't think anyone ever tries to be creepy. I think it's always like creepy is not something anyone ever wants to be. I don't think. It depends. Like, when a guy calls another guy creepy, it's like one thing. When a girl calls a guy creepy, that's like another thing. Like, you don't want to ever be creepy in the eyes of women. I think that's like the last thing a guy would want to be. That's like the most insulting thing a woman could say to a guy, I think. Is call him a creep. It's just not good, you know? Imagine watching this roll around as a woman. I can't imagine it. Yeah, same, Shannon. Especially, I hate when people ask me like what about like personal art stuff. Like tattoos isn't so bad, but like when people ask me like what a lyric means, or like when I'm writing a song or something, I'm all for it when I'm writing it. But then when someone's like, "Oh, what does this mean?" Then suddenly I get like super like shy and like, "Oh, it sounds silly if I say it out loud." I was at a concealed weapons permit. You wouldn't like Canada then. You're not allowed any weapons here. But it works out, I think it works out good. Because if you really want a weapon, you can get one. But for the most part, it just makes it so people don't have weapons. Like you can find a gun, or like a knife, or whatever. I think you can buy...
head on Lauren's shoulder, and he was like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry."
There's like gray zones.
No, he was like disgusted by it. Because I like joked.
Like if you go on Amazon and search self-defense weapons, you get bear mace comes up. I think that's like a legal loophole. If it's for bears, then it's not like illegal, but you're not allowed to have like pepper spray meant for humans. So they just like advertise it as bear mace, even though it's like the same thing, right? It just burns the shit out of eyes. So that's like one thing I think you can get, self-defense. Generally though, it's like having a weapon is like, it steps it up a whole nother level in Canada. So it usually goes from like fists to like knives and guns, you know, there's like no in between. Well, I guess it's the same everywhere. I think generally in Vancouver, it's a really safe city though for like violent crime. It's just like it's dense and like there's people everywhere. It's just busy. Like the guy was saying earlier, like Surrey, the next city over, that's like where all the violent crime happens. Oh, thanks, No Memes. Enjoy the content. I appreciate you. Thank you for watching it. Seriously appreciate all of you guys. Yeah, I rarely ever alone, but as a woman I get called. Yeah, I guess it would be like it would be different. Like I don't like any unwanted attention, even as like a guy. So like sitting here, if I was a woman like doing what I'm doing right now, I probably would have had a lot more people interacting with me. Maybe not though, but probably. Like like a woman doing what I'm doing right now would seem a little more out of place because I assume a woman generally would feel less comfortable doing this, you know, so you wouldn't see it as often. Or maybe, I don't know, is that why, am I saying something correct? Or am I stupid? Is what I'm saying stupid? I don't even know. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm so tired. Holy fuck, you guys are typing too much. Slow down. I hate when I do that. Well, I don't hate it. It's kind of funny though. When I say something that's obviously a joke and then I say just kidding after. It's just like, I don't know why, but every time I say that, it sounds like something a little kid would say. You know what I mean? Like, obviously it's a joke. I always see people walking towards me and like, they'll be like, I can tell they're like all fucked up by the way they're walking. And I'm like, please don't be coming towards me. Please don't be coming towards me. Actually, that's not true. I kind of like interacting with weirdos. To be honest.
Come by, have dinner or have a drink or whatever. Have one of your. Come see. I'll let him
Do that, but I do it to be awkward.
No, come see me.
Sorry. If I lived in America, I probably wouldn't carry a gun. I don't think I would feel like I needed to. I don't know. I feel like the same argument for gun control can't be made like in America than it can in Canada, just because the situation America's at. Like, you guys have guns, they're there, they exist, and a lot of people love them, and it's written into your constitution and everything. So like, you can't just say, oh, you have strict gun laws like Canada and America, and you guys will have less gun crime. Because the guns are already there, you know what I mean? I think it's like a cultural mindset sort of thing. I don't know. It's really interesting. America's such an interesting country. You guys are so interesting. It's weird how like, okay, do you guys find it weird how like some things are like divided, but it seems like it works out to like 50-50? Like, what's with that? Like, there's so many issues that fall like right at 50%. I feel like everything I said in the last half hour has just been like not interesting, just like tired, uninspired thoughts. That guy's walked by me like 3 times in the last 2 hours. He's probably like, what is this slacker doing? You're your own fan. Do it just to be awkward. Sometimes I do that. Like, you guys ever do a joke that you know nobody's gonna get, like in front of strangers, just for yourself? Like, sometimes I'll go into a gas station and pretend I have like a Russian accent. I'll just be like, if I'm looking for directions or something, to like, to the A&W, I'll be like, oh yes, I'm new in town. What is the A&W? I'll just do like some weird accent like that. And they'll just be like, oh yeah, you just go up here. And then I'll walk out and I'll just be like, I don't actually have an accent. And I'll just laugh to myself. It's so stupid. Why do I do that? Remember? Yeah, that one I've done a lot of times. I've done that a lot, actually. That's so weird, actually, now that I think about it. Or sometimes, I haven't done this one in a while, but sometimes I'll pretend I'm on a phone call, and I'll have like a really ridiculous phone call about something crazy in front of people, and then just like gauge their reactions like silently. Not even for like a video or like to make friends laugh. Just for myself. Is that like, maybe I'm like a crazy person? I think maybe that's just like what a crazy people do. Better to have and not need. But if everyone has that mindset, then yeah. You know? I think just the less guns that are around works out to better in the end, personally. Generally, when speaking about societies, but then again, like that's hard to say for America just because the situation's so different. Like, there's guns here, but like only no one has them for like self-defense. Generally, they're used just by like criminals, and they just shoot each other generally. Like, rarely do innocent people killed from criminals just because, or like people get caught in the crossfire. Like, rarely did the innocent people die from guns. That does happen, but it is really rare. Like, it's either an accident or like you get a psychopath just out to kill innocent people. And that's just like getting struck by lightning sort of thing. Like, when I was home invaded, like years ago, that was a thought that kept me like, I wasn't that scared, honestly. They had a gun to my head and everything, or looking for the weed, but I'm like, okay, these people are like, you know, criminals, obviously. Assholes, maybe. But they're probably not psychopaths. Like, they're probably not going to shoot some innocent person because they didn't have the weed they were looking for. Like, that would be a ridiculous thing to do, obviously. That wouldn't be in their best interest. And I think this is rare where you get someone who just would make themselves wanted for murder just for the sake of killing someone. Like, really rare. And so I think just based on that, like, principle or that belief, it's like you can just not have guns, and then every once in a while someone's gonna die. But then, here's another thing too, it's like, even if you do have guns, like if I had a gun when I was home invaded, it wouldn't have mattered. Like, by the time I heard the back door opening, and by the time the guy's like gun was against my head, I felt like I thought it was a joke for like 10 seconds. I had a gun in my head, I was like laughing. I'm like, good one. You know, let alone to have my gun ready. I just think it's like, rarely there's a situation where someone like, every once in a while you do see it though, a situation where it's like a video where someone has a gun, then like someone pulls out a gun and like takes down a robber and saves the day because he had a gun on him. That does happen. But oh yeah, I don't know, you guys know what I'm saying. I won't get into it. If you're like born into a situation where it's like a lot of people have guns, then it might feel like you should have one. You know, if you're born into a country where like no one has guns, then you wouldn't feel like you need one. But if I grew up and a lot of people had guns, then I might feel like I'm at a disadvantage. So I might be more prone to get one if I was American, you know. That's why it's different. It's not like the same argument. They're toys. I mean, there is something about like having extremely powerful machinery in your hands that I think is just satisfying, not only just to guys, but just to humans. This is why I love driving. Just like moving like 3 tons of metal just wherever I want. It's so satisfying. I love driving nice cars. I haven't driven many. My dad has a really nice car. It's not like super expensive or anything. It cost him like, you know, less than like 10 grand or whatever when he got it years ago, but which is still a lot of money. But it's a Porsche 928, which is the same car that Tony Montana bought in Scarface to impress the girl. And it's the same color too, the white one. It's like that it's like a rare sort of Porsche. It's like, I don't know, one of the nicest looking Porsches in my mind, but that car's so fun to drive. Just like, it's got like a racing suspension, so like, you feel like every little bump in the road, but it's like satisfying. And then like, you don't even feel like you're going that fast, and all of a sudden you're going like super fast. Like, I don't know, I love driving that car. Or like, I just love driving just any car, really. Even my like Intrepid. I can't believe I fucked up my last car. That's so stupid. You don't put an oil cap, you forget to put the oil cap back on, and it ruins your fucking car. Like, shouldn't that thing be like tethered to the fucking... How did I forget to put the oil cap back on? What did I do? I just took the oil cap back on, popped it up, and then tossed the lid in the bush. I don't think I forgot to put the oil cap back on. I think I put it on and it popped off or something. I don't know. Like, why would I not put it back? That doesn't make sense. If you don't know, my last car, I fucked it up because I popped up the oil, and apparently I didn't put the oil cap back on, and oil sputtered out all over the engine and destroyed the whole car. It was one of those situations where it was like, really, that happened? I guess, okay, you're the mechanic. You're like, yep, your car's fucked because you didn't have the oil cap back on. Oil sputtered out. You might as well scrap it. And I'm not like a mechanic, so I'm just like, okay. That sucks. So, yep. Yeah, if you're ever topping up your oil, make sure you put the oil cap back on. Otherwise, your entire car will be ruined. Fucking stupid. I feel like they should have some sort of safety preventative measure for that. That's it. It's so different in the US. Yeah. It's not. It's easy to say like, I don't feel like I want to own a gun in Canada. But yeah, it's different. It would be different depending where you live in the States for sure. I think just the fact that was written into your guys' constitution, well, obviously, 100% that's it. That, like, you know, changes history, changes the mindset. Oh yeah, I felt way more safe. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that. Okay, when I was home invaded that one night, I was dreaming like with a watering mouth of just having a gun. Like, I played back in my head, if I had a gun, buddy walks in my bedroom, and I'm like behind the door or something, and he comes in looking for me, and I come up, I'm like, oh, what's up now? And then I mean, I blow his head off in the fantasy, but I just realized that might make me sound like a psychopath. But in the fantasy, I shoot them both in the head, and I kill them both, and I come out victorious. Like, totally, if I had a gun and those guys were, you know, walking in on me, I would have shot them both in the face, straight up. But, like, it was like 4 a.m. Who's sitting there, like, with a gun in their hand, like, waiting? Who knows? But I do fantasize about being able to have blasted their heads off. I'm not down with murder, but I would have been down with killing those guys. It was so scary, like, the next 30 days, though, after those guys came, and we called the cops after, and they stole my dad's cell phone, and they're texting my brother, And they're like, yo, snitches get stitches. And they're like, give us 10 grand or we're gonna shoot your brother and your dad in the head. And my brother's like, we don't have 10 grand. And then we called the cops. Just because, I don't know, we did. We were scared, I guess. And they're like, snitches get stitches. And then like that night, or no, the next like 2 weeks, like trying to sleep, every little creak I heard in the house, like just a little tiny creak, I'd be like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. And I thought someone's like breaking into my house to blow my head off. I thought I was gonna get stitches. It was so annoying too, like when we called the cops, there's this one fucking big motherfucker cop with a big shotgun. And he was all curious. He thought we were like pulling some sort of insurance fraud or some bullshit. It was so annoying. And he was all like investigating us when he got there. He's like, so these two guys just came out of nowhere. We're looking for a weed that you didn't have. And had guns to your head and took off with just nothing but your laptop. And they took, what else did they take? That was it. They took my laptop and the phone. It didn't make any sense. Insurance for what? Like 500. It was so annoying. It was so annoying. It did sound like a bizarre situation, but like that's what it is. Like it was, oh man. It got so irritating. It would be like the most comprehensive, like ridiculous insurance scam. Like, it wouldn't even be worth it. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, same 4.5 fingers, except for 2016. I voted then, just because I wanted weed to be legalized, and then I tuned out. Yeah, I had a gun pulled on me at my own home. It's crazy. This is a very surreal story. It was like 4 in the morning. My dad like left the house to go to some party, and then he forgot like his phone there. In the meantime, these guys like broke in and they came into my room, and they like had me down on my face, had guns to my head. One guy was like kind of chill. He's like, get, you know, face to ground, blah blah blah. Don't look at me. And the other guy was like a real asshole. He's like poking the back of my head with his gun. One guy was a real hot dog.
Same damn thing, but I just.
And yeah, it was scary as fuck. And then my dad came back in the middle of the home invasion because he forgot his phone. And he walks into the kitchen being greeted by a guy. He's like, opens the door. He's like, hello. And then he made my dad get on the kitchen floor. And then they like ransacked our house, and we didn't have anything. They're taking like my like antidepressants or something. They're like, what are these? What are these? I'm like, it's Effexor. I'm like, you can have them if you want. They're worth nothing. They won't get you high. And just they thought we had weed. They're like, where's the weed? Where's the weed? Like we had to grow up or something. And at the time I was all out of weed. So I like scraped resin out of my bowl. And that was like on a piece of paper on my dresser. So the guy has a gun to my head. He's like, where's the weed? I'm like, dude, look, I was scraping resin just like 2 hours ago. I don't have any weed. And then they sort of clued in. They're like, these guys don't look like drug dealers. They don't have anything. And they're like, don't move for 5 minutes. And then they left. And we literally sat there for like 15 minutes. That was scary. It was scary. It's alright. The way my dad and I are, we just like I was saying earlier, I think there's humor to be had in any situation. But like within like 5 minutes of them leaving, we were like cracking jokes and stuff and laughing about it. Like they put a chair on my dad to like hold him down while they like searched the house, I guess, to like so it'd be slower for him to get up or it would make noise or something. And we just thought that was weird. They like put a kitchen chair on my dad. Like, you stay right here. Oh, chair. I did a video about that, but so I won't go into it much more. I feel like I repeat my stories so much on the streams because I do like long streams, and my life hasn't been very eventful. Like some interesting shit has happened, but like I've said it all. Like so at this point, I'm just like repeating shit, and I gotta create new interesting events. Hey, thanks King J for subscribing. It would be hard for me to shoot someone. For me, it depends on the situation. I think, like in the situation of self-defense or that, I think I'd be pretty decisive about it. If I knew, like for sure, okay, I'm justified in shooting this guy, then I don't think I would have any qualms at that point. I don't think. That's what I say now, but I would have trouble shooting like an innocent person, obviously. I hope. Little while since oh hey Awaken. Trip to Sac right now and having a great time. I love you. I love you. I love you too. Appreciate you being here, dude. I love all you. Appreciate someone that. I think at the moment it wouldn't be a question of easy or difficult. It would just be like if that's what had to be done, I think I would do it. And then later, it might be hard to deal with later, maybe. Honestly, I don't think it would be for me. Like I don't know, I brush shit off my shoulder like too easily sometimes. I think like sometimes really weird, crazy shit will happen, and I'll be like, eh. And sometimes it makes me feel like slightly psychopathic. Like we're just saying about the home invasion. Like right when they were gone, like my dad and I started cracking jokes like right away. That's not a good example, but like okay, an example would be like a real example would be like when my mom died. Like we weren't super like close. We had a strained relationship. It was weird, but like this is gonna sound bad. Like I love my mother, obviously, but like it was weird when she died. Like I was just like totally fine. But if it were my dad, that would have been really tough, actually. Yeah, that'd be different. That would have been way different. So I don't know. I guess certain things I probably can't brush off. I don't know. There's a difference between like resilience and like carelessness, you know? And I think sometimes I'm more like careless than resilient, which isn't like a good thing. I don't know if what I'm saying is really making much sense. Not really. No, yeah, hopefully not. I love my dad so much. My dad's so dope. I love my mom too, but like she was just alcohol basically ruined everything, you know. It's like alcohol affects people differently, you know. Some people, like I get really depressed and sad. And some people just turn into like mean. She's mean as fuck. And if they're like always drunk, then it's like they're always that mean, shitty person. My mom was sort of like that, I guess.
It does suit my situation.
Which sucks, because she was like so like she's like a simple, sweet person who just like to laugh, I guess. And it was a simple person, not mean at all. But then when she was drunk, yeah, just totally vicious. Sucks. Anyway, yeah, ruined everything, you know. Alcohol. It'll do that. Oh, I thought I had another drink. Oh, god damn it. I saw a can in my backpack and I'm like, oh, I got another drink, but it was empty. That's so sad. That broke my heart. Oh well. Guess I've had enough. I totally drink too much. Like 6 drinks like does nothing. Like I'm not drunk at all. Oh, there's still some left in here. Oh, my heart is happy again. I'm so happy again. Oh, it's such a nice feeling. Thought it was all gone, but nope. I got some left. Liquid happiness left. No. It's just funny, how little humans, all their behavior is based off like impulses of like dopamine. Like you pick up the little can, it's got a little alcohol left in it, and it's a little dopamine, and you're happy for like a little second. And like basically every decision you make is like based off of like following those impulses. I'm such a dopamine fiend. I'm such a sucker for dopamine. Oh. I love it. I think that's why like crystal meth was so appealing to me. It's just like a ridiculous flood of dopamine. Like comical amounts of dopamine. Yeah, you're still dating my dad. I hope so, Mom. That's what now it's eventually sold. Like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Oh, your bro? Yeah, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Yeah, personally, like I turn inward when I get drunk. I like self-sabotage. To me, it's better than like fucking someone else's life up.
Yo, I gotta go.
For some people, it's like
wait, can I call my girlfriend?
if they just lean towards the other way maybe a little bit. They just rather
I gotta
put
go.
it on other people.
Yeah.
There are happy drunks. Usually, I think I am. But I don't know. I think just if you drink too much, it's hard to be like a happy drunk. I think I'm a normal drunk. Like I turn normal when I drink. That's bad. I gotta stop. Actually, I have slowed down quite a bit this year. I've had waves like a week here. Like March, I didn't like drink at all. And like since then, I've been patchy with it. Now, since I got like the news from my doctor that like my intestines were fine and I wasn't dying,
I'm good.
the addict in me was like took that as like a green light to start drinking and partying. So I was like, yeah, your blood work came back fine. I'm like, oh, I'm not dying. And then in the back of my mind, I'm like, You know what that means? Drink up. Even though, and before that, when I was like wasn't sure what it meant, I'm like, if I'm healthy, I'm never gonna drink again. I'll be so grateful, but I'll never drink again. And then as soon as the doctor's like, nope, you're fine, I'm like, oh yes, bust out the gin. It's so bad. I laugh, but like, I gotta break that mindset. It's ingrained in my head. Hey John, you ever done GHB? I just did GHB tonight, actually. It's that's funny you bring that up. I don't know what GBL is, but yeah, I just got some GHB last weekend, and I had a little left over, and I did some of that today. Just about a couple hours ago, then a few hours before that. Not very much. I mean, you shouldn't drink and do GHB really together unless you're doing like, well, you just shouldn't do it, but just small amounts of GHB. He's going crazy on his wife and 2-year-old daughter, put in the drunk tank, and her friends, my sister-in-law and her girlfriend too. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, see, like, it sucks when like people yeah, when you got a family, it's like you gotta stop, or don't like have a family. I don't know, easier said than done. I say that, but like I don't have a family. I don't know. It's hard. It's fucking hard. Sometimes it just feels impossible to be sober. I'll take your weed. My cave. Before my stepdad was like, before my parents basically caved on my brother and I smoking weed in our teens, they were like, there was a couple times where they busted us and they found our weed and took our weed. Then my mom's like, I flushed it down the toilet. And then a couple years later, I realized, like, wait, yeah, right, they flushed it down the toilet. Obviously, like, Pete, my stepdad smoked it because he smokes weed. Of course they didn't flush it down the toilet. So they bust us and then, like, smoke our weed. But that time period didn't last long. Like, my parents gave up on my brother and I smoking weed, like, we were, like, feral children, pretty much, from the age of, like, 14 on. It was just, like, just do whatever. We don't care. Do whatever you want. And I don't know. They just weren't good at like disciplining us. So like we weren't like out of control or anything either. It was just like it felt like at one point it was just like we were just gonna do like what we're gonna do, and then them being like, hey, don't do this, would be like, what do you mean? I'm just gonna do it anyway. Like they had like no like method of disciplining us in place. So like I don't know. And at the time I liked that, obviously, but in hindsight some structure would have been good for sure. Totally. Like not too much, but like a little bit of structure, maybe. But then also there's a thing where I was like, we moved in with my stepdad when I was like 5. And like my stepdad's a super awesome guy. I love him. But it was always like sort of like, we're gonna do what we want, you know? It's like, you're not my real dad. Like that sort of stupid mentality. And then my mom was like just drunk all the time. So it's just like, we just did whatever we wanted. And my stepdad tried to discipline us. He did what he could. But then eventually, when we realized like he couldn't stop us and he smoked weed, then we started smoking weed together. And like, yeah. that was awesome. Like, our relationship was never strained after that. I think the first time I smoked weed with my parents was like, I was like either 15 or 16. I remember once I was suspended from school because it was at that time. I don't think it was this time. Yeah, I told a teacher off or something. That was the only reason I ever got suspended, is telling teachers off. And one time I got suspended and my mom was driving me home and she was trying to be mad at me. But it was for something stupid, like I called the teacher a dickhead or something. And she was like, I'm so mad at you, or whatever, driving me home. And I'm like whatever. Alright. Then she started talking about like what I said or whatever, and then she started laughing because it was kind of funny what I said. And it's like, she couldn't be mad at me because like it was so stupid. Like I called the teacher a dickhead because he was. And then we went home, and then like we had like the best afternoon together for some reason. We were just like talking all afternoon, and then like she went into my stepdad's stash and we like smoked a joint from his stash. And we were like, she never smokes weed, but she was smoking with me for some reason. And then like she was super high and she was laughing. She's like, you got suspended and I smoked a joint with you. She's like, what's wrong with me? And it was pretty funny. I always like getting suspended. It's like, oh, you told the teacher off? Go home for 3 days. It's like fucking sweet. Are you kidding me? Thank you. That was amazing. Yeah, I love that. I love that. It was like getting rewarded for telling a teacher off. I only told off teachers when they tried to make a fool out of me in front of like the other students. I used to hate that. Like, I hated when they were just trying to single me out. And it's like, oh yeah? Oh yeah? I turned those fucking tables so quick. Dolphin Rave, to answer your question. I don't think so. Not DMT. Acid and mushrooms though, psychedelics, I think does. Because it's like something to look forward to. And if I have something to look forward to, it's easier to stay off other shit. And DMT, or mushrooms and acid is something to look forward to that's like fun. And that's what I would do other drugs for, is fun, to enjoy myself. Where DMT is more like, I don't do it for fun. It's like the one drug I don't crave for fun, to have a good time. I do it to have a good time, but like, it's more about like, just having an interest. It's more interesting than fun, I guess. It doesn't replace the need that like chemical drugs would give me, you know? That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't like blast you with serotonin or dopamine for hours like mushrooms and acid does. DMT's weird though. Yeah, oh yeah, for real. Awaken, that's weird. I thought you knew when you said that. But yeah, I just did some GHB earlier tonight. But I don't know what GBL is. Butro. It's a pro-drug to GHB in your body. Never heard of it. Interesting. Oh yeah, I took that down actually 4.5 fingers because I realized that stream probably had tons of like gray area. Like I was just like doing like so many like drugs just like on stream. And like there were times I forgot I was on stream, so I wasn't like putting out safety precautions. Like there's some combinations I did that could have been dangerous too even. And there was time, like I forgot I was on stream at times, so I wasn't like you know, putting warnings out and stuff like that. I was just like, at times I just felt like I was just like doing drugs for my friends. So like, you know, I realized like there's 10 hours, I should probably like take it down and comb through it. And cut all that shit out. I was pretty much fucking, oh. Good night, Nina C. Thank you for the interesting chats. You're very chatty. It's always good for the chat. Good night. DMT has extremely helpful in meditation for me, especially the vape cards. the vape carts are nice. It's very easy to regulate your dose, and it's like, I find maybe not as intense generally, but a lot more consistent. Like consistently smooth. I want to get a cart next again, I think. I want to go back to the carts. And they can be really intense. You got the right pen. Like I blacked out off of one cartridge at once. And some people don't believe me. But I swear it can happen. You got the right fucking pen. Still going. Oh hey Natalie. I was just about to pack it up though. Actually my this thing died. Just finally died. And I got 10% left on my battery. And I want to have some battery left on my way home to play chess. Chess makes transit go by so quick. I just play 3 games and I'm home. It's my favorite thing to do on transit. There's some things I can't do. Like I can't watch TV or read a book when I'm on a bus or SkyTrain. I don't know why. It's not enjoyable for some reason. Chess for some reason though is enjoyable. It's like the perfect traveling game. It's going really good. I feel bad now that I'm leaving and now Lisa's getting here. Should play more video games. I'm gonna play some video games tonight actually when I get home. I'm glad I'm not like hammered because I don't like playing video games when I'm really drunk for some reason. But I don't like playing them sober either. So there's a sweet zone. Have you ever made my own DMT? Yes, I have, with NAFTA and lye. Yeah. In Canada, it's hard. Like getting solvents, pure, clean solvents, is very not a straightforward thing in Canada. Like they're always changing, adding like rust inhibitors, and there's always like a new go-to one. You always gotta like. But right now, Rico Camp Fuel is pure NAFTA. And yeah, the current DMT I have is the second batch I made. And I'm gonna make some more after that. I'm gonna make a really big batch because I went through that gram really quick. A lot of it was like, I don't know, experimenting though. Like, it's not straight like 40 highs out of a gram, like not even close. But yeah, next batch, I'm gonna make like, what's 1,000 gram? Oh, it's a kilogram. I want to make, I want to make a kilogram of root bark, and just make like a big fucking mound of it. Big old mound of DMT. Just because I don't like making it, and I want to just not have to worry about it for like years. So if I get like a kilo, I can get like, what's that, 0.2, 20 grams? Wait, maybe that's a bit much. That's a bit much. DMT is scary good. It's crazy how easy it is to make. It's like the craziest shit ever. Easy to make. It's like baking a cake. I can see your comments. Sometimes I go off into tangents. And I think I've been pretty attentive to chat tonight though. But just in the last hour, my mind's been wandery. Jungle Red Spice? No, I haven't done Red Jungle Spice. I've seen it a lot on like markets and stuff. I tried like very, very yellow, but never red. Red is when they use like xylene as a solvent, right? And the xylene like imparts it pulls something out of the plant that other shit doesn't. And that imparts a unique effect. That's my understanding of red DMT. It's the solvent they use. And it's not like a bad thing or a good thing necessarily, it's just different. Drunk Bond Trader, yep. It sounds the same. Isopropyl alcohol can works. as a solvent for DMT? No, it's got to be like a polar solvent, non-polar solvent. So like acetone or I shouldn't say it, but heptane, naphtha, xylene. I don't think ISO works. I am, well, tripping, I don't know if you call it tripping. It does sound like a cool cocktail. Junk Bond Trader on the rocks. I prefer white too. White is giving me those like crazy like sometimes when I take a hit of white DMT and blow it out, like the trip hits you so quick and instant, like you'll blow it out and like your room, everything in the room looks wet for some reason. That happens sometimes. And like just, I don't know, the white always gives me that super intense, like fast, crazy hallucinations, like right in your face, like really intense, which is really cool if you're like prepared for it. Yeah, add gin. Rust inhibitors never evaporate. Yeah, they add that. I think they add that specifically so people don't smoke it or use it to extract shit. I don't think it's for the rust, actually. A sucker for gin, that's right. That's my catchphrase. Avid endorsement and a sucker for gin. Don't use heptane. Okay. Don't listen to me. I always heard that heptane's like the best to use though. There shouldn't be any left over in your shit anyways if you did it properly. But some people swear by heptane. You can't get it in Canada, or you can, it's just really hard. You gotta like ship it. Gin, lemon juice, pineapple. Oh, that sounds so good. Pineapple's actually my favorite fruit. And orange liqueur is always good. That sounds amazing. Don't do a kilo at once. Why? I mean, that would be like a big operation. I'd have like tubs of shit going. I'll do like half a kilo. Oh, you're welcome, A students. Sorry if I seemed like I wasn't paying attention. Sometimes I mean, that chat knows by now. Sometimes my mind wanders, to put it lightly. Oh, do you? I like, I sort of got into that for a while, making like fancy cocktails, but now I just go back to like simple stuff. Like, I like martinis. That's the most fancy cocktail I make nowadays. But I really love, well, I said earlier my favorite cocktails are, okay, White Russians, which is like the simplest thing in the world to make. Martinis, which is simple to make but easy to fuck up. And then I really like old fashions too. The red through recrystallization. Okay, maybe it's not like a total xylene thing. That's what I heard. That's just what I heard. White reminds you of. I think in the States, heptane's fairly easy to get. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. That's what I heard. But yeah, like the solvent, the whole idea of the solvent is that it evaporates. But I mean, yeah, you can. That's right. You can get it trapped, right?
Hey, hold up! I'm gonna spit on it.
But is like naphtha not toxic? Actually, I don't think it really is it? I mean, you don't want to smoke it, obviously. Oh, good night, Volfied. Thank you for the convo. Appreciate your company. Mescaline is the best drug in your opinion? Oh, that's so awesome, because I actually have a whole bunch right now. And I've never tried it before, and I'm just waiting for my tolerance to go away so I can do it and make an awesome video. It's not cactus. It's not the cactus, but it's like the legit synthetic version. Like there's like the cheap, easy one to get, and then there's like the really hard one to get. And my buddy Dylan, who you guys saw on the stream the other night, he came through for me and found me some. And I got a whole bunch, so like I'm gonna do like a really heavy dose, I think, and just go balls to the wall. Cause I could do like 2 like pretty strong doses or 1 like Mac Daddy dose. So I'm stoked. I'm stoked for that. Oh, have I? Dolphin Rave?
And also in the works.
That makes me happy to hear. If I've helped in any way, it makes me very happy. You guys have been very chatty today. I love it. It'd only be good if you're just going for so. Oh, is it really? Isn't it? I didn't know that. It's weird how it's so hard to find. Yeah, the rust inhibitors will. Yeah. Also, they like color your shit. They make it colorful on purpose, so like, you know your shit's fucked up. But yeah, I don't think it's really about the rust. I think they just want people to stop smoking it. Anyways, all right, more cups. All right, I only have 6% left, so I really want to play chess on my way home. So I gotta go, guys. I love you all so much, and yeah, I'm gonna try. I know I tried this before, but I'm gonna make another schedule and try to adhere to it. I gotta keep trying until I'm able to do that. Get a schedule going. Also, I have a really good mushroom trip I recorded that I just gotta edit. Okay, I started going off about like noodles. I started explaining all the different types of noodles, and like I did an Italian accent, and I go in depth about noodles for like literally 45 minutes, all fucked up on mushrooms. And I haven't looked at the tape yet, but I just remember it was so ridiculous. And I remember saying like, the rotini, when I got the rotini, I'm like, the rotini's killed my father. And I went off about how the rotini's killed my father, so I hated that noodle. It's also ridiculous, like sitting in my room doing that for no one. Well, it's for the channel. But at the time, it's so stupid. It's so weird. It's a weird thing to do. I like being weird. Alright guys, with that, I love you, Dolphin Rave. Thank you so much. I love you, Awaken. Love you all. Well hydrated. Actually, well, for the mescaline, yes, I will be. But you just remind me I should drink right now. Love you all, homie. Good night. We appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys more. See you soon. Good night. Good night. I'll get home safe. 5% now. Yep. One love. One. Yeah, needles.